Welcome, guys. Hey, Harvey. Good to see you. How are you doing, Harvey? How has your day been? I hope your day has been great. Any new hikes? Well, I hope there will pop up some more people here. There were 4. Ah, hey, Curtis. Good to see you. Welcome, my friend. How are you doing? Hey, Random. Good to see you. How are you doing? I hope everything one. Hey, Celtic. Good to see you. How are you doing? Just back from a 6K fast hike. Whoa. That's a fast hike, Harvey. Hey, Thor. Good to see you, buddy. How are you doing, Thor? Yeah, I'm doing okay too, so I can't complain. So I had a phone call before my stream. So, phew, I end that call. I believe it was 3 minutes before the stream. I was going live, so that's why I'm a little bit pumped up. Oh, buddy, I hope you will feel better soon, but I used to walk 10K to my job in less than an hour. That is good, Curtis. That is really good. You want to come up, Thor? Yeah, if anyone would like to pop up on the panel, please click the link and just follow the instructions. Well, that is really good, Curtis. 57 minutes is really good. Hey, Guardian. Good to see you, buddy. You're very welcome, every one of you guys. So much appreciated. I do this again. Hey, Guardian, do you want to come up on the panel? It's good to see you. So anybody who feels are up for it, just click the link and pop up here. Okay. Okay, Curtis, no problem. No problem at all. Guardian, do you want to pop up? It is always nice to have someone to talk to. Uh, when you are alone and just sitting here. Well, yeah, Guardian. Yeah, he got the flu. Well, a little flu doesn't stop Thor. He's too tough for that. I guess the flu has to watch out because Thor used the heavy artillery to get rid of the flu. So just feel free to click the link and join me up here upstairs. Okay, Guardian. Good to know. I do like this again, so we get. Well, I'm gonna. Well, I have to figure that out later. But I just put out the link again, just in case. Let's see how it is going here. Oh, much better. Much better. Yeah, I hope. I haven't heard from CR. He usually message me on Instagram and ask me at least if I go live in 3 hours. Yeah, I usually answer him. Yes, I do in 3 hours. So I hope CR will pop up because he usually do when I haven't heard from him today. So or now might be. Yeah, it's CR. Hey, Celine. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. You're very welcome, by the way. Well, I'm happy that you see look at it at that way, Guardian. I'm happy to hear that. So I appreciate that. Welcome, Despejando.
Hello.
Hello, my friend. Good to see you.
Yeah, you misunderstood something I said about getting back. I just
Yeah,
meant I have to start doing that again, walking more.
yeah.
How's everybody? Besides Thor being sick, that is.
Yeah. He got flu. Got the flu probably.
Uh, well, hey, I got a question for you. What is a typical Swedish breakfast?
Typical Swedish breakfast. Well, for me, it is oatmeal and sandwiches uh, and coffee or tea. Some people eat eggs
Oh, okay.
for
That's pretty
breakfast
much
as well.
pretty standard. It's very close to Americans. But then again, Americans come from every place else in the world, so we have traditions from everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, you have.
Some people eat oatmeal a lot, uh, several different kinds of pancakes. We have other hot cereals too. We have things like something called cream of wheat, which is farina.
Yeah.
There's something called cream of the West, which is roasted red wheat that's ground into a hot cereal, which is absolutely delicious, actually. Um, but mostly, traditional American breakfast would be eggs, bacon, fried potatoes, and toast, or and coffee. I know Swedes drink a lot of coffee too.
Yeah. We
You
drink a
probably
lot.
don't, do you?
Well, I drink some, but not that much because my stomach don't like it. So I get,
I know I got a few friends like that. I love coffee, but coffee doesn't, my stomach doesn't. Yeah. Need to, do you, when you drink coffee, do you tend to drink the darker roast or the lighter roasts?
lighter roast.
Try darker roast. They might be easier on your stomach.
Okay, good
Uh,
to know. I
just
will.
they might be. Some people find that dark roasts are easier on their stomach. They're not as acidic.
Yeah, uh,
They don't. When you taste coffee, if it has a piquant,
yeah,
mildly tart flavor, it has a slight. It's slightly higher in acidity, and it can mess with your stomach a bit.
yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to whatever the topic was at hand. I didn't mean to go off on such a far tangent.
Well, I haven't figured out a topic yet.
Oh, I got something to share with everybody. I just picked this up. This is a ceramic rod with
Yeah,
a handle. There are some knives that dearly love to be sharpened with this thing. They get absolutely scary sharp with it. I just got it. Swiss Army knives like it. Moras like it. A couple of my other pocket knives really took a nice edge with it.
interesting.
And it's not expensive.
How much do you pay for that one?
It was about 12 US dollars.
That is not that bad.
Not at all. I'll see if I can get it in the picture better. But yeah, I have another one that doesn't have a handle, and that one only cost 8. I guess in addition of a handle costs another $4.
Yeah,
But yeah, I saw somebody else talking about one of these, so I saw it online and I bought it, and I'm liking it so far.
yeah,
It's mostly for, like, I would say, for touch ups. But if you have this in a, now these are kind of, I wouldn't say these are robust. They can break and chip if you
yeah,
drop them on a hard surface.
yeah,
But if you had it in a nice safe place in your pack, this would be a good field sharpening thing, I think.
yeah. I think I need to get one of those.
I you know, just a few weeks of using it, and I'm happy, very happy with the purchase.
Where did you bought that from?
I got it off of eBay
Okay,
uh, because I looked on Amazon and I looked on eBay, and I could get it a little cheaper on eBay.
okay,
Plus, I could get I got the one without the handle on Amazon. I got the one with the handle on eBay.
yeah. I
And I like the one with the handle better.
Yeah. Well, I think I need to invest in tool like that. Actually,
It's I for being as inexpensive it is, it's remarkable how well it works.
yeah. And the most expensive sharpening tool is probably not the best. It could be the cheaper one.
Well, the really the best is a full set of Japanese water stones, but that can set you back thousands of dollars.
Yeah, they are really expensive.
And you can't take those out into the woods with you.
No, you can't.
And this is something, like I said, you could even make a sheath for this, a Kydex. All it'd have to be is a tube.
Yeah,
You could have that right on your belt and protected by the Kydex, or just any kind of plastic. Kydex just is the better plastic for making such things.
yeah. I have a cycle sheath on my knife. Where is it? On my Falkniven A1.
Oh, wow. I've always wanted one of those.
These are expensive.
They are really expensive in America
Uh,
because
in, in Sweden, you have to pay a little bit over 3,000 for one.
3,000 kronen?
Yeah,
Well, it might be more than, I think they go for between $200 and $300.
yeah, that fits. That gets close to what I have to pay for it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So,
they've been kind of out of my price range. But there used to be a YouTube channel, knife torture tests,
yeah,
and they used to just beat the ever loving blazes out of knives. And the only knife that ever came through without any damage at all is a Falkeneven A1.
yeah.
And I mean, you wouldn't believe what they did, things you'd never do to a knife. Beat on rebar.
That would kill the most knives.
Huh?
That would kill the most knives.
Yes.
Make them useless.
They would cut tires with them, steel belted radial tires. They would throw them against brick walls. They would drive over them with trucks. They just did any kind of unimaginable stuff you'd never do with a knife to see if it could survive. And the only one that came through with absolute flying colors was a Falkeneven A1.
Yeah. They have a.
I don't know what happened to that channel.
Do you remember the name of that channel?
I think it was Knife Torture Tests, something like that. And I was subscribed to it, and it just disappeared.
They were probably shut down or something.
They didn't. All they did was test knives, extremely test knives. They didn't shoot guns. They didn't advocate violence. They didn't even have much talking in them. They just did what they did to the knives and then held it up and showed you how damaged or undamaged it was. So I don't even know what country they were from because they didn't talk very much. Like I can't remember anybody talking at all. There would be closed captioning, like typing at the bottom, like simply saying this knife couldn't take this test, and they did it, and the knife broke in half.
Yeah.
And they looked at it, and then they said, obvious bad heat treat. You can tell by the grain of the steel.
Yeah.
And then they, if they got one to fail and they couldn't figure out what it was, they just figured they were just rougher than that knife could take.
Yeah.
Because steel is strong, but it isn't adamantine. It can break no matter what. It extreme testing is just going to show you that's true. That while you can't just take it in your hands and snap it. I know that then in World War II, when this one unit, American unit, was trying to decide, they were a special, like one of the very first special forces units. The commanding officer wanted a knife that was superior to the ones that were in the regular army situation. And so he asked a bunch of knife makers to submit knives. And one of the things he did was he stuck the knife between the drawer of his desk and the top of his desk and twisted it.
Yeah.
And 6 out of 7 broke. And the one that he chose didn't break, and it didn't bend either. It flexed, but it didn't break and it didn't bend.
It's okay.
And that became the V40 fighting knife.
Yeah.
You can, I believe it was the V40. I believe you can look that up online and see what it looks like. It's obviously the only thing it's meant for is fighting. It's not a field knife. It's not a utility knife.
No.
It's meant to save your life in a last ditch effort of combat.
Yeah. And this handle on the Falkniven is created to fit our climate here in Sweden. Even if you have wet hands, you have firm grip on your knife.
And I understand it's still flexible when it's cold. Still got grip.
Yeah.
Slight squeezability.
Yeah, it is a slight squeezability on this. I can feel it. So I have this for a couple of years now, and I'm really happy with this knife. It is the crown jewel of all my knives.
I can believe that.
And I paid $1,999 for this. So, but that was back then. But now it's more expensive.
Well, yeah.
There are a smaller version of it, the F1.
I wonder if that's is the same amount of strength in a smaller package.
Yeah, it's the same steel, same hardness, same everything, just shorter. It's F1 was made for the Air Force.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they have tighter parameters because they're in a cockpit or whatever.
Yeah. So they can have a big size knife like A1. It's basically impossible. They need a shorter one.
Pretty much. If they're like American, they put their knives in places that really isn't convenient for carry when walking, but because they're in a cockpit, it keeps it out of the way, up on their shoulder and stuff like that, and tucked over on their side, but not because of the way that they're tight in the cockpit. Being in a standard belt position doesn't work for them, as I understand it.
Yeah, that is what I have figured out myself too. So,
what's the weather like there right now in December?
Winter, a lot of snow.
Well, we were actually more winter-like in November. first week of December here in Kentucky in America, and it's in the upper 50s and low 60s.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can convert that in my head. 25 Celsius? No. 14.
Yeah, that sounds more like it.
14 degrees Celsius. It's been a long time since I've done that in my head, so forgive me. It took me a minute.
Yeah, and I know you're really fast with the math and convert things in your head.
Smarter than I look.
Yeah. And that is something you have said many times.
Well, people forget.
Yeah.
How many people we got in the room now?
10.
I can't see it. Hello, everybody. Oh.
We have at the moment minus 11. It will drop to minus 13 at 11 o'clock p.m.
That's cold even in Fahrenheit, because that's below. I believe that's below 0 in Fahrenheit too. Oh, do you know the only temperature where the temperature is the same both in Fahrenheit and Celsius?
I have no idea.
Minus 40.
Okay.
Minus 40 is minus 40 in Fahrenheit and minus 40 in Celsius. And that's where it's absolutely possible to die just standing there doing nothing if you're not covered well enough. That's the first temperature that can just kill you just because you're not dressed right.
Yeah.
I don't know why that happened, just where the math works out, I guess. The way the two systems work, they work slightly different. A degree is a different.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. In Fahrenheit is based on calories, and it's 1 degree is the amount of energy that's required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water or 1 ounce of water 1 degree. So when you heat 1 ounce of water 1 degree, if the temperature moves, that's 1 degree in Fahrenheit. I do not know how they do Celsius. But that's the way Fahrenheit figured it out. He noticed that the thermometer moved, and it at a certain amount, at a regular progression, as something heated. So he was able to measure that.
Yeah.
So its first move is 1 degree.
Yeah.
And I guess it took 212 to get it to the boiling point. 212 of those, that standard measurement.
Yeah. I'm not.
I could be wrong about that, but that's what I seem to remember from school.
Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother.
Hi there. Hello to everybody in the chat. Hi there.
Where are you from, sir?
South Africa. That's interesting. Yeah.
I have some friends in South Africa. You wouldn't happen to know Kruger Human, would you?
If he's one of the people hard in business, maybe. Or if he's into outdoors a lot, if he's an outdoorsman, bushcrafter along those fields, I'd know. Also, if he's into conservation.
You run a safari company there.
Well, then possibly. I don't know specifically.
It's like asking me if I know somebody in America just because I'm from America. Yeah, I didn't expect you to, but there was a possibility.
Yeah, that's why I say if he's in conservation, as you say, if he was also into park ranging specifically, then there would always be a chance that I might know him, but I don't recognize him off the bat, no.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting about that fact about the minus 40 degrees in Celsius and Fahrenheit, and then that being the tipping point for human sustainability. So that's quite interesting. Like I know that there was a measurement for that, like a measurement
Well,
for.
you can die at any temperature from hypothermia, but that's the first temperature. Minus 40 is just the first temperature you can die just because you're improperly dressed, where the temperature is actually low enough that just standing there, you can start, and you're dressed for minus 30, but you're not dressed for minus 40. It's a temperature where you can just die of hypothermia because it's minus 40. And the colder, and it can get colder than that, which means the quicker you'll die, the quicker the hypothermia. Minus 60 is find shelter right now temperature.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't really see that. Our challenges.
I don't think you don't have winter there, do you? You have dry season and wet season.
We have a form, like winter is not the same as yours. We don't get snow here, for example, in most places. We do on the higher mountains, but for the most part, we don't have the same type of cold that you do. So our challenges regarding, bugging out or camping, hiking, those type of things, like pretty much anything outdoors, our challenges aren't as severe as, for example, people like yourself who face snow on occasion as well. And you can, that's a big challenge for you guys as well.
Oh, yeah. Here's for those of you that do live in an environment with snow, I'm not the first person to say this, but, this is not, I didn't come up with this. This is passed down, but snow is 20% water and 80% air, and ice is 80% water and 20% air. So if you're going to melt something for drinking water, melt ice, not snow.
It makes sense. That does make sense. I've also
because you'll fill your pot with snow, and you'll have say you have a 1 liter pot, and you put it on your fire. You fill it all the way up with snow, and you melt it, and you have 200 milliliters of water. If you do that same thing with ice, you'll have 800 milliliters of water.
Yeah, I know that there's also a comment here from CR. I think he was just honestly making a joke up here and saying you must avoid all of the yellow ice. That the yellow ice and the yellow snow.
Yes, don't eat yellow snow.
Yeah.
Hey, there's been a sled dog here or something.
And how, by the way, Saul, good to see you. Nice to see you, brother. And I know that you wanted to say something, Shadow. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I forgot.
It evaporated.
It just
evaporated.
Yeah.
We're talking about water, so it evaporated.
I think there's, sorry for the dead, like usually I can avoid those moments pretty easily. Those, the silent moments for a second, like dead space kind of thing. But yeah, I know that there's actually somebody in the comments as well. How, by the way, Quen Deep joined recently, so hello to you. Yeah, a little Maltese poodle is saying Olivia in the back. She's jumped onto the couch. And, it's smaller little dogs like that that are actually quite good because they usually stay quite alert, and then they can alert the bigger ones. Like the German Shepherd here.
Yeah.
This one here.
I thought every place but America they called those Alsatians.
Yeah, Alsatian and German Shepherd, I do believe, is the same thing. I know that there are quite a lot of different breeds, like there's the different types of Alsatians as well. I think there's 4 primary ones. Yeah.
Oh, all right. All right.
Yeah.
I know that Norwegian Shepherds look a lot like German Shepherds. They're just shorter of leg and thicker of body. And I believe they're also a breed of Alsatian.
They are. We prefer, like locally, we actually prefer a lot of the time we prefer the short-haired German Shepherds because our climate isn't that intensive. So, you know, the long-haired German Shepherds are beautiful and I really love them, but they just get too hot for our climate. So we try to have more short-haired dogs locally. Except for that little Maltese poodle that's, I mean, they exist everywhere though, and they're really awesome little doggies. It's actually my daughter's dog behind me. Sorry to go off on a tangent about that.
Okay. Well, I'm one of those people that actually loves dogs. I just saw Shadow do something that I need to do. Let's see if I can get this. I can.
I just needed to drink some.
Prost.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah.
So Shadow, I did a bit of research because last time that I was on stream, I said a mistake. I said a bad word. It's 4 letters and it starts with S. You know, it's not a very bad word, but it's. I'm getting a bit of feedback. I don't know if you guys are receiving that as well.
It's something when you talk. It's something in the background. I have some problems to hear you clearly. So
okay, let me sort that out quickly first.
Yeah.
Just speak and see if it's.
He tried to.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do you have YouTube running on the side? Do you have your YouTube audio up at the moment?
I'm gonna check. Maybe. Oh, my computer is so slow. So slow.
Oh, on mine, YouTube is not the.
That is all.
So, because I'm on my phone, so.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I think it's gone away now. Yes, it has gone away. It's much clearer now. I don't hear myself talking when I'm. Am I more clear now, Shadow?
Yeah, it's much better.
You were there. I wasn't having as much problem as he was, but you had like going on.
Yeah, probably there's something from our side.
Yeah, probably from your side.
Like to me, I just thought you had a fan blowing in the background.
Am I equal? I need to check that.
Yeah, sorry about the technical difficulties there.
It's always interesting technically. I have echo cancellation, so that is marked. So I always have that checked, that one. So
well, in the comments, can you guys tell us if you can hear us like correctly? Can you guys hear who's echoing and who isn't?
Okay, I am echoing. Oh, that is down. Yeah, it was. Is it better now? I closed the window, that tab,
All right. Well, if the people in the comments can hear us correctly, then we should be good. Yeah. Ranon was saying as well
nothing
that
on
we're
there. I have muted everything. So
Is everybody?
I'm going to try something. I'm going to come back, but I'm going to drop out for a second, and I'll come back in about 2-3 minutes if that's still good.
okay.
Now everybody's echoing.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. That is weird.
Okay, we talk about. Has anybody got one of these? There we go. Can you see what that is?
Yeah, that is a water filter.
Yeah, it's a grail.
Yeah,
it's a grail. Can you? I was trying to hold it up so you could. This is difficult to do here in this camera.
Yeah.
On the phone, but just got this, and without water in it, it's almost as heavy as a water bottle, just the way it is.
Yeah.
A 1 liter water bottle, but they do make an ultralight version of this the GeoPress works that all works the same. But I have to say, this is a very good for quick, if you need water quickly, you fill it up with water and then press it down, and then the water filters through it and is completely drinkable. And it has very clearly delineated. Let's get it in the picture here. Can you see that line, or is it not lit well enough?
Yeah, I can see the line.
That's the fill line, so it's on the outside and on the inside of the water containment section. I was going to do a video on this, but right now, because they're really hitting their stride with popularity, there's a lot of videos about them. But I give it a thumbs up.
Yeah.
It doesn't weigh much more than an already filled bottle of water, but you can use any water source you come across. There are some water sources locally that I would, after I filtered them, I would still boil them before I drank the water. But a lot of them other ones, like the big river that I live by, I would filter and boil that. Because it's the Ohio River, and the Ohio River is the only river that has more boats on it is the Mississippi. So it's the second most actual shipping goes on the Ohio River. It's because it's a big river, not just pleasure crafts, but cargo ships go up and down the Ohio River.
Yeah, Ohio River is pretty dirty.
Yes. Well, they churn up the water as well, and plus, this is probably true of every big river in the world. I'm not going to say that all people are evil, but there's enough evil people that rivers make really good places to dispose of bodies. All you need is a couple of heavy rocks and some nylon rope. So, and I know they find them in the Ohio River all the time.
Yeah. I hope
but that's because they look for them. One more recent purchase. Actually, this was not a purchase. This was a gift. This is the Exotac case for a Bic lighter. Don't know if you have Bic lighters in Europe. Come on, get in the picture. Get in the picture. But anything that's important, I get in the high visibility orange, because if you drop it, you want to be able to find it. But this does keep a Bic lighter dry. And most liquid propane lighters, if they get wet, they don't work.
Yeah.
And I actually submerged this. If you can see this, it's got. So I actually used fishing line and a 1 ounce sinker and put this in a 5-gallon bucket and left it in there for 20 minutes, took it out, and the lighter lit.
That is great.
So it is watertight. So that's going in a pack that isn't watertight. Oh wow! My phone is blowing up. People are trying to get a hold of me.
Well,
I didn't catch the name of the fellow who was from South Africa who isn't back yet.
Guardian Prepping.
Guardian Prepping?
Yeah. I gotta check Harvey. No, I'm gonna change that. Is it better? I hope it's better now.
Well,
I hope it's not an echo. Yeah, I changed. I changed the microphone, so I hope it's okay, Rana. That's good. If it's it sounds
how
better.
is that happening?
I don't know.
This is weird.
Yeah.
I got something weird's going on here. I got it. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm holding. Something. Hey, Eric. It seems not from my side.
All right. I think my phone and my tablet paired. I was trying to check something on my tablet while I was doing this, and I think they paired. So all of a sudden, StreamYard popped up on the tablet too.
Yeah.
So I was seeing my own phone doing StreamYard.
I have no idea either what's going on.
Well, I think you could see the phone, couldn't you? Could you see me or could you see the phone?
I could see you.
Oh, okay. I could see the phone. So it was the tablet was I guess that didn't go. They weren't both on your screen, but they were both on my screen.
Yeah. I changed back and let's see if it sounds better.
So I shut off the tablet because I didn't need it to.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric. Welcome, by the way. Hey, Harry Ryan, King Knives. Welcome. I never had these problems before. I always use the same settings. It's really weird when things will messing up, especially the audio.
Okay. I think I had to shut some other things that were running on my phone off.
Yeah, that
I
might
think that
be.
had something to do with it.
Yeah, probably. It's. I can hear myself. Oh man, this is weird.
Yeah, the last time I did this, we did this StreamYard. We weren't having these kind of difficulties.
Yeah.
Guardian prepping, where did you go?
Well, I probably check if things up.
You probably had to reboot.
Yeah, probably.
Where's the Australian guy that was here last week?
You mean Uncle Al?
Sorry?
You mean Uncle Al?
Uncle Al? Uncle Al is Californian, I thought.
Yeah, he's from California. That was really weird. I tried to change my.
I wonder what they're doing out there.
Yeah, well,
Oh, my neighbors are doing something. It's making some odd sounds outside.
yeah. Yeah, I plugged in. That was headphones. It's first time I have these problems. I don't know why.
Well, technology is a wonderful thing until it doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. And when you try to figure things out, it's
And it's amazing how many problems are just a matter of turning it off and turning it back on again.
Yeah. This is weird, really weird. The interesting thing is I can hear myself in a more messed up tone. It's, It sounds like a messed up voice. So I don't know what's
that
wrong.
That happens with headsets a lot, though.
Yeah. But I plugged that one in and out.
I have a friend who always uses her headset on her phone, and a lot of times she sounds like artificial intelligence. It comes out as not a human voice.
Yeah.
And it's got a lot of warble and echo in it.
Yeah, Creative says should exit out and come back in. So I think that means I have to leave the studio and go back in. I jump out and jump again.
Okay, we'll hold down the port.
Yeah, please.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch house, I can't say that one. We might get banned on YouTube. And now I am the only person on screen. What kind of diabolical thing can I do?
Well, now I'm
Welcome back.
I hope this works.
It seems to be working better now. You don't have that hollow echo sound in the back.
Well, that's good.
But you seem to be out of sync. Sound and picture seem to be out of sync, though.
That is weird. Why do I hear myself twice?
Now you're in sync, so maybe you won't hear yourself twice.
Yeah. I have closed everything I can close, so I have nothing that running. So else that can be. I close that down too, just in case. And this is weird. I never had issues before. Or it might be I got some issues with my headphones. It might be the problem. Oh, I'm going to bed. Oh boy.
Oh, before I forget,
Yeah.
correct my pronunciation if I don't get it quite right, but is it not Godrul? Godrul. Good. Merry Christmas in Swedish?
Yeah. God jul.
Hmm?
God jul.
Good to you.
Yeah. God jul.
Okay. That's close. I know I haven't heard it for a very long time, but I remembered it.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, when I was in primary school, they had one of the years they had Christmas around the world, and they would have Merry Christmas in different languages. And right beside my desk, they had French. So Joyeux Noël, I still remember that from back then. But they had, but unfortunately, they didn't phonetically spell things like Russian and things that had used Cyrillic and other alphabets. So there was no way to read that.
Does that hear? Do you hear me better now, Harvey? Now I unplugged my headphones. Yes, well, you can drop it in. No problem. It's Roger. Yeah, my laptop is well, microphone is probably not that good, but I try to plug it in again and see what happens. Well, you're very welcome, Bohlan. Well, welcome back, audience.
Thank you. Just a suggestion. If you want to try this, like Harvey said something while you I'm also echoing.
Oh Lord in heaven.
What you could try is, you know, Curtis brought up try restart, like everything. Restart everything. I'm hearing myself. Sorry.
Yes. Remember, it's just a toaster. It's a very smart toaster, but it's still just a toaster.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I had never had these problems before.
I would definitely recommend restarting the because everybody would be back as well. You could restart the entire screen, restart the computer, and start all over from the beginning, and then just mute it, and then pop out that, mute your YouTube, and try that like from the beginning. I'm sure most of us would try it. Sorry for that.
Restart everything. Do I have to reboot my computer?
I know, it's terrible. You don't have to. I'm just saying that might work. It's completely up to you, though.
Well, I exit.
The situation isn't terrible. It's just kind of odd.
Yeah, it's odd.
Peculiar.
I try to. I try to leave the studio and jump back in again and try and see if that works.
Blink, 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 blink.
Yeah. See if there's echo coming from us right now. Is there any echo from me?
Can you not see me?
Yeah, I can see you at the moment. I'm wondering if there's echo when I talk.
Am I echoing to you?
No, you're not echoing at all. Is it just me and Shadow that are echoing? Can the chat help us with that?
Okay, now I'm back. And oh boy.
Well, I don't hear any problem with your audio now.
Okay. That's good.
Guardian's still echoing though.
Oh man, this is fun. Oh boy. Actually not fun. Oh boy. It's hard to run a stream when the technology won't cooperate with you.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, Curtis. You're really showing us up here. Because I'm hearing myself echo too. Because you're doing awesome. And I'm just
I can't understand anything you're saying, Guardian. It's garbled to my. Say that again, please.
Sorry about that. Yeah. I don't know why it's doing that.
What did you say?
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, me either. I heard my name. That was the only thing I heard.
Yeah, that was.
So I know he was talking to me, but I didn't know what he said.
I didn't understand the thing either.
I'm sorry.
I'm
gonna drop out, and then because there's definitely a problem on our side or something as well.
Oh boy. That is really exhausting when you try to figure out what the problem is.
And, you know, sometimes it's just that the jack isn't quite in all the way or something weird like that. Or the Bluetooth is messing up.
Sorry, hit the wrong button. I just checked my connection to the computer with my headphones. So it was all in. So, oh boy. Weird.
Do.
Harvey, are you?
Good you.
Time to practice hand signals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the problem is I suck at hand signals. So, you know that better than I am. So just doing a take 2. Oh boy. Hey Stuart. Good to see you, buddy. Oh no. I'm no luck with my stream today.
It is entirely possible that YouTube messes with StreamYard, does odd things. I'm not, that's starting to sound like a conspiracy theory, but they don't like third party interference in their streaming, I guess.
Probably. It worked last week. It worked just fine, and now today it doesn't work as it should, and I don't see any issues on my side. So you may be right. Well,
wow.
you're probably right. I have nothing not activated at all, so I don't get it. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be?
Somebody let a cricket loose.
Yeah, it sounds like that. I'm gonna do try another thing that might work. Oh boy, my computer is so slow sometimes.
Is this the only thing you're running on your computer, or do you have other things going on? Because the more things you run on your computer, the slower it gets. When's the last time you defragged your hard drive?
When I defragged it, I don't remember.
If you don't remember, it's been too long.
Yeah, probably. Oh boy, that sounds horrible. Well, Harvey, sure I could text Gray Man, but that is a problem. You need his number to text him. And I don't have his phone. Or I have to go to Discord, but that would be a problem. Well, not on my phone. But, oh boy. I can see if I can catch him on Discord. He's offline. It's always interesting when
the techno
things...
gurus are never around when you need them.
Exactly. I forgot that I had Twitch. I was online on Twitch, but I shut that down. So, and it doesn't sound clean anyway. It might be that my headphones are... I need new headphones, basically. It could be that the microphone on these doesn't work. It's
though they can get damaged pretty easily. The microphones on headsets like that can get damaged pretty easily.
Yeah.
Drop it on the floor, drop something on it, fling it onto the couch, onto the chair, onto the desk.
Yeah.
Not saying you have to gingerly lay things down, but a lot of people are rough with their technology than that, just because they expect it to be more robust than it is.
Yeah.
But if you've ever opened up anything like that and you see how delicate the wires actually are inside the casings, you'd be a little more ginger with them.
Yeah. When I don't use my microphone on my headset, I usually turn it out like this. So, but
Could have.
I put you in the basement, Curtis, for a while and see if the echo is still there. I put you up as soon as it takes a couple of seconds. Well, is it better? Is it better, guys? I hope so. I hope so. Say 5 by 5 if their audio is good. Please. Okay, it sounds perfect when you were in the basement.
Yeah, I wonder what the deal with that is.
So that must be on your side. It might be your phone's microphone, or
do I sound odd, or do I have am I anything but clear?
I can hear you clear.
Could be the speaker. Is anybody else hearing you? Is anybody else saying anything about the way you sound? I mean, we both heard Guardian was echoing and at times completely incomprehensible.
Yeah. It might be your speaker, Curtis.
Well, he was, but he was unintelligible to you as well.
Yeah, exactly. So
I think my problem with your sound is my speaker.
Yeah.
Our problem with his sound was his microphone. So I think we have a combination of problems going on, and we think that all the same one.
Yeah, probably.
I can type anymore. I gotta come in and actually talk.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine, creative redundancy.
Hi, how are you? Okay,
I find myself well for a change. So
okay. Hear me out on this one, Brent.
Thanks, Homestead Aquarius.
Hear me out on this one. I know if I remember right, because I've done this with Hangouts and Google Meets before. And I think I've seen this with our streamer people before. You know, well, basically what I'm saying is, come in. You have a mobile, you have a phone, right? Don't you, John? Don't you?
Yeah.
Well,
now I hear you perfectly clear.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Curtis has to lower his output on his volume a little then.
Yeah, probably.
Right, because it sounds it sounds fine. I don't even hear anything.
I can't hear anything either.
Sorry, Curtis, man, but I mean, this is troubleshooting. You gotta do all these things and see what's doing, what's not. Right? Yeah, see, this is why I came on.
No.
Yeah, Curtis, I think you need to lower your output a little.
I did.
Okay.
As soon as
Try
you
that
said it
out,
the
try
first
that.
time.
Yeah. Okay.
So what we were hearing is when you talked, it was coming over my headset, going back into your earphones.
Yeah. Okay.
And your mic.
Yeah. You guys keep talking. I'm trying to hear.
Oh boy.
To sit in solemn silence in a dull, dark dock in a pestilent prison with a lifelong lock, awaiting the sensation of a short, sharp shock from a cheapy chopper on a big black clock.
Not you. Him. He needs to talk because he's the one that's echoing. I have no idea if I'm echoing, but I'm wearing a headset.
Well, it's good to have someone who has some technology skills.
No, it's still there. I can still hear that slight echoing there.
Yeah.
I don't hear it now, though.
Well, let's ask the chat if they hear it. Right? It's the audience, right?
Yeah.
Well, the audience can hear us. That's fine, but...
Can you guys can't hear anything? Now I hear myself talking again twice. It's interesting.
Curtis, they're asking, do you have headphones? Or try to...
Let me see if my Bluetooth will work.
Okay.
That is the problem. You need to have headphones. That why is.
That's why I always wear headphones for. It's too much hassle.
Okay, is this mic working?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it works.
How about with you? Everybody else?
Just keep talking. I hear myself. I know I hear myself.
This is weird. If my mic is working, but my earphones aren't working. I'm hearing you over the telephone speaker.
That's why there's
Okay. I hope that. Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, this is totally strange.
I think it was better when you weren't using it.
If I was listening, I just got a notification on my phone.
Yeah.
I heard that in my headset, but I'm not hearing you guys on my headset. I'm hearing you over the speaker.
Yeah.
And I've never had that happen on any other platform before. It just keeps getting weirder and weirder.
Indeed.
The Twilight Zone.
Sometimes I feel like I'm living in the Twilight Zone. Picture
Yes,
if you
dooby-doo. Dooby-dooby-doo. Yeah. Live stream graphics are frustrating for sure. Everyone has to deal with them. Indeed.
I'm going to leave and come back and see if that fixes it.
Yeah. Okay. I hope it's better now. Yeah, it is.
I don't know.
Well,
It's definitely something specific. Well, specifically from that. No offense to Curtis, but it's just the way it is. Sometimes.
Well, it's just like we had a Twilight Zone stream.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now Harvey says, finally, 5x5.
Harvey's like, finally, I can say it.
Yeah. And Random says, perfect. Well,
I got a headset in. That's why I got headphones in too, right? So for once, it's not for me.
And Guardian says, I have this issue where I hear what I'm going to say before I say it sometimes. So the echo means I'm hearing myself 3 times, which is 3 times more than I like to myself. Welcome back.
Thank you. Am I still echoing though?
No. You're perfectly clear,
yeah.
crystal clear.
Yeah, because I keep forgetting, Prepin, you were always in when he was in the room with us. Well, in the room, right? So it was never just you two.
It was doing something strange. Go ahead.
I was about to say, it was never you two, just like how it was just me and him, right?
Yeah.
So part of the troubleshooting is eliminating the variables.
I wonder
isolating them.
I think Curtis is true though. That's definitely one of the most important parts of troubleshooting, specifically when it comes to like most hardware. I'm just wondering if we can, because I know Curtis will be coming back. I just wonder if when he restarts, I hope that fixes it, because it seems like a very nice
No, I want to talk to him. It's not like I don't want to talk to him, but
no, absolutely, yeah.
I want to talk to him.
Yeah, no, you're one of the nicest people around, CR. I know that's not what you're saying.
Yeah,
you doubling down that, like, you know.
Really, Harvey?
Really?
Hey, Harvey, just say it again. Say it again.
Can you hear me?
Echo.
Yeah, there's a great song that I'm not going to sing for you guys. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Curtis is back in the back room, you can bring him up and see if it'll work again.
No, he's not in the back room.
All right.
He's probably gonna sort through it and see what he can do on his end.
Yeah.
Hey, who knows? Maybe he needs to restart. I don't know.
Maybe. I think it most likely is a speaker problem. That's also
probably something similar to that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look what's with Second Star. I just said reboot the whole phone and boom, you got it back, right? I know sometimes I need to reboot or whatever it is, right? Sometimes you got to reboot your router. Sometimes all the way off, all the way back on.
Yeah.
Sometimes tech has fatigue. There's fatigue in it, right?
Curtis, the link will coming up. There you have it.
And Curtis actually mentioned something, turning it off and turning it on again. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the show, The RT Crowd. One of the most best shows ever, like such good comedy. The RT Crowd. It's a bit of an acquired taste. You got to watch a couple of episodes and let it warm on you to a degree. But it's pretty good.
Okay.
Am I still
testing?
Am I echoing? I think I'm good.
These are not working. The
Okay,
mic
so
is
what's
working,
it? Okay.
but the headset's still not working. I do
Okay,
not
okay,
know
okay,
what's going
okay.
on
At
with
least
that.
now we know.
But
Okay.
now at least it's the mic and not the mic on the phone, so maybe that'll help.
Yeah, and we're still 5v5. We're all sounding perfect now, aren't we? Well, we're
You're
sounding
5x5.
Yeah.
Say something, Shadow.
Yeah.
More than yeah.
Yeah, I hear you perfectly.
Okay, CR, how about you?
CR is being stealth mode. He's done the smoke bomb disappear Batman mode now. So
He's hiding in the shadows.
he's probably, I know he gets calls occasionally for, I think it's for work or something.
All the time. I'm all the time. So I'm talking privately. That's why. So I mute myself. So I don't. So you guys can hear them and not me talking randomly. What is Sia talking about? He didn't mute his mic.
I'm trying to see. I wonder if Thor's going to join us. That'll be. Thanks for bringing up his comment because I don't have my. Sorry about that, chat. I need to bring you guys up as well.
Yeah.
Pop out chat so I can see what you guys are saying because I always appreciate the chat comment section.
So
And
I
yes,
think,
Rob. Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
I have something to say here because since we've been troubleshooting for like the last hour, I think it's been like the last hour.
30 minutes.
Let's remember themselves even in survival and just stuff in general. You got to troubleshoot too because the problems will exist, right? This is more a technical problem, but troubleshooting like why your fire's not working, why isn't the fire working? It's like, and then you're thinking, maybe I need to increase the surface area. Maybe I need to add more oxygen in, blow more in. Try to rub.
More tinder. More tinder always works. Yeah, more tinder's the key.
What's in the
or something like that, right? I'm trying to relate this in. Come on, guys.
Well, that's good. That everyone sounds great. I'm happy with that. Because
at least Curtis knows that those headphones aren't so great now.
No. This is the first time they've ever had a problem, and I blame the platform, not the headphones.
Or something. Okay.
It's StreamYard's fault. Skull Candy is good stuff.
Yeah, Skull Candy is actually very good. They're very good quality earphones in general. I agree with you.
Yeah, I've had you can pay more, but you won't get much better.
I want to say quickly, I just want to take like 30 seconds quickly to say thank you to everybody in the comment section for sticking around and for being patient through the technical difficulties. That's really nice of you guys.
Yes, thank you very much for that.
And
I'll
to Shadow
for next to his.
Yeah,
and for definitely for Shadow as well, for sticking through it. I'm echoing again.
Things like that make me nervous. Oh boy, things like that makes me real nervous.
How are you? Can I ask you a question, Guardian? About
Absolutely.
South Africa? How are you folks dealing with the COVID situation? Is your government being as draconian as other governments are and locking down people and stuff like that?
So I don't know if I'm still echoing. I'm echoing at the moment, I think. Like that.
No, you're not.
Chat, can you help me out and just am I busy echoing right now?
Well, it's not as bad as like 20
it's
minutes ago.
Bad. It's a minor echo. You can keep talking.
Yeah, keep going.
All right. So yeah, at somehow because of the field that we're in, yeah, I'm echoing badly.
Did the Omicron variant come from South Africa?
He says no. Or he's shaking his head.
I didn't know where in Africa it came from. It was they saying it on American news that it came from Africa.
I think you echo here. Say that again, love.
No, we just found it. It didn't come from us.
It didn't come from here.
Okay. Well,
found it.
like I said, I don't
When I
trust.
went to a
I don't
podcast,
trust just because they say it on the news doesn't mean I believe it. Okay, I'm just. That's why I asked you.
Yeah. There's something on there that I can, but I don't know how bad. I'm just going to talk through it for now. Well, some people in the chat said I'm echoing badly, so I don't want to speak if I'm echoing too.
Perhaps
Yeah,
your
it's
gain is too high on your audio.
I'm wondering. The thing is that yes, we had very harsh lockdowns. To sum it up,
That's why there are bars on that window behind you. There aren't. There is no window behind you. That was a joke. Now nobody wants to talk because nobody wants to.
I don't know. His mouth was moving and I don't hear anything.
yeah, my mic was muted there. I'm such an idiot sometimes. I could show you like bars that are on the window right over there. We do have bars everywhere. Like we're very prison-esque type home in a way, like just regarding security.
Well, you have some things that are legal in South Africa that aren't legal anyplace else, like undercarriage flamethrowers, anti-theft devices for your vehicles. I don't know if that's still legal, but I do know that a few years ago it was. It made the American television networks thought that was, for some reason, they thought it was more funny than terrifying.
We have a very interesting country regarding that. I'm hearing myself. I'm hearing myself talk. I don't know if the echo for the chat. Are you guys still able to hear me, or is it?
You have a squeak. It's not an echo. It's a squeak.
Squeak.
Did you hear the squeak? Or is that just my speaker hearing the squeak?
Yeah,
No,
my
I
echo
don't
is
hear
like
it.
really bad at the moment. I'll join right back a little bit in a while. Just give me a couple of minutes, and then we can resolve the issue.
Please return the stewardess to her original upright position.
Testing.
Testing.
Seems fine.
1, 2, 7.
Seems fine.
Shadow?
Yeah.
And the chat has to say something too.
Yeah, I'm still here. What was you thinking?
Welcome to International Technical Difficulties.
Yeah.
CR, where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
Oh. What part?
Out west.
What part?
Out west.
Out what part?
Out west.
There's plenty of out west.
Out west.
You can't give me a specific province. Are you that paranoid?
No.
I
have my own reasons.
All right. Okay.
Welcome.
Hello. How are you? Can you hear me?
Hello, Homestead Aquarius.
How are you, Cardinal?
I'm better than average.
Oh, that's good.
In almost all things.
You seem to have as much gray on your hair and your head as I do.
I have more.
You're doing well.
But I've been white-haired for longer than I should have been. I went gray kind of early. California sun bleached it out in my 40s.
I think I sound terrible.
I don't know what your voice sounds like naturally, but it doesn't sound terrible.
No, it sounds terrible naturally too, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, one of the, I don't know. I think you could do narration for Disney films.
Well, maybe it just shows up here as, but it doesn't sound clear, or am I echoing here? I know y'all have any problems. So I thought I'd jump in. And
a very slight echo. But only on the higher end of the register.
Higher end. Okay.
The higher when when
I talk louder.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's a garbage mess. Yeah, Harvey, I know it's terrible. Well, Curtis, well, now. Is it better now?
Testing. Homestead Aquarius?
Hey.
Hey.
Okay. I mean, I don't hear anything at all.
I can't hear anything.
I have a headset in. I have headphones in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might have a mute YouTube button that he needs to hit, or some other device.
Or he needs to lower his speaker output so he can just hear us.
Yeah, he can't have speakers going.
Yeah, because you get too much. Because your mic will start picking it up and it'll just feedback and loop back around, and then.
Yeah.
Because it would explain why he doesn't. He's the only one not echoing.
Yeah. I hear you guys fine now.
Okay.
Yeah. I hear you perfectly as well.
Yeah. How y'all doing?
Oh, we can actually talk about stuff. I keep forgetting. We've been
doing good
for the
so
last
far.
40 minutes. I'm doing pretty good.
Well, I stayed up way too late last night. I'm just waking up having coffee. And
oh no, I was up late too.
I see the Shadow Scout on. I said, I'm gonna stop in over here.
That's why I had to go to bed
much appreciated.
early. I had to make sure I had to get up to watch this stream.
I saw Guardian prepping on there, right?
Yeah, he's there.
I said, I got to get up there and talk to that sexy bald man before he jumps down. And look, he done got scared and got down before I could get up here. Now everybody got quiet. I ain't serious, y'all.
No, I know.
Oh. Yeah, somebody's talking about the thing, whether it come from Africa or not, and I'm going to tell you what right now, anything they say officially, you just have to believe something else, anything but that, they don't even, they can't figure out where they're coming from, much less where anything else is coming from. It's a dang mess. But it all had, no matter what it is, everybody talks about, well, I'm prepping for this, I'm getting ready for that, and I believe this is going to happen. It all has the same answer, and that's just be prepared.
Yeah.
For any old thing, like they used to say in the old Boy Scout movie, follow me, boys. just be prepared for any old thing.
Yeah.
Do your best and let God sort out the rest of the problems. Just be as ready as you can for everything. And, you know, and ain't nobody guaranteed to make it through a damn thing. You know, this is life.
There's no guarantee about anything.
Yeah.
This is life. And there's one thing that's guaranteed about life. You ain't making it out alive. So it's really just about how much you can do for the next generation and make it easier for them, make it better for them in whatever ways possible. And helping them get through the hard times that you face and that they face, you know, in this world. Just get everybody a little bit further down the line. It don't matter what problem it is. Is it an asteroid? Is it a virus or whatever it is? And I don't want to say too much or say the wrong things, you know.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Lord, I would. I'd be talking about a bunch of stuff. But they got a little cup. They got one of them cups up to the ears and they sticking it to the wall, listening in on everything, you know. Oh, it don't matter where you are. Just do your best to be self-sufficient. Remember the basic needs. And that's, you know, food, water, shelter, you know, those basic things. And if you've got that and you don't count on the system for that, then you're doing pretty good. The food, it's a control thing. They're doing so many things. You could not roll dice as many times and come up with an exact number as they have done with things popping up that affect our food supply and so many other things like that.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen naturally. And anybody that's sitting back and ain't got their eyes open yet, I just feel bad for them. I have people telling me, says, well, we're just going to wait and see what the news says about this situation that's coming up. And I'm like, you can't do that. You can't. If you wait for the news to tell you what you need to do, it's too late, because the news and the official sources are telling you what happened, not what you need to do. It's about like the police. The police show up after something bad has happened. You know, you got to look down the road. These people have to look down the road and, you know, put two and two together and ask what's next. Ask why and ask what's next. And they don't do that enough. But, yeah.
Can I just jump in real quick on something?
Yeah, sure.
I was going to say, give yourself more lead time. You know, give yourself a little bit more time. Right? Basically. You know, like, so you have that extra 5 minutes to even just think. Right? So not so, how do I say, only think about it in the crunch time. Right? Where it's because if you're thinking in that crunch time, or like in that split second, it's gonna be really stressful. But if you spread out that time, you can think a little bit more clearly, because you have a little bit more time to think of something versus having to do it on the spot. If that makes any sense.
What are you talking about as far as in your life?
No, I'm just saying, like, being ready in general, right? Like,
Yeah.
Like, for example, like, in terms of stuff out there, like, when you have more lead time, you can be more ready in advance, and being more ready in advance gives you more lead time because.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's liquidity. If people talk about liquidity, they think about money. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
What's liquidity
liquidity.
mean? Sorry, I'm not familiar with that term.
Liquidity, that means do you have money? Can you get to it? Is it liquid? Can it
Wait.
create?
Okay. So something
Yeah,
similar. Oh, so that's where you would hear terms like liquidator and stuff like that. Okay.
yeah. $10 bill in your pocket. That's liquid. $10 worth of pennies in a jar is liquid, but it's a kind of a pain in the butt, you know.
Pennies? We don't even have pennies here in Canada. Not real pennies. We have virtual pennies still, but
Where are you?
we don't even have real pennies here in Canada.
Oh, you're in Canada.
Oh, did I not mention that?
Oh Lord, I didn't know I was up here with somebody from Canada. Oh no, I saw Thor, and I was afraid he's gonna come up here too. Now, see, he's from Canada, but he's cute. All right, so I don't mind being up there with him. I don't know about you. Oh, somebody's dinging me. Don't they know I'm on a live stream?
That's because everyone always calls when you're on live. Oh, Sierra's on live. He's on the stream. He's on the panel. Let's call him. Okay, it's the real him.
You know, that's the thing about YouTube that's so amazing, how people from all over the planet can come together. And it's like they can even come in from South Africa. You know, you can have a guy from Canada, Sweden, South Africa, and then in hillbilly America down in Alabama. And all of you come together for the same cause. I think that's amazing.
Yeah, I agree with you as well, Homestead Aquarius, and I really do appreciate. I said it in the comments, but I'll just say it one more time, and I think it's important that whenever I've seen you live, I really appreciate the wisdom that you share, and it is really it's powerful knowledge, and I understand completely that you get it at its core, and I definitely think that there's a lot of similarities with people that just understand that things potentially could get bad, and that's what the entire emergency preparedness community kind of resonates on, is that we have a similar understanding, is that we have been let down, if not by people, but by higher organizations, I'll put it that way. And that's something that we kind of understand, is that things might not always stay the way that they are now. So how do we kind of like build community? How do we build friendships? How do we speak? How do we communicate with people that are a like mind to us? And I think that that's a powerful thing that brings homesteading, prepping, bushcrafting, all of it together, survivalism. It's something that really draws us in. So I just wanted to say thank you for the knowledge that you do share. It means a lot.
Oh, brother, I appreciate it. I'm just an old hillbilly. I promise you. I mean, if I've got any wisdom, it just comes from doing everything wrong and having to pay a price for that. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. But I'm just a normal guy, and I'm just repeating what I hear. That's all. That's what I do.
Well, that's essentially what we all do. I mean, nobody's born with all of this, all of like a lot of knowledge or intelligence or anything. Like it's what is around us for the most part, which kind of creates our personalities. Of course, we have like intrinsic values and like things that we're born with, essentially, like certain personality traits. We're kind of wired to be certain people, but I think that it comes across. It also means a lot what you are willing to take in, because that's what it also comes down to, is even if we all are repeating the same things that have potentially been told to us before, it is definitely what we choose to kind of accept and what we kind of choose to disregard. So it definitely comes down to that, which is character building, and that's what it comes down to as well. It's very important to just keep improving as well, and just as you were saying earlier, to be prepared for anything, because I don't think anybody's still, in 2021, I don't think that anybody's still in a mindset that, however, no, I actually I digress on that, because what I'll say is that there are some people that believe that there are one or two things that are most likely going to happen. But what you were saying earlier about be ready for pretty much everything across the board, as much as we possibly can, is quite important. And I'll say honestly that I was watching what happened, the occurrences of, I won't even say what the thing is, but we all know what I'm talking about. From the beginning of last year, like what happened in the beginning of last year till what is happening at the moment, in some places in the world, everywhere really, is something that blindsided me completely. I try to be prepared for most things, but that's not something that I really saw. It's something that a lot of other people in the emergency preparedness community saw a potential for, but I didn't think that we were going to encounter something that we have been encountering for some time. So, as you know, that's me rambling. Sorry about that, Amstead.
No,
So,
you're absolutely right. Yeah. I think that what's happened is that we have been generationally conditioned to become these domesticated cattle. We've come to rely on a system, and we've come to, the worshiping the chains that keep us so secure, that kind of thing. And we've just become cattle. Now there's some of us that have that wild still in us and want to do something with it. And really, you're right. Um, we all repeat the things that have been said before. We start off as a baby knowing nothing, and we simply go through life adding to what we've learned. And that's with everything in life. Not just about prepping or any kind of wisdom or anything like that. It was people before us that figured all this stuff out and added their little bits to it. The thing that I've learned is about the liquidity, and the power comes from being able to do something, to act on your own, to help yourself or others, right? And the problem comes in a big way in people over leveraging themselves. So the best thing that I've ever done, the wisest, smartest thing I ever done, was to completely pull out of the system, as much as the system would let me. Okay, due to some of the laws and regulations and everything, I can't be completely off grid. But I got as far as I could, and that involved a cheap piece of land. That involved a cheap RV. I had gone through a divorce with the big house and all this kind of stuff, and the big payments, mortgage to the eyeballs. And when you trade every moment of your life to pay for the things that you think or someone else thinks that you've got to have, then they have you and you're part of the system. Change your thinking, pull away from that system, and then you regain your freedom. And once you've done that, you ain't going back.
yeah.
You don't go back. Once you've been out, you don't go back. That allows you to be more liquid in your life. You can do what you want. You're not bound to doing things that they want you to do. It's just a lot of peace of mind. Peace of mind for me means laying my head down at night, knowing that I don't have to worry about a mortgage anymore or rent or anything like that. And that's worth gold, because all of the energy and, more importantly, the time that's taken out of my life to pay to keep up with the Joneses, per se, I can turn that power and energy and time into something else. It all comes back to time. The time that you spend to get the things, the middleman, money. Now, but I'm just rambling. People here in our community, y'all know all this stuff. Um, just make your life as simple as you can, and you've got more options. You know.
Well, it's also good to have a bit of a refresher as well, though. It's also good to sometimes hear it again, because even though we might know at the back of our minds, having that brought forth is something that's important. And my papa, my grandfather, I think that some of you may call grandfather, I call him papa, and he was the man who raised me. My dad wasn't really around in that, and some of you might know that already. But for myself, I grew up with a single mom type situation. But anyway, my grandfather was a very important role model in my life, and he told me how important it is that you shouldn't really owe any man anything. And that's when it comes down to what you're speaking about as well, where I've never had a credit card, and I still don't at the age of 35 right now. I don't have a credit card, and I've never really taken out loans. And what you're saying, and it's because of what you're saying, because of the fact that I can go to bed and lay my head on my pillow at night. And I've been through really tough and hard situations. It's not because I didn't need a credit card at any point, but because I truly understood that I'd rather rough it through those situations. And yeah, I won't get too deep into this side, but we've all had our struggles. And the thing is, from that point as well, just understanding that to be free of those bonds is something that also comes into emergency preparedness, because it basically comes down to understanding that if you don't owe anybody anything, then you're not, you're nobody's property. And I think that that's a very, very freeing feeling as well. And my heart goes out to those people that do have credit. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. Some people are in situations that they could never ever have averted. And I really understand that. I have people that are close to me that do have credit upon them, and it is quite a heavy burden. You can see it. So if you can, in any way whatsoever, try and get yourself out of that if possible, you're not a slave to debt. It's also a mentality thing. If you can understand that even if you do have, for the people that do have a certain level of debt as well, that they're able to kind of just have that division in their mind so that it isn't such like a heavy burden. But in general, from the way that I was raised is definitely to try and avert that as much as possible, to not have any debts. I don't know, Shadow and CR, do you have any thoughts on debt and that as well on your side?
Well, I have something to say.
Well, you should keep your debts as low as possible. Preferably, have no debts. That is the best thing. No, to stay out of mortgages, pay off your mortgages, and pay off everything you can, so you don't have those debts. Because you could put this money on your preps instead. So try to pay off your debts and uh, do what you can. Well, it will take time to get rid of your debts, but at some point you will pay them off. So when you do that, so you get more money over left, and you can buy more preps for it. And
Oh yeah.
so that's the way I see
Okay,
it. So
I'm just gonna jump in here with my
welcome
own
the way I see
opinion
it,
and my comment about
the
this.
way we see it. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say was that, I mean, who wants to have like getting spammed by some sort of collection agency, getting phone calls from the bank all the time, that always the hassle of that, and getting chased around because of unpaid this, unpaid that. Those extra, always seeing the bill add up, add up, add up, add up. I don't want to see that. It's so
I don't think
depressing.
anybody does. Yeah.
That's so depressing, right? Like, and coming back to like per se in debt or whatever, it's just like the same thing. I don't want to be owing money to someone, right? You know, if someone says, "Oh yeah, you can pay me back later" or whatever, or CR, I'd be like, "Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be owing." I'd rather just deal with it now as much as possible. I guess it's one thing if you're waiting for like $20 in the next day, but I mean, if you're borrowing something like money, let's say $100, and you don't even know how you're gonna pay that back, probably try not to borrow that $100.
Or borrow it, like rather if somebody's going to lend something from you, lend it out with the intention that you're not going to get it back. Understand that if you're going to loan something to somebody else, you might not get it back, or you might not get it back in the same condition. So if you're willing to loan something, loan it out with the mentality that it's gone. And if you get it back, great. The person honored what they said. But 9 out of 10 times, something will happen to it, or something like that. It's rather, if try and see if you can work with the person to kind of get their own one of whatever they're learning, or something like that. There's a lot of ways to kind of, redirect it if possible. So pretty cool. Yeah. So I just also know that Rob, you were going to say something. Sorry about that.
Oh, me? No, I've said enough. I'm half awake here. I don't even know what I'm doing up here. I'm still sipping on
Do you want more coffee? You need more coffee?
Oh God, I need a gallon of coffee.
I mean, I can offer virtual coffee, but it's caffeine free. So sorry.
No, well, who needs that? I don't need no Canadian caffeine free coffee. Yeah, no, I got my coffee here. I've gotten hooked lately on this freeze dried coffee. It's easy just to make up a cup, boom, you're done. And it's an excellent prep. Every time I go to the store, I'm getting more and more freeze dried coffee, and just put it away.
Is that stuff that comes in like a brick or something?
You can. I get them in jars because once I use all the coffee, then I've got a jar for storing something else in. I pay a little bit more for it, but the jars are pretty good. But I'm just nursing on my coffee over here. But absolutely, yeah, that's what I was saying. The whole debt thing. I've been there. I've been there multiple times. I've had a home. I've had 2 homes. I've lost them. I have been in some difficulties myself. That's where you learn by doing things wrong and getting hurt, and you learn your lessons. Now, I've learned a lot of lessons in life.
From the experiences.
It's by our mistakes that we grow.
That's exactly right. You learn those lessons the best, the ones that hurt the hardest. And I've learned a lot of those hard lessons. Now, and then when I had my heart attack, that put in a whole other world of learning your lessons. That'll shake you up, and you learn an awful lot when that happens. Now, Citizen Guardian, or Guardian Prepping now, as he's called.
I'm glad that you remember CPD as well, though, Rob. Thank you.
Brother, I'll tell you what, you got that. You've got the number one rule. Number one rule is cardio. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And that'll affect you. So number one rule, cardio.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
I firmly stand by that. I actually did this evening. I was out on a patrol and did a couple of so I go on patrol with my kettlebell, and I do the farmer's walk, and then I also do like a multitude of other exercises using the kettlebell, and then I go to the local park and do push-ups, and I'm like all over the jungle gym, like the gym. I love it. But continue. Sorry. Go ahead.
Whoa! Look who we got in here.
Welcome aboard, John.
Hello,
Good to see
John.
you.
Sorry about the smell. That's me.
Whoa, John, I love what you've done with your hair. Wow.
Thank you. Stop cutting it.
Sorry, Rob. Sorry.
Long time no see, John.
It's good to see you guys.
Welcome,
How you all doing?
John.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think I know Inspired John. I've never seen him.
Yeah, he
Formerly
changed his name to the way we see it.
By his background, I'm inspired already. I'll give you that, John. give me 1 minute. I just need to go to the bathroom, and then I'll catch up with you. I really look forward to having a bit of a chat with you as well. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What is your channel, John?
Believe it or not, my channel was formerly known as the History Buff. I just haven't been on here in the past year, so I figured I'd make my debut with Jordan. It's been a while since I've seen him. He was Jordan was the first person in my stream like 3 years ago, and we chatted for a while. So I saw that he was on here, and he invited me up. I'm just honored to be here with him. He's a great guy.
Yeah, and I helped you a lot with your channel. Were very small when I find you. So, and I had more subscribers than you had.
Mm-hmm.
So I helped you out a bit. So you gained a lot of subscribers.
Yeah. Well, actually, believe it or not, I mean, every YouTuber probably hates me, and it's the truth because of how it happened. But yeah, I mean, my other channel I consider it a big channel, but this is where I get to just be me with you guys. So yeah, I like it. I love talking about homesteading, raising your own animals, survival, camping, prepping, that kind of stuff. And so this is going to be the channel for it. I do work with Yankee from Yankee's Outdoor Adventures. He says hello, I'm sure, but his internet connection's down right now.
So, oh, is it? Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's good to see you, by the way, CR. I don't know if I said that.
Yeah. No. It's okay. It's okay. I knew you were gonna say that. ESPE, right? I sensed it.
Right. Exactly. So, yeah, but it is good to see you guys, and thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
And it's an honor. It's an honor to have you, John.
Well,
because I have been missing you, John, a lot actually. So it's really good to see you again.
Well, thank you. I bit the bullet and I actually started doing stuff. So I started buying real estate, and we bought 2 homes and redid them for renters, and that's what we got into. So we sort of with the whole world, the pandemic going on, there were some things you can do and some things that you can't really do, and we kind of looked for what we could do, and this is what we did.
Yeah, that's a very powerful investment. Property is always good. Yeah, definitely a very wise investment, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Good. I'm sorry.
No. You go ahead. Sorry. I was just saying in general.
You guys don't want to go ahead. I'll go ahead.
I forgot how this thing works.
Go for it, John.
No, it's just we looked at some things and we said, what can we do? What can't we do? And and I heard that you guys were talking about, how to, being poor versus being rich, and I've always looked at it from the money management side, and when I looked at things, it's important to know all sorts of different skills. So one of the things that I felt comfortable enough doing after the pandemic was, or I shouldn't say after, but while it was going on, was make the leap into purchasing some area, because we live in the Pennsylvania area, near one of the larger cities, and we saw a dip, and we said, let's give it a shot. We changed our career paths, and so far we're doing well. Fingers crossed, and I haven't got a chance to practice any of my skills other than carpentry and shocking myself through electricity. But I'm learning. Yep.
What are you doing shocking yourself with electricity? Why are you doing that?
Yeah, because
Why?
I didn't learn the first time.
All you got to do is pee on an electric fence, son, one time, and you will learn your lesson.
Well, Homestead Aquarius, that happened to me once when I was a kid, and that was not fun.
Which uncle told you it was a good idea to do it?
No one.
No, you just had to test it on your own.
Yeah,
Well,
and that was a mistake because I didn't see that fence was electric. So.
I had an uncle tell me, he says, why don't you go over there and pee on that electric fence? He was tired of me irritating him. And I was a kid. I was like 5 years old. I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't know what it was. He said, go over there and just pee on that and you'll see what it does. I said, okay. Oh, it lit me up. And, I learned a lesson about electricity and uncles. Yeah. But, hey, I'm going to jump down and worship my coffee. I wanted to ask John again, though. What did you say? All right, the channel that you're on now, it says Inspired John. Is that a second channel for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your big channel?
Well, I'm embarrassed to say, but it's my primary channel is Inspired J, and it has nothing to do with what any of us do. It's
Inspired J.
Yeah, it's not something that any of us here would be interested in, and frankly, I'm not interested in it either.
Oh, okay.
Quite
I thought
honestly,
it was some kind of history buff or something like that.
I am a history buff, but this was just YouTube wanted to do shorts, and I tried it with a particular artist, a singer that was on what is it called? America's Got Talent, and she came in like third place or second place, and she started putting up these TikToks. I thought they were pretty funny parody songs. And every 2 days she uploaded one. I said, "You mind if I stick these on?" I didn't ask her at that point. I said, "Stuck them up for TikTok, stuck them up on YouTube," because I was pretty much done with YouTube. I was getting into real estate. You know what I mean? I had a lot of work to do. Downloaded, all of them and uploaded them so they'd go every 2 days. I dropped one. And then, of course, she signed a freaking record deal, and everything went through the roof, and had like a #1 single. And here I am, the only channel that's got all of her stuff on it. And then her record people contacted me, so now I deal with this person's. Her name's Jax. I just basically take her TikToks and put it on my channel, on my channel with all my stuff on it's kind of done, but it's a living.
Hey, things happen, and don't question them as long as it's not hurting anybody or the other person or whatever. You just go with it. Hell, that's money from heaven there, pennies from heaven, whatever. It all adds up. But I'll check you out and see what the source of your shame is. And I'll check you out on your channel now. And you sound pretty interesting. These guys seem to know who you are. And if they're saying that you're pretty cool, I think I need to know who you are. So,
well, they only know me from peeing on fences. And
yeah. Well, it happens. Hey, I'm gonna thank you so much for letting me come up here.
No problem.
There's somebody down here saying something in the chat. Okay, I don't know how all these controls work. I don't get on too many live streams, but it's been a pleasure being up here with such good people and being associated to all of y'all. Y'all keep up the good work. You're all good sheepdogs, warning the sheep. And y'all be good. I'm going to go sip some more coffee.
Thank you for everything, Homestead Aquarius. I really enjoy your
Thank you.
your conversation, and it means a lot to me. And stay safe out there. And I'll definitely take heed to what you were saying as well. It's definitely good to be covered for as much as possible. Thank you.
Oh, I listen to you and watch what you do, brother, and know that you and your countrymen have always got a lot of people praying for you. I think we need to expand the prayers out because the whole world is getting into a bad situation, and we're not ready for it. People are not ready for it. They're not ready for balkanization. They're not ready for the troubles that go on um, in where you are over there in South Africa, my friend. People are not ready for it. Life or death right at your door. Um, they're not ready for the troubles of Rhodesia with the farmers years ago. They're not ready for any of that. They say, well, the troubles never come here. Well, yeah, they can. They can come out to the rural area no matter where you are. But like I said, I don't want to say too much. It's going to be the wrong things. Okay. So y'all be good. I'm going to jump down here. And thank you very much. And goodbye.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Take care.
Take
Stay
care, Rob.
safe.
I just got to say, it was really great hearing his voice.
I have so much time for Rob, always. I definitely
I love
do.
Sam. I love Sam Elliott. I'm a big fan.
I
No,
got it for a second, and
You
I
get-
wasn't. I was like processing it for a moment there, and I was like, "Wait, like, I get what you're saying." Like, but at the same time, like, you know, the nice thing about and it really genuinely is just being so supportive of the homesteading communities. Like, he's so behind like a lot of the gardening and homesteading communities out there, and he's definitely got so much wisdom to share, and it's something that, yeah, it is really, you know, is really touching every time. Like, I love listening to his wisdom. Really mean that. And I wanted to say to you as well, John, like, you should never be ashamed of luck. Luck is something that, like, luck came your way. Lady Luck came to give you a visit.
Yeah,
And
lady
it's not
luck.
something that you should feel bad about in any way. Don't be silly. You should own it, rock it, and just be proud, man.
Yeah, well, I do. It's just a lot of people that I started creating with and came up with um, were very unhappy. Let's just put it that way.
Right.
More or less because I'm not creating anything myself. It's sort of one of those things where they're all trying to. We all want to get subscribers, you know, that and kind of, you know, make a mark, if you will, on YouTube. And I kind of got to a point where I went, you know what, I'm just kind of faltering here, and that's what a lot of people were kind of against. They're like, you're not being true to yourself, but that's okay. Things do happen. You're right, and so be it.
Well, humans are also very adaptable, and we have to adapt quite often. So I don't mean to, you know, I don't want to dig up any kind of hornets or poke any hornet's nest or anything like that as well, because it's very nice to meet you. But what I'm saying is, just in short, is that sometimes people have the fortune of being lucky, and I think the most important thing within luck is that you should be just try and be happy and grateful. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Fair
when
point.
it comes to things, that's all I'm saying. So it's nice to meet you, and I definitely think that those are some nice toys. I won't say anything more because it's the YT. So I won't say
Really?
it. There's a very nice toys at the back. No, I mean the on the rack, but it's very nice.
My rat. My
Oh, no, John. No, not that.
Not your-
uh,
Come on.
that's another channel.
yeah.
Get your head out of
No.
the gutter.
No, my head's never out of the gutter. It's
So yeah, you also into homesteading and also into survivalism and also enjoy the outdoors quite a lot. Do you do hiking and camping and that is often? Like, do you get out quite a lot?
I don't get out as much as I used to, but as Jordan would say, in CR would also, creative redundancy would also say, and RG Homestead. Wow, look at that. That's great to see you too. Um, you know, I just started talking one day, and then I realized I I have the skills not on the level that Jordan has, or um,
Or Yankee
A
has.
lot of or Yankee has. Yeah, they let like they're like Yankee. If you know Yankee from Yankees Outdoor Adventures, he lives it. And he has lived it for years outdoors on his own. Um, I've gone a couple times to visit him. We didn't make it this year because of the
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
The Charlie Victor situation.
Yeah, yeah, right. So it's just one of those things that I didn't know until I got onto YouTube that I had some of these skills, and there's a community, and it's a great community. I really do enjoy it, and I've learned a lot of what to do and what not to do, and a lot of things I changed, I took for granted. So I'm appreciative of. I wouldn't. I don't really wouldn't say prepper, but more survival, more what is it?
Survivalism.
Yeah, situations. Yeah.
Yeah, and adaptability as well. And even if you have the mindset like you're 90% there, I know that the skill set comes like very closely with that, but like the mindset and just realization of things potentially going the wrong way, and how do you combat that? How do you soften the blow? How do you kind of, increase your capability to kind of be out there and to provide for people that you're with? How do you do the basic necessities, fishing, hunting, trapping, like bushcrafting, all of it? Like, how do you really like resonate? And then it's the lifestyle, and then the lifestyle starts to like pick up on within you, and then everything that you see consistently becomes like, what is the durability of that? Like, what is the functionality of that if everything went down? Like, how do you, it's a mindset shift kind of thing as well. And then it's also just having that hope that everything will stay positive, but preparing for the worst. That's comes down to.
Well, it's true. Yeah, it is true. Having that mindset, you're absolutely right. The knowledge and you're perfect. I love the way you say that. Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I definitely think that like just most of us as well have always loved nature, and that's something that binds us. Like having the enjoyment of seeing like a little plant grow, for example, or just like being out in your garden and seeing like the butterfly land on a plant, or just like seeing caterpillars. Like I'll tell you a little story just for like 30 seconds of your time. So we've got this plant out in our garden, and what happens every single year is that the plant grows really well, and it's a beautiful plant to look at. Doesn't have flowers or anything, but it's got these. Well, it does actually have a couple of flowers.
Pink lily.
Yeah, it's got like a pink lily that shoots up. That's the main moderator, and my wife, by the way. That's on the side here for a second.
Is she gonna come and wave to us this time?
We'll see. Maybe we'll be graced by her presence. So she's
or a hand. I'll take a hand on screen that's waving.
He asked his hand just to.
That's good enough for me. Whoa! I didn't see that. That was way too fast. You're gonna go slow so we all see it.
Baby, James,
I need to run away.
Okay. Just in case no one saw that.
So, like.
Yeah, she's playing video games. She's actually pretty good.
I was dying.
She plays like actual competitive gaming. Like she's actually pretty good in her field. Like she enjoys that, and she keeps me grounded in a lot of ways. But anyway, so I wanted to say about the plants for those of you that like listening to that for a second. So what happens is the lilies that come up in the middle every year, what will happen to these lilies in the plant is that there's a whole bunch of butterflies that will leave caterpillars on the plant, and the caterpillars will eat up and consume the entire plant and really bring it down to absolutely nothing, and you'll just see the soil there.
And that's when the lily comes out.
Yes. And then that's when the lily comes out, and then it goes every single year. It's gone through the same process, and it's just like this powerful message behind it, where even if like within our life there's certain cycles and things sometimes completely like get diminished and fall apart, and then they kind of rebuild themselves, and then it goes along with that saying where life will find a way. And it's just throughout all of that, it's just kind of like it resonates on how even when things are completely like bad, and when you're having like a horrible time, and when life seems to be too heavy, that like you kind of just got to hang in there for that next season of things regrowing again. Because and that's just like, I know it's strange to just take all of that from like a plant regrowing, but I've had a lot of time because I've been watching this plant for a long time, and every time it's like, wow, this plant's really, every single time it just regrows again. So
It's very
Yeah.
resilient.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, right.
That's the idea of the circle of life, circle of whatever is a really powerful thing that I actually learned. This is kind of silly, but from Yankee of all people, he put the whole thing together. Everything kind of comes into a circle um, in life, and when it comes to, as you said, like let me see how I can say this. Like when you think almost everything is lost, like you take too much, or something along those lines, and things are resilient and they grow back. One of the things I was actually taught that I never thought about was um, moderating how you choose to take things. For example, Native American way here that was taught to me is don't take the first plant that or whatever it is that you need. Don't take the first one near you of whatever it is that grows. Leave it alone. Go to the next one or the third one, and it won't ruin the circle of life.
Hmm. Well, it's
There's
just
there's
like
a story. Go ahead, Sia.
I was gonna say, it's just like foraging, right? You don't take all of it. You leave some behind, and if it's seeding, you actually spread out seeds too, so it can propagate. And so the next time you come by or someone else comes by, there's still some or even more. And hopefully, you continue that and eventually you just see this, wow, there's an acre of whatever.
Well,
Absolutely.
Circle has CR in it, so I just wanted to bring that.
Oh, I was going to say something, but I thought it was implied.
Yeah, I just had to raise that point as
Yeah,
well.
I know,
So
I know, I know, I know, I know.
yeah, it's good. It's definitely it's interesting to see that what we can learn from nature and just like kind of allow ourselves to really recharge, because there's a certain energy that you get from doing like a hike or camping or something where you're just away from the cities and away from too many like people being clustered up. There's a whole theory that I forgot the name of the theory and the law, but there's like you're supposed to only be around 140 people, 130 people. I forgot what it was exactly, but it's like there's an ancient law that you're not supposed to know more than 130 people. Like that's supposed to be the like human limit for conscious and for the way that like your mind and peace can essentially run within your life. Is that the limit is at 130 or 140? I forgot the law. I'd sound a lot smarter right now if I actually knew the law. So yeah, like it comes down to just having that bond that we all have, which is that we love nature in general, and that's important.
Yeah, nature is a giant reset button, as far as I'm concerned. For me, I don't know if anybody else feels that way. I think Joran, I know, he's felt that way a number of times. You, uh, if I don't know, Joran, if you want to speak on that or not, but uh, for you, going on retreats, or uh, you would do scouts, I think, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah,
It would be a big reset for you.
I love to be outdoors and in the nature. It's so relaxing, and you just disconnect from work and other things, so you can relax and reload your batteries.
Yeah. Then it helps you deal with that 140 people.
Yeah, that's also true. It can, and also I don't know. Like it's just. I just wanted to say goodbye, Lisa. By the way, thank you for joining for the stream as well. Just wanted to, I just want to read Hobby's comment out. Sorry for the pause there, but getting out, hiking, camping, bushcrafting, or even walks in nature, so renewing, invigorating, and resets. And it comes down to just that whole feeling of being alive as well. Just turning the phone off for the weekend. And unfortunately, I work in quite everybody's got stresses with their work and with their jobs and that they have, but I work in a particularly high incident environment. That's what I do. I deal with incident reduction is essentially what my career is involved with. And so that essentially means that a lot of the time via certain, I don't want to get exposed too much of what I do to, for obvious reasons. It's the internet and it's my channel and completely separate of my career. But yeah, so essentially what we're able to do is monitor the way that we can essentially, and I'm saying essentially a lot because I'm trying to tiptoe around the topic. But what we do is we see when an incident's going to occur, and we can greatly reduce the level of the chance of that incident occurring. So we work in safety essentially, and it's just there's a very high stress environment. So because of that, like there's nothing else that like ever gets like so much of that stress off, other than just going core into like nature, and even going to the park or sitting in my garden for a while, because I'm quite a avid gardener, and just sitting out there and enjoying like nature is something that I really I enjoy so much. It's very invigorating. A long way around the mulberry bush. Like I said a whole bunch of words there when I could have just said, you know what, it's really great to sit out in the garden sometimes. That's what I could have said. Yeah.
That's the most succinct way to say something. I mean, sometimes just sitting outside, mouth shut, eyes open, ears open.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just stop thinking. Like we all overthink, and I say this like quite often because it's something that I'm quite guilty of, is just overthinking everything. Just so much thought going through your mind, and when you're out there in like the garden or out on like a trail or wherever, you find yourself just to stop all of the thoughts from rolling all the time and just be present. To be present out there is important.
Yeah, and that's kind of akin to does anyone? This may sound a little out there, but does anyone meditate at all?
Meditation's important. My sister is a Bikram yoga teacher, so
okay.
she teaches. Yeah, so she teaches, and then she's a yoga instructor essentially, and she's traveled internationally because of that. And that's something that she is very focused on, is doing that. And I've found multiple ways of meditation with my I love the topic, so I don't want to go off on a tangent.
I was just going to make the point that being present in nature, I find is easier than trying to be, because I've tried to take, I've taken yoga classes and I've done meditation, but it's not for everybody. But I've just found that it's hard for me to stay present in that particular situation for meditation. But for me, and maybe other people, I mean, feel free to speak on it if it's a topic, but I feel more present. I feel better disconnected to technology. I feel more myself, and more able to just, focus on what's going on around me, all my senses out there. I've tried other things, but when you get outside and you're outdoors and you're on a trail, you're camping, you're hiking, whatever you're doing, that to me was the one time that it's the one time that I can honestly say I'm focusing on the present. If that's appropriate,
Yeah.
to answer that correctly.
It does. And then after doing no, perfectly. And then afterwards you feel that like when you're going back into society, you feel like you're armored, like you've got a lot more like energy with you. And even if you're going back into like the deepest city, just being out there made you feel like you're human again, like you're real, like things are. And the thing is, nature doesn't play by the same rules that like the society does. So you kind of like, you've got to play on a lot of luck. And I think luck's an important, like I could say luck is a skill, because I find myself being insatiably lucky when it comes to like things within my life. I've been very fortunate to have the life that I have, and I'm grateful for that every single day. Not to say that I'm financially wealthy, but I'm wealthy in ways that mean the most to me. I've got people around me that I absolutely love and that protect me and that look after me and I protect, and like I've definitely got people that I really care so much for, and for me that's much more wealthy than money is. And I'm not trying to sound cheesy, but it's about having the connections. And even these for me it's Saturday evening now, right? So like these Saturday night streams with Shadow, like that's somewhere that I can feel like I've got a brotherhood, a friendship when it comes to speaking about these topics, because I can't usually say too much about them locally. What do you want to say, Shadow?
Well, I agree with you. It makes me happy to hear that you have that you feel that way. That it's inspiring and relaxing for you to be on my streams at Saturdays. So that's awesome. So
Yeah, that's a good bunch of people. I get to chat to some of my favorite people at the moment, which is yourself and CR. I definitely have a lot of time for, and Saul will pop in every now and again. And I've recently met Rob. There's a good couple of people, and then Harvey's even here. So a lot of the people that I enjoy chatting to within different chat groups, within different streams, and that are all right here on your stream. So this is
yeah,
definitely a second home for me, and it's somewhere that I thoroughly enjoy. There's one other channel on YouTube, and you know about them quite well as well. It's a White Family Farm. They're also good friends of mine, and also people that I've got a lot of time
Yes,
for. They're more homesteader
One Family
centric.
Farm. Yes, yeah.
Good
They're
people,
awesome
yeah,
too.
very good people.
Very nice too.
Yeah, yeah. Got
And
a
you
lot of
get to
time.
see these people around, right? It's just like, oh my gosh, they're here too. You know them too? What? Oh come on, Guardian. You said something like that. As soon as you saw me, you're like, what? You're saying what?
No,
Inside
because
joke. That was from another streamer. He was like,
it's
so
fine.
excited to see me.
No, I definitely. I think it's interesting to see people on similar streams that follow a lot of those same homesteading or gardening or survivalism. When there's somebody in Australia, you guys might be familiar with a self-sufficient me.
Yeah, I know that channel.
Yeah.
I know that channel. I've seen.
And whenever he's been doing live streams, he was so nervous about his first live stream, and then he did his first live stream, and then when he was busy streaming, I saw so many of the same people from across the world that are all invested in the homesteading community heavily, like a lot of the gardeners and survivalists and people preppers across the board, and so many familiar faces in some of his live streams, and it's just such a community feeling to be like, hey, look at all these. I know all these people.
Those people I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I know that guy. I'm cool, a little bit cooler than I ever hoped to be because I'm never really going to be cool. I'm into preparedness, and it's not that.
Ah,
cool.
you're cool. You're cool. You're cool. You're cool. You're cool.
I don't know.
You're cool because you're cool.
Yeah, well,
See?
it's cool to be prepared. That's the point, I think.
That's also true, but it's definitely an almost a niche. It's a niche group that we're in. Preparedness and survivalism isn't really the mainstream. So we've got our own clique in a sort of way, but it's open to everybody, which I love. Anybody can start on that journey and start becoming more prepared, and that's the cool thing about it as well. You can use your pre-life existence to kind of innovate your own preparedness style and that type of thing. Give me 1 minute and I'll be right back.
yeah.
All right. Okay, so I'm gonna start talking. I was letting you guys talk for a while. Of course, I had to let Inspired John say a bunch of stuff. His first time here. All right, I can't be rude. I gotta let him have his 2 or 10 or $5 worth of sense.
You go ahead, man.
Great. I don't know what to say now.
Well,
Dang
here,
it.
can I ask a quick question, if I may? I don't come on here very often anymore, and I found out that Will from Just in Time Prepping.
Yeah, I know.
I just I wouldn't be able to come on here without just I mean you send somebody a message. What can you do? But I learned a lot from Will. When I came on here, I don't know if you did. Did you meet CR? You meet I guess.
Well, Will sent me. I've actually gotten a sticker from Will. I actually still have that sticker from Will.
Oh, you got one?
Yeah, the older stickers.
Okay.
The older stickers, right?
Right.
I still remember that. He sent it. I still have this. I know. I actually feel like laminating it or something I need to protect it for the rest forever.
Well, he was the nicest guy. I think when I guess should I refer to you as Shadow now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. When I met Shadow, one of the people that I did meet coming on here was was Will, and he was like the nicest. He was like overly nice, and I was just like, wow, this is like a, a whole new thing. It
Yeah,
was these
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
people who,
I
and
could, I could
you
just
came
hear,
on.
I could just
Yeah.
hear him say, "Hey, Inspired John, how the heck are you?"
How are you?
Or something like that. Something like that. He would say something like that.
Well, that's funny.
I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah, because
I remember that. I remember that. Right. I was just like he would say it like in a way like that, and I'm just like,
well, because like even if you're busy, and you're like, no, like maybe your pants are halfway up and you're trying to get out the door, you're like, hi, Will. Yeah, how are you too? You got to
Mhm.
stop and give Will that time. He was so genuinely nice.
Yeah, I followed his channel as well, and
Mhm.
and it's really sad that a great guy just passed away, and it knocks out the whole community, prepping community, basically.
Mhm.
But yeah, I will say he had so much knowledge, and if anyone wants to, they can go back on his channel and see what a great guy and what a lot of knowledge he had, and a lot of knowledge that it was just another tool that we all have to look back on, that we can use.
Yeah.
Everybody brings something to the table, so yeah. CR, what's in your go bag?
Something to go with. Oh, see, you can't make that stuff up. You can't make that stuff up. It's all on the fly. Something to fly off with.
Right?
Ah.
Well,
Actually, to be honest, if I was really serious right now because it's winter time here, I gotta make sure that I got a few extra more winter stuff.
I was
Just in
that
case,
was
just
what I
in
was
case.
gonna say. Yeah.
Just in case, because of all things, it's probably gonna be elements that get to me first, right?
Yeah.
That's such a great question, though. Like that is a brilliant question. Like, what's in your go bag? I love that.
Well, I thought my answer was brilliant. Come on.
Yes, your answer was absolutely.
Okay. Because I thought that was funny.
I would have rambled on for about a minute or two and actually tried to do this whole long explanation. And yours was more awesome and took like 5 seconds, bro.
I'm
Quick
being
shout out to
concise.
Budget.
Being concise and
Yeah.
condensed. Well, and I guess that speak of condensed and concise. That's another thing about a go bag. I guess in general is like generally it's more for mobility. Generally speaking, it's generally for mobility, right? Generally, later tends to be better for the most part because you're trying to actually go somewhere, I guess, right? Or leave or go somewhere else.
Not just that, but like the real side to actual prepping is just so much time sink. To spend as much time, especially like because of every time I go out in the field, I'll come back and I'll like reinvent my bag that I'm currently got, and I'll try and like after a couple of times look at like the inch bag, the inch system, the whole "I'm never coming home" acronym thing. Like I'll have to revisit that, and I can't tell you the amount of time that I've actually spent like literally just sitting in the room and shuffling through things, reorganizing, like seeing what I can.
You're not
like,
the only one.
What's
Yeah.
molding now?
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, I actually I'm very meticulous when it comes to my routine and my patterning. When it comes to like flushing out older goods and bringing in new goods, quite. Let me bring my cam on again. So when it comes to that routine, it's pretty like I'm comfortable with that. But it's just that when it comes to like the amount of time sink that I've actually spent just like thinking and like going through different other like ways that people pack their own bug out bags, learning from other people. That's why YouTube's a great asset to be able to learn from other people and see the way that they do their like kind of kits. Which is why that question, I'm like, oh man, like I wish that somebody in real life, one of my friends or something, had ever asked me that, because nobody ever asks me like what's in my current inch bag, and it's like the last video that I did was about a year ago, and so much has changed since then regarding like my inch system and stuff. And I mean, it's a very interesting question. It starts a whole bunch of conversations. So
just to add to what I was going with. Oh, did I just say that? Oh, I threw that point out. Oh, You guys knew that was coming. You guys knew that was coming. But on a serious note, though, like when I see these, one thing that has become more and more apparent is, I know I say a one-word thing, organization, but I always think of it like organization deployment, being able to, so it's ready to go, right? Because I mean, I'm not a big fan of, oh, I gotta dig to the bottom of the bag to get the first aid kit out. That's probably not the way to go. I mean, that's, to me, that's just a waste of time, to be honest. Because I'm just like, no, that is not the way to go. You know, so I want things fairly quick, because it's just like, if you have a home for something, it's easier to put it back after the fact too, right? Let's say you're using something for whatever it is, water bottle, whatever. It'd be nice to be able to have a pocket to put it back into, a place to, a home for it to put it back into, instead of being scrambled or randomly in a bag. Because I'm not a big fan of that, because it just, because and this one time when I was out camping, there was this severe thunderstorm warning, and we decided to leave the campground early, and we had to repack early. And I remember that, and I'm just like, and how fast we did that. Now, obviously, we were rushing, but the idea was, if we were even more organized, it could have been even less time, and we could have been on the road faster, right? Because I don't want to be taking so much time trying to dig something out or whatever, right? That goes back to what I was saying about earlier with Homestead Aquarius about the lead time, right? The more time you got, well, the more time you can actually think and act and do other things and multitask, right? I don't want to be waiting like 10 minutes for water, to boil some water if I don't have to. Oh well, I get the convenience water filter. Okay, it's time.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
No, what I was going to say is it can be the difference between life and death. It's how quickly you can find what you need, and just doubling down on the fact of having your medical aid supplies, your medical kits, like right at the top of your bags, so that they're easily accessible. Go ahead, John.
No, I was gonna tag on to the water thing, because one thing that I found has been a crevasse or a big crack in the whole system. Yeah. One is I found how interdependent the globe is, and that's a problem. It's sort of like I've likened it to this. My go bag now has changed. All right, I have multiple bags, so if something goes wrong, I'm grabbing 5 bags quickly because they're all ready to go.
One is then, two is one. Oh, did I just say that?
What?
I just said that so fast. I said that so fast, did I?
But I mean, but the point is, like, with the supply and everything, like, I mean, how many of you guys have stocked up on bottles of water? Like, I've got tons of it.
Yep.
And I'm not, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't reveal what's in their go bag. I think I'll share my information, whatever. The toilet paper thing was weird. I'll grant you that, but water. I have water all the time, and I'm switching it out. I'm rotating my stocks of water, and I realize how dependent I am upon water. Because one, I've given up sugar. Number two, you got to watch your caffeine. Like all these things. Like 3, medications, short supply. You got to have all this kind of stuff. If you have high blood pressure.
What about dental?
What was that?
Dental. What about dental? When you run into those situations.
Yeah, right. Like, true.
Or something if you're diabetic, you need insulin, etc., etc.
Yeah,
I mean, sorry, John. Go ahead.
No, you're right. You're right. The point is, I guess that my go bags have changed, and I've created more of them. One per car, and they're get home bags for me because I know where I'm going to be. And where I need to be, where I need to be, where my wife needs to be, where my son needs to be. What do they all need? Now it's the winter time, so I change it up again. And so, it's just kind of neat. And plus, it's also a great conversation starter just to say, what's in your go bag?
I know.
Oh, so that's why you brought it up. Oh, okay. I thought you was just kidding.
When you hear crickets, you're like, what's in your go bag? And like everyone else is like, what's a go bag?
Now I'm waiting for inspired. I'm waiting for Inspired John to leave me a comment. What's in your go bag, CR? And like, okay, I gotta do a video. Okay, I'll do a video just for you.
You're gonna have to do a reveal.
I know. I'll do a video. I'll be like, Inspired John wanted me to do this video, so that's why I'm doing
I'll
it.
make a video if you guys want to do it.
No,
but now on your
there'll be like
channel,
just a little caption at the bottom.
we should do a hashtag. What's in your go bag? I'll offer it up. I'll be the first one to post a video.
Yeah, I'd happily follow you at Inspired John as well. I actually need to just check that out for a second. Can you post Inspired John's link in the channel so that everybody else can also just go over to your Self-Reliance channel? Would that be like? Would you want us to do that? Like,
if you want to, it's just it's.
I think I can. Just give me a second. I'll just give you 1 moment to find it real quick.
Well, anyways, I was gonna say Inspired John was about having multiples. It's like not having all your eggs in one basket. And besides, if you do have time to grab more and able to carry it or bring it with you in a vehicle or whatever, you have a little bit more to work with. Because frankly, to be honest, I've heard these stories, and I hear these stories time and time. And you hear these stories on the news too. Of they left only with the clothes on their back. How many people out there hear that saying on the news or whatever? You hear that? I just left with the clothes on my back.
Yeah.
Yep.
I always hear that, right? And it's like up here in Canada, we have flooding out western British Columbia here, and I hear that too. I'm just like, it just suddenly came so fast, and the next thing I knew, the house was gone, and we just left with the clothes on our back, right? It would be nice to have a little bit more with you to work with, right?
Yeah, that's why.
So when you get to a location or whatever, it feels like, hey, I don't have to. I can use my own spoon. I can use my own fork. Something more how do we say, you're more comfortable or more familiar with versus having to wait in line just to get a spoon and fork. Okay, now I gotta wait in line to get this food. Versus, hey, I actually have my own fork. I actually have my own plate. I can just wait in the food line now.
So I absolutely love the whole spork thing as well. Like I'm a bit of a spoon fan. Like you'll hear the missus as well. She's laughed there for a second because the funny thing is I really love spoons. All right, so it sounds very strange, but like the utility of a spoon when it comes to the diversity that a spoon has, like you can. And my wife is not a big fan of the fact that I'll like spread my peanut butter with a spoon, like type of thing. And it's not because like there's nothing else. There'll be a knife right next to it and like a spoon, and then I'll use the spoon. It's just a long story. I'm not even going to get into that right now.
Garden prepping, I get to see her that saying, "That's not a knife. That's a spoon that he has." I just wanted that right away.
I got a nice, really nice pork. If the
yes, that's beautiful. You see, that has everything that you could ever need. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's brilliant.
And you know what? This one is cheap. You pay only 50 crowns for this one. Cheap. That's about $5 approximately.
But it'll last you. It'll last you a really long time too, though. Like if you look after that, that could have a lot of longevity to it. And of course, if you could, what you'd be able to also do is if there was something wrong with it, you could easily, well, not easily, it'd take quite a bit of work. But what I have in my go bag, speaking of what John said, what I've got in my go bag is also sandpaper. So if you're doing any carpentry work, and if you're also doing if you're taking a piece of wood, and then if that spork over there that you've got there, which is amazing, Shadow, if you take that and you want to make like a replica of that, you could essentially lay a piece of wood next to it and use that as the blueprint for it. And then just go over it, and then you use the sandpaper, and you use your, obviously you'd need a bit of maybe a sulky saw to go between the fork and actually create that fork design. But you'd find a really strong piece of wood, preferably from you should try and understand what the local fauna and flora is in your region, because you'd understand what the stronger wood is. And then you can use the wood to reshape that, take a blueprint, and that's magic right there. I'm very passionate about sporks, as you can.
That sounds like something you want to bushcraft.
You should change your channel's name.
Just you want to just
I don't want to talk about sporks now.
Yeah, I'm not going to win this one. I'm
Sounds
not
like you've
going
got a
to.
reputation.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because I've been into survivalism and I was a scout since the age of 12. So I've always loved the outdoors and nature, right? So to me, like a spork is magic, and I can tell you, I can do a documentary on that for you, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
about a 2-hour documentary.
I won't though. It's your stream, Shadow. I won't talk about sporks for too long.
I can I bring something up real quick here? I know
Sure,
you
sure.
guys are talking about the utensils real quick here. How many out there can actually use chopsticks though? I know you like your spoons, but and sporks, but the thing about chopsticks is that you can improvise that if you really had to, and it's probably easier to make chopsticks than trying to make a fork or a spoon. Now, obviously, you can't eat soups with chopsticks, but
Oh yeah,
right, but you can grab stuff with chopsticks that you usually would eat with a fork.
You have to use a very lightweight wood.
Yes,
it sucks up the soup.
I can eat with chopsticks, no problem.
Yeah. I think that's an important thing. I mean, because chopsticks are, it's going to be probably lighter weight, right? Like if I had the option, if weight was an issue and size and bulk was an issue, I'd go with chopsticks and a spoon instead of a fork. Because I can always stab into that piece of meat, cut it, grab it, pick up that piece of 1 grain of rice, grab that 1 pea, grab that 1 cherry, 1 tomato.
Ironically, rice is in my go bag.
It's a brilliant prep. That's such a good prep.
Yeah.
See, I could see in the side chat. Harvey says that. Yeah. BK says that. Yeah. Right. It's not just for chopsticks are not just for Asian people to use, or just for noodles or rice, right? I think it.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things that everyone should consider using, knowing how to use.
Absolutely, because if your cell phone gets wet, it's a hack. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah.
There'll be tons of them.
Yeah.
It's the last thing that I thought you were going to use as an application for us, though. But it's definitely the truth. So I actually for technology for go bags, if we're on the two topics combined. I love my little solar chargers, like my little, compact solar chargers. They actually work way more than I thought that they would when it does come to charging electronic devices. So as long as you keep your electronic devices safe. Also, if you've got a cat phone, I'm not going to do an advert here, but I'm just saying the cat phone in general is incredibly rugged and durable. So if you've got a very rugged solar panel, like a compact solar panel, and you get some amazing ones out there. I'm not going to do marketing for any of them, but I'm just saying some amazing compact solar panels, and then you have your cat phone, and you can pretty much make that last forever if you won't get signal, of course, and you can use a sat phone if you needed to. There's ways around that. But essentially, cell phone and keeping rice around for that cell phone, if the innards do get wet, there you go.
I'm surprised that you said that about the solar charger. I've had terrible luck with power bank solar chargers. Yankee, and I gave one to Yankee last year as maybe a Christmas gift. I'm not sure, but it was the fold out solar charger.
Okay,
and it's shit or
no. It's flimsy. And no, it's fine. I did that last weekend. I also said that word last weekend. It's fine. I actually found out if you say it later into the stream, it's fine. It's just in the beginning of the stream for the first half an hour, and there was no cuss words in the first half an hour. And YouTube actually recognizes that. You can look into it if you want to. But YouTube recognizes the first half hour. That's why I also didn't want to come on. I just waited a little bit longer because in case I let a word slip for the first half hour time thing. But you were speaking about the power banks, and the problem is that looking at everything through the practical lens, when you look at those fold-out ones, I don't want to bash a whole franchise here or whatever, or a whole multitude, how would you even say that? Like a category of equipment. I don't want to like bash all of that, but I'm saying that when you do look at those fold-out ones, I've definitely seen that those are a lot more flimsy. I'm speaking about the solid, compact, just a straight solar panel on the device itself, and then the charging ports at the back. I could go fetch one, and then we start to show and tell thing and all that. But
well, okay, you better go get
Hey,
it.
You might would you? Is that too much to ask?
yeah,
I mean,
let me give me like 1 or 2 minutes real quick.
30 seconds. All right.
Yeah, we
Maybe
give him.
I'll go
a
get a
couple of
battery
seconds.
bank now.
I
Quick, everyone, go get your battery bank. Let's come back.
Well, see, you know what? I never liked the battery banks because the first one I put in my car, and then I did a video on how it cooked itself from the inside in the heat.
Cooked itself.
Yeah, because if you leave it in the dashboard of your car with your windows closed, it gets very
The
hot.
solar
in there.
one too.
The
Yeah.
solar one, yeah, and
Yeah.
so it wrinkled. I mean, it kind of worked, but I wasn't going to chance it anymore, so I gave it to my neighbor.
Well, these batteries in general have a certain optimized working temperature from the high and extreme level, or not
Yeah.
hot and cold.
Yeah, because
If it goes beyond that, then it tends to either not work, or it drains really fast, or the battery just starts to bulge, which is not good either.
Yeah. Well, and that was the first one. And the second one, I think I don't know if Budget's still in the comments here watching, Budget Bushcraft. He was at the last meetup that we were at, and I tried one of those, and it wouldn't. It took forever
Yeah.
to charge.
I think Budget's still here.
Yeah, he's still here.
He's probably he's in an RV now, doing the RV living. That's kind of minimalistic if you think about it, though. That's simpling it, keeping it simple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably cheaper.
Yeah, that too.
The
Right,
only
so-
you need to pay for
Ooh,
it.
show and tell. Oh, it's like show and tell. It's cool. I like it.
All right, so what I've actually got this in, what it was being stored in at the time, is these are waterproof containers that I really love quite a lot. You can get them at hardware stores.
Okay.
And it actually keeps it's got a sealant over here, like a rubber sealant. So it keeps your hardware, like it's just doubling down on the fact that even though the solar charger in here is quite water resistant, I always just like to be meticulous when it comes to making sure that things can stay dry, and it's a very sturdy case as well. I've dropped this so many times and there isn't a single crack on it. Very thick plastic. So opening this up here, I have like rags through all of my prep everywhere. So I've got like so many different cloths within my preps because cloths are so diverse. Like there's so many different purposes for them. And also protect my gear in general. When it comes to technology, I usually have cloths around them, and also to just try and keep them more safe. So there's that. And then there's little board games for the little ones. It's a compact chess kit for.
Whoa, you play chess?
Oh, I love chess. I'll play you against.
Oh my god, we got. Oh my god, here we go. I gotta move my knight in an L shape right now.
And then I've got Snakes and Ladders, compact as well.
Yeah.
Like, so
cool.
It's two board games that would usually be like take up a lot more space, but these are magnetized and they're a lot harder to lose. And no matter what the surface is, like you can still put them down and they'll be able to like stay on top of them because there's pretty strong magnets that are in them. Very small, compact, can last for a long time. And I think a lot about my family when I'm doing my preps. Anyway, and then underneath them is this here. So this is the solar charger that I was talking about.
Oh,
and over here,
I left in the car. Okay.
Last for a really long time. I've got a couple of these, and I can put it out in the sun. And then over here, if you look at the device, like you can have this charging for a really long time, and then your straightforward USB port.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So anything.
That's the style that I left in my car and it exploded. So if I can attest that leave your windows open, that you should leave your windows open.
Oh, no. It's the same with all solar devices. You don't want to ever leave it behind glass either, because what happens when you leave anything behind glass, it can magnify, thank you, It can
Magnify.
magnify.
Like a greenhouse. It acts
No,
like a greenhouse,
I'm
right?
not-
That was
It acts like a
autocorrect.
It is. I've got my own autocorrect. That's how amazing my streams are.
High
You
technology.
mean that's how awesome she is?
No, I'll definitely be the first person to say that I married up intellectually. So I'm really happy that I did so, because it gives me so much time to have conversations, and that's definitely somebody that it keeps me down to earth too, because I'm very much a dreamer, a passionate person in every way, and she's very much a realist, and the two of them together make me semi-sane. So I'll put it that way.
No,
Keep
I'm
me
with
grounded.
you. My wife's an engineer, so yeah, I'm the emotional one. I'm like the one who cries during Titanic, and she's like, "What the hell?" You know.
Oh my god, me too.
It's the same thing, because I actually introduced her to the movies The Notebook, and people are going to laugh at me right now. It's fine if you record this clip and be like, Guardian Prepping likes The Notebook. Like, I don't care what you guys like think about how I like my romantic novels. I do, and I'll own up to it.
No, you got
Well,
it. You got to be
movies
yourself.
and novels too. But yeah, like I just enjoy that side, and she's more like the person that actually enjoys that type, and Legends of the Fall and all of that type of thing. And compared to like my wife, who's more of like a logical, straightforward person, and the combination of the two is quite incredible. Like there's always stuff to talk about. There's always like varying understandings of things, varying narratives, and it keeps things fresh.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Garden Prepping, I was going to ask you something in there while you were showing that. Do you keep the USB cable in that container too?
I have two specific. Well, I have one in cache form, so in a remote location close to my preferred bug out location, and I have various routes to get there. And then when it does come to having like on me at all times, I always have a very compact utility kit that is just with technology in it. So I keep it like as safe as I possibly can. And then I have like a whole lot of cabling in there, not just for my USB, but for the capability to charge other people's, because we all use the same USB here. But if somebody else has a varying and they want to charge their phone, and I've got like cabling for that too, just in case if somebody doesn't have the same USB ports that I do, the same charging ports, then I can also help them out as well in a situation.
Well, that could be important. Let's just say if you didn't have your phone, both of you guys didn't have your phones for whatever reason, they're busted, whatever, no signal, whatever, right? But someone else comes along, but they're low on battery, you got that option, right?
Precisely.
You actually have that option instead of, because one thing I've always noticed about something like battery banks or whatever and your phone is the cable, right? You still need a way to charge it, right? Without that medium or middleman per se, it's not much. It's not much then, right?
So
that's why I'm always a proponent of always having dedicated cables with your bags too, or making double checking the cables too, right? It's just like double checking the tech or double checking your headphones, right? Because things can happen, right? Fatigue and stuff like that, or it's finicky or flaky, right? I've seen that before too.
And you can just you lose concentration completely, and specifically underneath stress, your concentration level and your alertness and fatigue level in general, as you're saying, completely diminish, and then you're going to end up with a lot of problems. So this is another solar torch that I use consistently, and at the back of that, I can also have charging devices, and it also charges. So that device works the same, and it also works as a charger. And then my watch is here too. Here it is.
And Garden Prepping.
So that's also a solar panel. That's the Solar G-Shock 6900, and it is also has solar capability. And I've never needed to replace the battery, and I've had it for quite a long time now. And it's incredibly rugged. It doesn't break whatsoever. And this, if everything else shuts down, I still have a calendar with me, which is important because you need to know the date. Because the date, if you don't have the understanding of the date, things can kind of it's good for mental morale. So you've got that, the Solar G6900, which I very much stand by, and that really is amazing. And then like solar flashlight with me at all times. And then I've always got, and then even like the solar panel charger. And then even as I said, like the little board games to keep the family entertained. I've been thinking about these things for a very, very long time. And I try and make sure that these are also very rugged. these aren't going to break very easily. It's stronger plastic. It's thicker. The thicker the plastic and the smaller the device that I could obtain, I tried to do my utmost best to obtain that. That's why I'm saying I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. I'm a dreamer. I don't want the apocalypse, but I'm sure as hell that if it did have to occur, and I don't think of the apocalypse, I think of weather disruptions and realistic things. But I'm rambling again. And,
No, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. First of all, I just have to say on the doom and gloom kind of thing, if something goes wrong, realistically, what would go wrong? That's a key factor in what you say, like the apocalypse. People are like, oh God, these crazy people. No, it's like it's kind of true. Like,
look at history.
We didn't go out last
year. Look at history. Look at history for a second. Like, look at the past few centuries and look at what's happened to people. And if they were a little bit more prepared, they might have been carrying on. Their generations would have been carrying on right now. They would have been able to survive. But people don't like to think of the inevitable. They don't like to think of doom and gloom. And I don't like to focus on it either. I like to focus on hope and like happiness and, as you can see, like positivity rather than negativity. Sorry, CR, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna say a bunch of stuff in here while I still can. I know. See, we got Ark Wildman in chat right now. Welcome, Ark.
Ark Wildman.
Yes, he's very knowledgeable too. He's very knowledgeable. He uses flint and steel a lot.
Critical thinking.
Goldfish. Take care.
Critical thinking skills. That's when I think about things going wrong, and you talk about having somebody who's more of a rock, like I'll be the first person to be like, let's go get all these go bags, or whatever, get everything together, and having the person that's more of a rock that help you say, hold on a second, let's think this thing through. It is great to have that almost opposite of who you are in a way. But when things do happen, critical thinking skills are really something that's lost now. Like if you think about the plague in the Middle Ages, I mean, it didn't really, if they just had a little more critical thinking skills, it really could have resolved itself a little bit earlier. Look at all this fake stuff that goes around. The reality is, like there's a virus going around. That's reality. You try to stay away from people. It just makes sense. It's not a political thing, and it just sometimes you hear all this craziness going on. It's like, wait, hold on, slow down. Think of the flu. What's going on? Is it a virus? Is it bacteria? What are all these things that are happening? Is it just one thing? And to sit back and just clear all the noise and realize what's going on is like I always thought was one of the first things when it comes to is a situation out of control? Is there something going on that that the skills that I've practiced and that I've prepared for are needed? And I don't know, critical thinking to me that's critical thinking, is clearing your mind and being realistic about the situation, getting rid of the noise and filtering it all out for what it really is.
I think I can agree there, Inspired John, because like when you're under stress, you're not thinking straight either. Right? In a time crunch, right? No lead time whatsoever. You get 20, 30 seconds, you're not thinking straight. I mean, here in Canada, I'll relate this into the real world again. Out in BC in British Columbia here, out west here. Some people weren't even thinking straight when they were had 15 minutes to grab something because of some sort of mandatory evacuation or because they really had to go because there's flooding there. Well, it's a little bit better now, but when it was at the height, yeah, I just used the word height in there. What happened, some people only had like mere moments and they wish they grabbed more, or why didn't they grab the family pictures? Why didn't I grab this family album and stuff like that? And I've been thinking to myself, yeah, those are probably the things that I got to remember. Why would I want to grab in that kind of situation? Because something like that, maybe not flooding might not happen here, but something similar might happen where I only have 5 minutes, 10 minutes. or 15 minutes or whatever, and I got to grab something. What's going to be the more important things to consider?
It's important
For
to consider.
yeah, right. Considering that, let's say, maybe a little bit more. I was a little bit more proactive. I already had water and a bag to go with, but I probably would still probably grab something else still. I'm pretty sure anyone would probably still want to grab something else. It's like, but
There's always more to
we can't
grab.
forget. Yeah, there's always right. Oh,
Yeah.
I could just hear people. I can't forget the cat. Don't forget the
Oh,
cat.
screw the cat. They only
Or
take
okay, the dog or something.
the dog. I take the dog.
Yeah.
At least
Well,
it's honest.
it depends on how long term you're looking, because cats are exceptionally useful in long term preparedness. And dogs are absolutely in every way. I'm more of a dog person to somewhat, but I'll definitely say that cats have excellent capability to keep smaller rodents and that away from your stocks and away from
Yes.
a lot of the food preserves that you may have built up. So cats, I know what you're saying though. Cats are so independent,
And also, cats bring you.
Oh,
You never know if you're hungry, and your cat brings you a mouse.
Hi.
see,
It's gonna be great.
you could also get a gift like a mouse one day when you really need it, and the cat could have, hooked up. And the thing is, cats are the most efficient hunters. So if you can learn anything from the wild regarding hunting, cats are one of the best hunters out there. They have the highest success rate in the animal kingdom.
I would give you that. I guess I was thinking, and I agree 100% about cats. They are efficient hunters. They are great at stalking prey, so much so that once they catch it, they let it go and fuck or mess with it. But the dog, on the other hand, I've always found, at least my personal dogs, like you have a good relationship with your dog. I've been on a walk with my dog, and I've been in a situation where I encountered somebody and I was uncomfortable, and the dog picked up on my body language, and it was, and this is when I was a kid. I was like 15. I'm a geezer now, but then I was like, wow, this dog that I've played with all my life that I wouldn't think would hurt a fly. Hair went up on the back, and I didn't say anything. It was the tone of the other guy's voice. It was his mannerisms, his the way he moved. The dog picked up on it. So when it comes to survival, I would take my dog.
Absolutely.
I think if you do have that faith, if you do have that kind of dog that has that, I think genetic or earned or learned, personality.
You shouldn't have to, if you prepare correctly in every way possible, and you really spend a lot of mental energy and physical energy on it, you shouldn't have to choose.
Well, yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah.
We're going so
That's
hard.
another thing I feel about the preparedness is because when you're rushing like that, you have to make
Right.
last
I know.
second
I know,
choice.
John. I know.
You have to make that last second choice, right? Where
well, I mean,
sometimes you
that's if
regret
you're
the
leaving,
choice.
though. CR, I'll give you that if you're leaving.
Mhm.
I'm not.
By the way, Inspired John, you look pretty good for being 30.
Yeah, my proctologist begs to differ.
Oh, okay. No, but seriously though, about the preparedness part, I'm coming back into having a go bag and being ready is because you don't have to make that that hard choice. It's like, oh, I don't want to have to make that choice. It's like, do I save the cat or do I save the dog? Hopefully, you plan ahead so you can actually save both and actually bring both as much as possible. Because I think, you don't want to be in hindsight and after the fact. It's like, oh, I wish I did this instead. Whatever, it just eats you up.
Yeah, but
It's not
I
good
would offer that if you take what you get, and if you forget it, you forget it. You got to get over it and move forward.
True.
And that's tough to do. It's the same reason why you make the choice of, or a similar reason to why you make the choice of, do I take a picture of the family or don't I? Because after 5 days, things change. If we've all seen Alone on TV, if you've seen that series Alone, everyone freaks out because they're all like, I'm doing this for my family. After 50 days or 30 days or 10 days or 3 days, they're all going, And I have to make a choice. Am I doing this for myself or am I doing this for my family? I miss my family. It's that human interaction, and that may be the only connection you have to the people you love when it's time to go. And I know it sounds sappy, but it's what I see. That's only what I see. So my thing is I have a picture of my kid in a monkey costume, my wife holding him, and it's in my visor. And if I have to leave, I'm taking that with me. It's already there in my car. So
Awesome. I love that. And it's very important that that's what can keep you going sometimes, you know, that's what can keep you motivated, even when things are turning upside down. So I love that, John.
Well, yeah, you got to keep morale up. If morale's down, then
yeah, and you know what? And if you don't have anybody, grab a picture of that girlfriend that dumped you that you're pissed off at, just so it shows that you have emotions or something like that when you're out there for a while, because that connection is going to be missed. You're going to meet people all over the place that you're not going to know. At least you're going to know, Amanda so and so or whoever it was, you know, something.
So you speak about, you know, we speak about the topic that we're on at the moment, and you know, things like that to keep motivated, and it's very well brought up. And just before I do get into this for a moment, my grandfather and my papa, his name was also John. So I don't know if John's your actual name, but
Yes.
John is my grandfather's name, and I don't respect anybody else in the world more than my grandfather. And when it comes to who he was, so you have an incredibly important name. Anyway, in my reality, like your name has tremendous significance. So when I wanted to say something else, Laugh More said that, you know, sometimes that was potentially, you know, not to speak to you specifically, but just you brought up a very good topic, speaking about people that are faced with depression, and something about something. Well, we can talk on that just for a second as well. But something that is quite important is just to, you know, to, as hard as it's going to sound, to sometimes just like take sanctuary in nature. And it's easy to say. I know it sounds cliche, it sounds cheesy, but like sometimes I may never understand what somebody else is going through particularly, but I definitely know that I can tell you about some of my scars, and I won't do that, but I can tell you that I've got deep scars, not just physically. So when I do say that, my heart goes out to people that do have, you know, that are going through things. I just want to say that sometimes, as stupid as it sounds, just put on a fake smile. And something that's quite interesting, and you can look into this, is that the psychology behind putting on a fake smile. If you hold a smile for a minute, your smile, like because of the way that your body works, a smile can actually make you feel better, even if you do not want to, even if you do not want to smile at that time whatsoever. Like a smile, even if you're faking it and nobody's around seeing that smile, a smile over a minute can actually help you. Can like it has a. You can look into it as much as you want. I've done the research on it, but like a smile can make you feel better. So I just wish many smiles to anybody going through things right now. And I know that we're living in a world that is rather interesting to say the least. So yeah, just keep a smile on when things are getting the roughest, and I hope that I wish you all the strength through anybody that's going through some hard times at the moment. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and
All right, I'm gonna jump in here real quick on something. You know,
Yeah,
you
sure.
gotta, in terms of survival, you gotta persevere, right? Sometimes, like it's 90% mind, willpower, and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of stories out there, real stories too, where you know, I look at them, I'm like, wow, they definitely got a huge amount of physical willpower to keep going at times, right? It's on that what's that show? I Shouldn't Be Alive, and or reenactments of shows like that, right? Of real situations, and you're just like, sometimes they go through the struggles of like, of a depression, the morale, such a morale hitting uh, thing, it's like they come to a cliff, right? And now they're like, oh wow, because then your morale just dropped because now you're like, oh no, I gotta circle back. Yeah, they still find something inside to use, whatever it is, someone they love, I don't know, or whatever, and they just dig deep and still come out of it, right? I mean, I know for me, sometimes when I'm like really tired, I'm like, can't stop, must keep going. I'm almost there. There are
Yeah.
5 more feet. Okay, 5 more minutes. There are 5 minutes, and then keep trying to push on, right? Because sometimes it comes down to the sheer will, right? If
Well,
you have
yeah.
a strong will, then things are possible.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it's different for everybody too.
Of
There's
course, of
like,
course.
I mean, there's like situational depression. Like you're going through something, and that's and I talk about this quite freely because it affects me. I've gone through it, and I'm extremely subject to situational depression. So,
Okay.
and it really should be nothing that anybody's afraid of talking about. But like people in my generation, when it comes to anxiety and depression, it's still kind of taboo. So for like us, we're like, nah, I don't know. But when you get down to it, everybody's got a certain amount of something, and you just there's a key to everything, which is like if you're gonna find out that the world around you is uncontrollable, you realize that and you can only control the things that are around you. It's a little more manageable, and find out what things kind of make you feel a certain way. I think they call them triggers or something like that. You get a hold of that, understand that, and it's that's the first step to beginning to understand these things. And hopefully, if anybody says like, well, I am depressed or I get anxious about things, it's important to identify what, not necessarily why yet, but the what, and then you move forward. So I mean, anybody, I think that's like I don't want to say a textbook answer, but it's kind of like what anyone who's gone through any kind of counseling, that they'll suggest. Um, but everybody does it, I mean, it's something you got to think about if you're on. And that's why I say, like, if people are on medication or something like that, you have to think about that for prepping too, for survival. Because look at how many medications people are on that they're addicted to. I mean, do you think about it? If something does happen, and this whole supply line is disrupted as it is now,
Painkillers.
yeah, painkiller. You're gonna find a lot of people are gonna be
Pharmaceuticals.
jonesing, and and then they all of a sudden have seizures, and that's that. So I mean, you gotta prepare yourself. It's a
Or
hard.
they don't think straight and start doing something different. Let's say.
Yeah,
I mean, not in the right frame of mind.
right. But I mean, I would say and honestly, try to be as honest with you can with yourself. If there is depression or there is something that you have, um, a part of prepping and part of survival is to work with it. It may be difficult because anything that's worth doing is going to be difficult, and nobody expects that. It might be something like depression, because you look fine on the outside, but on the inside, you're like, oh.
Yeah, and if people ask how you doing, and nobody actually expects a real answer either. Like if like it's like, how you doing? Yeah, I'm doing all right, but on the inside, like you're actually not doing that well. So I showed it early on the I showed it early on the camera, but like it's something that I treasure quite a lot, and it says "Go placidly amid the haste," right? And it's part of Desiderata. And essentially, what obviously, go placidly amid the haste is that like sometimes when things are really going chaotic, even like not just on a world scale, but like on a personal scale, that you kind of just like, go placidly and just stay as calm and focused as you can. And that's just what I wanted to add on to that as well, because it's definitely something that's helped me out. So, yeah.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, Charlie.
Welcome to the.
Is Ghost Wolf here with us?
Yeah,
I didn't have the
Yeah,
setup there
Ghost
for it.
Wolf is here.
Awesome.
Hey, Ghost Wolf.
He's an awesome guy. He has an awesome channel as well. So you should check his channel out. So he has really good content about trapping. Well, basically everything, medicinal plants, and you name it. He has a lot of things on his channel, so very useful.
Mhm, mhm.
Good. Good. And who was the other one that I want before I forget? I didn't write it down. Celtic Prepper.
Yeah, Celtic Prep is awesome.
Yeah,
Definitely also somebody that's a community builder, somebody that, like, has definitely helped a lot when it does come to the various emergency preparedness channels out there that have streams, is always supportive and helpful.
It's like, oh look, it's Celtic Prepper, yay!
Hey, you know what? Harvey Black actually just said
He-
something that was absolutely true. There's a blizzard warning right now in Hawaii. You talk about climate change isn't, like, obviously heat or, all about the globe heating up. It's about messed up weather patterns. It completely changed. First
Yep.
time in 3.5 years they've had a blizzard warning. I was just reading about that in Odd News, which I love. Yeah. Blizzard
I
warning.
always, inspire John and everyone here. I always keep an eye learning. Well, not learning, I should say, an eye out for the historical data from the past. Like, oh, this is the record low for today, or the record high, right? And how close are we coming to that now? Again, if it's, let's just say minus 40 Celsius or Fahrenheit is the record low for this day, and we're like coming close to it, or even coming close to that. I'd be like, yeah, we're coming a little bit closer to that. It's not in that. For this time of year, I guess, for me here in Canada, 70 Fahrenheit, 20 Celsius would be warm, right? It's not that. So we're on the bottom end of the scale.
Well,
This time around.
it is kind of interesting how little the temperature needs to change on average for things to just be completely turned upside down. So they say. I assume, I'm going with the science on this one, but
Well, everything's kind of like one little heartbeat away to a degree. Celtic Prepper, sorry for saying he. I know that you're a female. I know that you're a lady. I've watched some. Yeah, I've watched some of your the videos already, and that's why when I said he, I was like, wait, no, Celtic Prepper's a lady. Like, so I went back there and I was like, yeah, okay, I'm mistaken. So sorry for saying he there. I do apologize.
Sometimes I just say them or they. If I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I know that also works a lot, works better.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I definitely have a lot of admiration for what you've been, for the support that you've been giving to the emergency preparedness community in general. Thank you for that.
Well, speak of the emergency preparedness, I think it's that whole quote unquote natural disaster thing is probably going to be more. How do I say? I wouldn't say common, but more. Hear about it a little bit more. A little bit more, it seems like. It really does seem like a lot more. Unless it's just me, because... Unless it's just me. This year's not even over yet. Think about this. 2021's not even over yet. And how many things have gone on this year already? Let's see. We've had... It snowed in Texas. Yeah. It got really hot in Canada for like 10 days. Yeah, big heat dome. Right. It's flooding in Germany, China, British Columbia, out in BC here in Canada. There's snow out east right now. Yeah, a lot of things are happening, and the year's not even over.
I would ask, how different would that be from, and I say this in huge quotes, normal? I mean, I would there's we had a polar vortex a few years ago. Remember how cold it got? I don't know if anyone in the United States remembers that. It was really cold, sub-zero temperatures for almost a month. I don't know. It's hard to say when does it get. When is it completely changed? When can I peg this one on climate change or not? I mean, I know Australia last year, as the pandemic was starting in 2020, Australia was on fire.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about the fires too.
Yeah, there's that.
No, because
murder hornets. I mean, you remember all that stuff from giant lists,
Yeah,
I forgot about the fires during the summer too.
Dude, it was hot in Sweden too. It was hot as hell last year.
Yeah.
Remember Jordan telling me he's like it's hotter than it's ever been, and I'm like, you live in Sweden, right? Am I wrong? And he's telling me how freaking humid it is, and I'm like, I'm from Pennsylvania, I know humidity, and then I saw how humid it was there, and I was just like, oh, that's good. I would chalk that one up to climate change. It's only me, but I would chalk that to climate change.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy about it at the moment as well regarding that, but there have definitely been some interesting changes. I wanted to do a video late last year on that actually isn't available in all countries, but I wanted to do a video last year of everything that had happened in 2020, and like while doing the research for that video, I called it Chaos in 2020, and like I don't know, a lot of you might not be able to even find it, but the Chaos in 2020, I did a lot of research and looked at all the things that had happened throughout the year, and the list was so extensive. Like last year was heavy for all of us. Like we went through, the whole world went through a very like harsh time, you know, like a lot of us went through suffering.
Yeah, there's in history there's I was taught when I was learning when I was learning research in history that, and I made many live streams about it, which are now defunct, about 2020 being a watershed year, because I mean there a watershed. If no one knows what it is, it's an area in geography where a lot of rivers and streams and everything, they come together and they come out into something very different, a different pattern, but they all sort of converge in a particular area, or it provides water to a particular area, and it changes the flow. And there was it was 2020. They call it a watershed moment. They called 1945 a watershed moment in history. There was a great war, right? And then when the war was, let's just say it was decided, it was changed. It was not the same in 1945. No matter almost anywhere you were on the planet, you were affected one way or another by that war. It was a watershed moment. So now I say like 2020 was a really weird year for not only politics and all that other stuff, but for climate, for uh, uh, biomedicine, for research, for social media, for living out of for the way we live our lives. It's very much changed. So we've lived through this, and we've lived through. If you're from the United States, you've lived through a crisis, and it doesn't matter what side of the crisis you were on and what you believe. I don't care, but it has changed. Things have changed, and now we're sort of watching this, and we've lived through it. So congratulations to everyone who survived, by the way, because you just
Some of us are
witnessed
still lucky.
history. What's that?
I said some of us are still lucky. We're still kicking it.
Yeah,
All right.
it's
Of all things.
yeah. So
I'll be thankful for that.
I don't know if anyone thinks that's any new information, but that's the way I look at it.
Well, that's the best way to kind of, predict the future, is by having a clear understanding of the past and seeing what's happened throughout humanity. And that's why, you were saying earlier, like, preparing for the apocalypse, which is true, because that's kind of like not what we're really focusing on, but more just the same type of situations that have occurred in history, and just understanding that those may repeat themselves, and looking at what humanity's been through and being like, just that things can get wild very quickly. And even the topic earlier was resonating on, we were speaking about electricity and the way that the electrical, like essentially how quickly things can go bad as soon as we lose power and electricity. And we witnessed that quite a lot, specifically in local terms. In South Africa, we have we've got a very bad problem with our infrastructure, our electricity grid. And what happens is we go through these permanent blackouts. We've been going through them for more than a decade, where we sit at times without power for up to 6 to 8 hours a day. And that has very negative impacts on smaller businesses that are growing. We're trying to resolve it, but it's definitely something that impacts us quite severely. And then if you, I won't get too much into the country and stuff, but I'm just saying that like that electricity, as soon as that's out completely, if we really have major problems with that, or the internet, with the internet, if it gets sabotaged to a large degree, we end up with situations that just obviously there's emergency services can't get to anybody. They like everything just goes completely downward in a very quick way as soon as we have the loss of our internet. And there have been quite concerning times regarding, if you're paying attention to what's happening with the internet and how many like viruses are out there every year and how much malware is out there right now, like it's quite concerning because of how many. And this is the thing. So these really large organizations with an incredibly expansive amount of financial backing to be able to get them the most up-to-date technology, like absolutely the best technology and the best software when it comes to antivirus software, those companies consistently get hacked. And then some of us at home with our desktop PCs, with our premium account antivirus, we're under the impression that we can like stop the people that are out there that would want to see what's happening. Like that's a complete delusion. Like to think those people. So the private person, you really don't have any way to kind of protect yourself unless you've got the same amount of expendable wealth that the people do with these larger companies that make so much money. So now realistically, how much protection do we really have? So it's like, I don't know.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because my wife and I were just talking that. I told you that we do a lot with finance. Okay. So one of the things I was saying was, there was more cyber attacks. Okay, this is the norm now. Okay, so your companies get hit, large companies and small companies. I think we all agree on that. We've all heard about that.
Yeah.
So I said, wouldn't it be hilarious? Maybe not really. I'm being funny about that, but wouldn't it be interesting if we actually started a bank that actually held money, like physical cash or gold or silver, whatever it would be that our money is supposed to be backed by, and it would be on paper and there'd be no technology. I mean, heaven forbid that would happen. I think that would be kind of going back to the way things were in the 80s and the 90s. We didn't have this problem.
We also didn't have other problems that came with that, though. When you take away the ease of access to social media and information that we have right now, sure, it's great and there's so many good things to it, but at the same time, we're living in a world that seems to be so congested in a way, not contested, so congested with things, and so like people are so easily upset, and aggression is at an all-time high, it seems, and it's just like we've lost the way kind of thing. We've just been, standing there and looking at people when they're on their phones, and sometimes like a whole group of people, they're all right there, but they're all directly looking down at their phones instead of having conversations.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
I don't mean to be a boomer, but I'm just
saying. It's not everyone. Don't get me wrong. It's not always
it makes you wonder why we're all into zombie movies.
Yeah.
Right. It's part and parcel.
We're all just The Walking Dead here.
Yeah.
I like that. The Walking Dead is what got me actually started. I mean, as silly as it is, that got me started in finding the prepper community. Irony.
Well,
I've
been watching that forever. Go ahead.
I think I'm more like a Glenn character. I'm more Glenn.
Well, Glenn was incredibly intelligent, and he used to be a pizza boy. Like Glenn started off being a pizza boy, and then would actually just like surprised everybody consistently with like the tactfulness that he had and the resourcefulness.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, no spoilers, right? No spoilers.
It just goes to show that everybody does have. I don't want to sound like just shouting sunshine and happiness all the time, but it does go to show that if you focus on your positive aspects, you hone those positive skills. If you are in a situation where you have to become a team member in a group, you better have something worthwhile.
You're gonna add to the group, right?
Yeah. So see,
excess baggage.
It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing in your career. If try to make yourself irreplaceable, Like, make yourself the only person in that company that's going as far as possible to do everything possible to make sure that you cannot be replaced. And it's the same thing like in emergency situations, in MAGs. Like, make sure that you've got something that doesn't need to be a normal thing, but make sure that you've got something usually that you can potentially like assist the group, or even if it's morale boosting, even if it's like just something that's a tactful skill. Like, people are resourceful. And the thing is, people also dismiss others too quickly. When there's a lot of people out there that somebody would just walk past on a day-to-day basis that knows a whole lot of things that we don't. So I don't know.
No, it's true, and it's one of the reasons why when I was saying, buying this real estate that we do, is it's a risky thing. But on the other hand, I'm actually it's getting a lot out of it. I mean, my carpentry skills have I've never been this good. I've never screwed up so much, but I've never learned so much. Also, as you had, we were talking about earlier, and so when it comes down to it, yeah, I feel confident I can build a lot of things now, and
well, because you're gaining the experience, actual hands-on experience. It's not just knowledge and skill and or gear, right? Because skill, knowledge, skills, and gear is one thing, but experience tells you things that you can't get. It's like the same difference between having street smarts compared to just having book smarts.
Yeah.
Practical experience of it, right? It's just like, I can read anything I can read a medical book like anyone else, but have you actually done it, right?
Yeah, right.
Under the stress of the situation itself, and actually have that stress of the situation factored in there, right? Where you have people actually, screaming, yelling, swearing, and all this sort of stuff, and you're trying to think more logically and for purpose too, not just first thing that comes to your mind, stuff like that.
No, it is. Sorry, continue.
Garden prep. I was gonna say earlier because you guys were still talking about talking, and I'm like, come on, guys, pause for a second so I can get a sentence in here. I'm trying to get a sentence in here because you guys were because you were talking about over for you how the grid sometimes goes down, or you get rolling blackouts, rolling brownouts, and stuff like that. And I was thinking to myself, well, that's because there's no one's investing into the resilience of the system as a whole, right? The grid, the system as a whole, right? Preparedness, you're adding more resilience in there. You're, metaphorically, you're shortening the supply chain and all that stuff, right? Because if you add more resilience in, it's a little bit more, how do I say? It can handle a little bit more before it gives, right? Before the metaphoric flood comes in, right? It can handle a little bit more. Because I think we're going to have to build up resilience a lot more for a lot of things. And again, coming back to the climate thing, right? We're going to have to build up resilience to that, because I'm pretty sure, as things have shown, even regardless if you believe in it or not, we still have to build resilience to it because it's still happening. And has been happening, right? There's been floods in the past, and still floods in the past, and all this other little things, right? So we've got to build resilience in there, or else something's not happening. It's not going to be pretty. And a little forethought could pay a lot later on, right? Instead of paying let's pay $10 billion for this recovery effort, when we could have spent less than half of that or a quarter of that making those walls or dikes or whatever bigger in the first place, so we didn't have to do that. So it wouldn't have to flood out and all this stuff, right? A little more forethought than hindsight. In hindsight, a little bit more proactive than reacting later to it. And that all makes sense. Okay, now you guys can talk. I just wanted to say that.
No. That's a great point. That really is. And I'm sorry for cutting you off, Stuart. I do apologize.
Oh,
So you're more
I'm
than
used to it.
welcome
I'm
to
used to it.
talk over me at any
I'm
point, and you know exactly like the type of person that I am. I'll never be upset on anything like about anything specifically ever. So if you ever like just see me rambling on, most of what I say,
Whoa,
like
whoa, whoa,
I
whoa.
can definitely hold the thought.
Oh, no, no, no,
So
no. I'll
yeah.
bite my tongue on that.
No.
I'm just
I
kidding. I'm
really
just
mean
kidding.
it.
I'm just
Like
kidding.
I
I'm
love
just
speaking
kidding.
to you, and I
No,
want
I'm
to
just
hear your
kidding.
opinions. You know, I definitely do, and I think it's important to make sure that everybody feels like they have a say as well. And that brings me to my next point. Shadow, you've been a bit quiet. Do you want to give it a?
Yeah,
Have
I
you watched The
know.
Walking
He hasn't been talking.
You're
This is
the
supposed to be
host. I
your
don't want to
live
give
stream.
I don't want
Have
to
you
talk
even
over
said anything
anybody.
for this last hour? That's why he
Okay.
invites us on. So he doesn't have to. He could just be like, "Hey, I could just stream this whole hour. I don't even have to say anything. I could like battle talk. The side chat's just going with Harvey. We got the famous moderator Harvey Black in the side chat. It's all good.
Just click add to stream CR. Just click add to stream CR and Guardian prepping, and then you can just like sit back forever and just like look at us
No,
talking about nonsense.
yeah, he'll just have this like random loop that goes by of the video, so it looks like he's doing something, but secretly he's.
So Shadow,
Oh, they're still talking.
CR, shush. So Shadow, did you want to say something there? You see, me and CR are doing it again. I'm so sorry, man.
Well, he likes to ramble.
I know. So do I.
I do too.
I'm just as bad. All good.
I was thinking about, we talked about these Walking Deads and zombies and things.
Yes.
The problem is there is so-called preppers who prepare for a zombie apocalypse, but I don't believe in zombies, because zombies is just a metaphor for different events that can happen. That it could be a grid down system, financial collapse, global collapse, uh, things like that.
Famine.
So
Yeah.
that is just a metaphor. Zombies doesn't exist, but there is a parasite,
Cordyceps.
yeah, that can
Ooh.
get into your body and give you a zombie-like state,
Yes.
but
It
you're not a
occurs.
zombie.
Yes, absolutely. And it does. It's cordyceps, and cordyceps are that fungi that infect a lot of the insects and a lot of animals, and then it encourages them to go it takes over their minds and encourages them to go back into their hives and into their homes, and then the cordyceps, which is CORDYCEPS, cordyceps. So what happens is those fungi. That's very interesting what you're saying, and then also there's another place in the world that I won't mention the name. But what they do is they use a serum that has I don't know with YouTube. I'm sensitive to talk about certain things. What I will say, there's another place in the world that they do have a form of bringing somebody back as somebody that doesn't have the same sort of willpower. You can look in. I don't want to mention because it's a very taboo topic, but there's
Yeah,
another form of zombification that occurs out there in the world, and it's YouTube. So I'll tiptoe around that. I respect YouTube enough to not and your channel to not go into too much of that detail. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely on the money regarding that, Shadow. That
yeah,
fungi that can occur, but you're right. There are much more pressing matters, and as much as I do enjoy having fun with the fantasy side of, the apocalypse and everything, the more pressing matters are more important, and I understand that. Like famine, like you were speaking about famine, and you're speaking about things that are occurring
yeah,
at the moment, and economical collapse, real
yeah,
things, weather disruptions. Those are happening right now. You're right.
yeah.
Too much or too
Likewise,
little
the
water.
solar storm or whatever. So
Yeah, and if I can just comment on that one, when you Shadow, when you started talking about that earlier,
yeah,
or when you first started speaking on the idea of the Walking Dead or zombies or whatever, that you're exactly right. That was the metaphor. seeing just the beginning. I mean, of watching that series, that tripped like a circuit, in my head that went, oh my gosh, this could actually happen. There have been many more things, movies about destruction and TV series before this thing, but it really is a metaphor for the whole thing. It's a metaphor for preparedness. It would never last as long as this drawn out series goes. I don't think, but anything's possible. But if it's famine, if it's economic collapse, as you did say, if it's even a reorganization, as I see a lot of reorganization. People look at people changing jobs right now like crazy. Here in the States, everyone's doing it. That's a certain kind of change that people have to deal with, and change is uncomfortable. It never happens when you want it to happen. It comes at the wrong time. All that stuff, and that's what you got to be prepared for. It's prepping is preparing for change, and it happens in your daily life. It happens in your economy. It happens in your neighborhood. It happens all over the world, but it never happens when you want it to happen. Usually, and that's what I do. I go off on tangents. That's my job.
You know what the weird thing is, right? So, like, all of us have the capability to communicate efficiently and that, and it's just, it seems more and more that you kind of have to, like, it's our default to be apologetic for having conversations and for expressing our opinions and for rambling on and for going on tangents, because all of us do it to some point. And I understand that, like, the whole principle is a conversation is 80% listening. So listening is a very valuable skill, and not many people really do listen, like actually listen. But I mean, like, when it does come down to the fact that, like, live streams are a possibility like we have now, the people in the comment section are literally most likely good listeners, because they can, like, keep up with a longer conversation and understand exactly what's happening and, keep up with it. And yeah, I'll happily read that one out as well. So Ranon over there says, sometimes I think zombies is a metaphor to make people slash preppers cooperate without screaming at each other about whether they should prepare for whether they should prepare for interesting people, for interesting people coming along. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting things happening out in the world, and I do think that the Walking Dead, the series, is actually something, because a lot of the time I usually watch nonfiction. I usually like a lot of nonfiction, but some fiction is really good. And Walking Dead is a series that my wife and I started to watch when we first started to date, really, and that is 10 years ago. So that's been ongoing, and it's one of the series that we've been following through this time. And I absolutely think Daryl's amazing. Glenn, as CR was saying, is such a hero. I was a big fan of Glenn, and I almost let the series go when what happened happened. And I won't give spoilers, but I'll just say that in general, like, looking at the way that dystopian reality is, and even there, like, the walkers become less of a problem over time, and it's more the people that are the problem, because even if the Z's were a possibility, like, it's that long-term effect of us not having sustainability when it comes to living off the grid the way that we do now, and human beings going back to the primal kind of savage form that human beings were when we are cut off of things, because there's a saying about it, human beings are like 3 or 4 days away from being completely crazy, is actually a better way of saying it. That's a
9
quote.
meals away from anarchy.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. 9 meals away from anarchy. That's exactly it. And that's the thing. Like, watch what happens when people are deprived of the basic requirements, and you'll see, like, that type of thing. So what I'm saying about TWD is that it was illustrated in a good way, and you can eventually see that the walkers aren't that much of the, they're not much of the protagonist anymore. It's more the actual people that are left after, like, the situation. Yeah, the human beings have become the main antagonists.
I thought you said protagonist there.
Yeah, I did say protagonist, like the bad guy.
No,
right?
but I thought you were meaning an antagonist.
I was meaning antagonist.
Well, anyways, yeah. That's correct.
My wife also corrected me there. She was like, antagonist. Sorry, it's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
It is 1 o'clock in the morning there.
I'm trying to cover my mistake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm watching your 6.
That's fine. I know you are. I know you got my back.
Guys, I hate to do it, but it is dinner time for us here. We try to sit as a family, so it's kind of like
Yeah, no, it's all good.
It
We've
was
been
very
chatting
nice
for.
to see and talk to you again, John.
yeah,
Yeah.
it
very
was
nice.
awesome.
I know it felt like we reconnected again. It's like
Uh,
it's like he never left.
It's yeah. Well, I'm still not wearing pants.
Welcome
Karen, Sam.
Welcome,
Yeah,
Doggy.
yeah.
Good to see
I
you,
was this
buddy.
person that started that on live streams. Is not wearing pants. I started that before it was a Zoom thing.
Yeah, I remember that
back. Oh,
too well.
this is how we end. This is how we end.
Because I'm looking at Guardian, listening to Guardian prepping, and he's like, "Yeah, I just want to be careful because it's YouTube." And I'm like, "You kidding me? I broke YouTube before YouTube could even get started. I broke it. I
Nah,
I wasn't wearing pants. I cursed every day. I had conspiracy theories. I was like,
no, I'm still careful there. Like, I'm still one of the people that I'm still new to it. I've only been running my channel now for the last, I'd say, about a year and a half. Yeah, but a little bit over a year. So it's definitely something that I'm also still kind of new to, and I'm also a bit cautious because, yeah. But anyway, I just also wanted to say it's 1 o'clock in the morning here. I know that you're just about to jump off. I don't mean to steal your exit out, but but I'm just saying thank you everybody for the stream.
Ow.
It's always fun. These Saturdays are definitely something that I truly look forward to. Thank you for everybody in the comment section for Renan as well.
Both of you.
For adding and yeah, goodbye everybody. Nice to meet you, by the way, John. I'll definitely chat to you again soon.
Absolutely, same here. And thank you and for meeting you in CR. It was great to see you again.
Next week, right?
Of course,
Next
Shadow.
Saturday.
Next Saturday, I will do my best.
Same time.
Yeah.
We'll
Next
come back.
Saturday, 8
Yeah,
p.m.
next Saturday.
Bye-bye, bro.
Thank you all very much.
Have a good week.
2 p.m. Eastern.
2 p.m. Eastern.
And then there was just us.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And then
Seriously? Oh, seriously, now I'm getting calls. Hold on.
yeah, hold on. Oh boy.
I didn't even get one sentence in, and it's just like, oh yeah, now everyone wants to go. Oh, seriously, let's start talking. Let's go now. I was about to say you don't have to start talking again. I'm just kidding. Oh, that was very.
You're very welcome, John.
Yeah, I guess we had to make up for what happened earlier in the stream, right?
Well, I was really surprised that John popped up. Actually, I didn't expect that, so that was really fun.
Yeah, I know.
It was really good.
As soon as I saw him, I'm like, "Oh, it's John." I could tell. I tend to remember people. I tend to remember people's faces and stuff like that. You know,
yeah.
You know, I can picture them in my head and stuff like that, where I'm just like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because I try to remember.
See, Ariel, I need to do a bathroom break for.
All right. I guess I'm taking over again.
Yeah, exactly. Keep the stream going, and I'll be back in 2 seconds, maybe.
Yeah, he won't be that long. I know how it goes. Oh, he's still there. Oh, he wasn't supposed to hear that. Oh, is he still there? Oh no, he's still there. Oh no, he's taking off the headphones now. He'll be back. Hi everybody. I don't know what to say. I'm camera shy. I don't know what to say. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, it's because it's his channel. I tend to have my own topics on my own channel. Yeah, I guess I still have to be ready more thing up on the screen. What do I know about vacuum sealing preps? Well, I know those vacuum seal banks are generally better because they have those little things in there, so they actually like hold, so that you can actually draw all the air out. I know you can reuse them to a certain degree. Because I've done that before, where people receive stuff, right, and it was vacuum sealed, and I just cut right underneath the seal, so I can reuse the baggie again. And he's back. See, and just like that, he's back. Welcome back.
Thank
So yeah, Harvey was asking about what you know about vacuum sealing, and I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, I know some people reuse them, the banks, I mean themselves, right? And then they have a special. The actual official ones have a special. I'm trying to figure out the word here. The dimples or whatever, so it actually holds that, pulls all the air out, and actually keeps the air out. Well, not keeps the air out, but it keeps it from reinflating, stuff like that. And I was saying about something like cutting below the seal line, so you can actually reseal it and stuff like that, if you had to, or reuse it for something else, right? If it's not too bad, depending what it is, right? I guess if it's meat or something like that, something that's raw, that's different. But
Yeah, if you use meat or fish or something and vacuum seal it, you should not reuse those bags.
yeah,
If it dry beans,
cooked,
yeah,
rice, something like that, you're probably still good. It's
yeah,
really not that big of a deal, you know. And just keep reusing it until it gets too small that, well, even if it becomes only like an inch tall, well, you could always put matches inside
yeah,
and try to seal it off, and try to reuse that as much as possible. I think that's a good way of seeing it too, right? And um, some, I'll use it as a metaphor, some downstream options for the next after you use it. Oh, I open up the baggie. Here's some downstream options that you can reuse it for
yeah,
until pretty much it becomes so short that you can't use it for anything else but matches. To store matches in, for example, or some tinder in, right?
yeah,
What's it say? Like something like petroleum jelly and con balls and stuff like that. I mean, I get them from some friends and stuff like that, and I'm just like, yeah, I just keep them around, right? Because they were just used once, right?
yeah,
There was never raw meat or meat like that in there, right? So they're fine. They're fine still, right?
yeah,
Because I was just looking, I'm like, hey, these are these food saver bags. So because I was just thinking to myself, like, with things going up in price and such, even that could start going up in price, where you don't have to stretch the resource out. Instead of grabbing a new one just to put this rice in, hey, I still have this other one that I had from Barra Rice. It should be still good, and something like that. That way, you're extending your resources a lot more versus one done, where it's more like disposable and trying to reuse it or keep it in the cycle, right? That circle a little bit
yeah,
longer. Keep it in that circle a little bit longer, right? Because it's not only good for the environment per se, but it's also good for your wallet because you're not having to buy per se restock or buy as often. And I guess that could help us, well, perhaps help other people too, because there'd be one more, two more, a couple more on the shelf versus, more of it going used and per se not being used wisely.
yeah.
I just want to see what Harvey wrote. Harvey wrote storage of preps is vital. Making sealed mason jars is one of the best methods for storing grains, legumes, dried or dehydrated. Example: flour, rice, oatmeal, beans, peas, etc. Lasts for 30 years. Okay.
Hey, Irish,
Oh, you're gonna.
welcome.
Oh, I get distracted by you saying that. I just put their name in. I forgot to say. Let's start that again. Okay. I forgot to put the word hello in there. Nice to see you, Irish. A lot of people in here are not familiar with one. It's nice to see them. Or at least the channel name out there. Hopefully I can get to know some of you a little bit better.
CR, you are familiar with Berkey filters?
No. I know Kaylin, more like Kaylin is probably. I know Kaylin has that. Some of the filters, she just doesn't have the vessel.
It's a gravity filter.
No. I know. I mean, I should say I know of it. I don't have it. So.
I mean, if you were familiar with it.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I mean, I know it's a filter, and it's a ceramic filter, right?
It's. I'm gonna show you something. It's basically a brand off to Berkey filter, an off-brand.
Okay.
And I'll share it. I need to do some things. So, that will do. This is the Kaleidos DCSS gravity filter, but this one is this is off-brand to the Berkey filter. But the Berkey filters are more expensive, and this is a much cheaper one.
Okay.
So, but the best thing is with this. This is the gravity filter itself. So this is the extra you can buy, and you know what? This one costs 450 crowns.
Okay.
And the Berkey filters, the same. They have a similar like this. They cost 1,500 crowns for a Berkey filter. So this to buy a filter like this is more better option than buy a Berkey filter.
On an unrelated, well, I should say it is related, though, because I was watching this video about
and when I can afford it, I will buy one of these.
What I'm saying is, like, it'd be nice. Well, obviously, if you have money, you can do this, right? I know what I like to see is when people like kind of show you side by side comparisons and open stuff up and actually show the inside of filters and stuff like that you can't see in store, right? And the company's not going to show you, right? I mean, you get to see, hey, there is a difference between this off-brand and the per se brand.
Yeah, and the Berkey filter has the same construction as this one, so.
No, but like if there was a side by side where you could see the inside and people have actually opened it up, taken the time, spent their own money to open it up and show you that, yeah, there's a difference, or is there not much of a difference, right? Because I was watching this video about for our more cheaper commercial water filtration, and they were showing, it's like, there's a difference when you look at it, that there's less or more activated carbon or what stuff like that, right? I was just like, okay, for the price difference too. So I was just bringing that up just because I just saw that the other day.
Yeah. So when I can afford one of these, I will buy one, definitely. Okay. Because these are portable, so you can move them and put them wherever you want. So that is nice. And I will save money to buy this one than buy a Berkey.
Mm-hmm.
So one of these filters cost 1,500 a piece. These ones cost 1,500 for one, and you need
everyone. Remember, that's just for one, everyone.
So
Mhm.
one of these cost 450. So that is much better price, and it's more affordable to buy off-brand gravity filter and and get these a lot at a lower cost. So
Yeah, Harvey put in something in there. So
yeah,
you
he usually do.
usually he always does. Usually, more like always.
Well, I can check this. I believe there are.
Well, it's like what I said about you know when you see people like actually open up these things to show you the inside, right, and stuff like that. They take the time to doing it, and so you don't have to. It's just like it's nice because you get to see something that you usually don't see, and the companies themselves probably don't show, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Let's see where we can find them.
I think Harvey means point one, not 1 or 2. 1 or 2 microns is a coffee filter is supposed to be like what 20 microns or something. I'm trying to remember now. I know something like protozoa is like 20 microns. Bacteria is like 10 times smaller than that at point 2. Viruses are obviously smaller than that. Although a virus can be as big as a point 2 microns, but
Uh,
let's see here. I can't read that, so you have to tell us. I cannot really see that.
okay. These are the live straw personal, live straw flex, live straw
Oh, okay.
universal. Uh,
Sorry, I had to put that in full screen for myself here.
uh,
Just hold that
and
still.
here you have Calidus DCSS, parasites, bacteria, virus, microplast, uh, capacity 1500, 1.7 liter per hour.
Oh, the flow rate. Okay.
Yeah, that flow rate.
Okay. What's this?
Yeah.
Let's just see.
So
Yeah, yeah. Because parasites are actually bigger than bacteria.
yeah,
Viruses are smaller than bacteria.
yeah.
And microplastics. Now, yeah, microplastics. I'm trying to remember the size. I don't even know the size of that. Well, obviously it's small.
Yeah.
Obviously it's small. Okay, let's see here. Okay, okay.
So I guess these with X's is what the filter takes.
I'm assuming that's like, yeah. But it would have been nice to see a check mark, though.
Yeah, and these who are not check marked, they don't take that. If I have understand this correctly.
Oh, I was gonna read it some more before you scrolled back down. Let's see here. Wait, hold on. Okay, let's see. What's it here? Because someone was saying that about the Sawyer, right? 400 liters. Remember, 400 liters. Remember, it's about what? About 4 liters per gallon. Yeah, that sounds about right. Maybe you're thinking
Yeah,
of gallons instead of remember in comparison, anything you're gonna have the same units too, whatever it is.
yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, because I know. Yeah, because. Yeah. The life struggle is about 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
because something like a life struggle was supposed to be about a thousand liters.
yeah,
But that's under ideal conditions, right? Everyone's got to remember these are under ideal conditions.
yeah. I guess they can. Yeah, I
This
guess
is
that.
ideal conditions where the water is fairly clear, right? The more the more that's in the water, the more it's got to filter out, and the more the filter is going to start to clog, and eventually water's not going to go through because it's clogged. I mean, honestly, I don't think no one wants to put mud water through their filter. If you had to, that's one thing, right? But you probably want
Yeah,
to
Renan.
pre-filter that through coffee filter, some sort of bandana, shirt, or something like that. Get the more bigger stuff out that way, and extend the lifespan of your actual water filter, whatever it is, right? Because even with
Yeah,
your Berkey, right? I mean, like, I don't. I'm pretty sure people don't just throw mud into it, right? It's fairly running water, clearish kind of water, right? I don't see anyone actually like wanting to like put like mud into it, trying to filter. I'm pretty sure that'll clog fast, and you would have reduced flow rate. You're probably trying to best pick the better water, not stagnant water. Flowing. You're trying to pick like flowing water and stuff like that. Let sediment uh, settle out into it, stuff like that. What did I read? I don't think their chart is accurate. Twitter meaning lasts up to 100,000 gallons and is 0.1 microns. How long does that filter last?
the Calidus says 1,500 liter.
These would still all be vulnerable. These are all still vulnerable to freezing, right? Even Berkey would still be vulnerable to freezing, right? I
Well,
thought
it's
they were
stainless
still.
steel.
Pardon me.
It's stainless steel, so
No, but the filter itself, though.
yeah. The filter would be probably be vulnerable to
Because I'm
cold
assuming
temperature.
even Berkey's filter, their actual filter themselves are vulnerable to freezing,
Yeah,
right? Because yeah, so there is something to be said about having not just a filter, but maybe some water purification. I mean, water disinfection tablets.
yeah,
I had to throw that in. I had to throw that one in, right?
yeah,
Because those are not vulnerable to cold, well, freezing, right? They're a little bit more. But then again, some of them you have to wait for their. I don't want to say incubation time, but their uh, working time, right? Whatever it is. Because I think if I remember on some of those water purification tablets, you have to like kind of more cloudy, colder water or whatever, ice water
yeah,
and stuff like that. You gotta wait longer. It's not just like 10, 15 minutes or half an hour. Sometimes it's a little bit longer. So I guess always have more than one option. I guess, right?
yeah,
For me here in Canada, I want to have more options. I mean, ideally, yeah, distillation, boiling, filtering, some water treatment, whatever it is. Let's say with tablets or a couple of drops of bleach or whatever, right? So
yeah.
have all four, right? That way, whatever works better at the time,
Yeah, exactly.
right? Because I think if it's cold, okay, let's not use the water filter, water purification. Well, this water is really cold. Might take a little. I might have to wait longer. Okay, I have time to boil. Maybe I'll try that this time.
Harvey says 1,500 liters is about 400 gallons versus Sawyer or Berkey, that is very low. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, go on.
1,500 liters, it takes, for two persons, it takes a long time before you get up to 1,500 liter. But I will get one of these filters anyway, and I will also add to that mini Sawyer filter as well. So, and if I can afford it, I will also add a Catadin water filter as well. So that is my plan. So you always have something extra.
More than one option.
Yeah.
More than one option and some contingency in there.
Yeah, and
because
on top,
yeah,
and on top of that, I should have water disinfection tablets as well.
I think that's a good way of approaching it. Right. That way you can, you have options. You have options, right?
That is my plan at the moment. First, I had in mind to only have mini Sawyers, and only just have those, and water pure disinfection tablets. But I have been thinking, and now I need more options. So that's why when I saw the Calidus gravity filter for that price, and if I get, when I can afford it, I buy one anyway, because it is not that I'm gonna use it every day or so, just only in emergency. If the municipality comes,
well, you better try it at least once. All right, let's put a little bit in here and let's see. Okay, okay, it's flowing through. Let's make sure it's actually working. I think to a certain degree, try to make sure it's working, right?
So if there is getting content or the water
boil, let's say a boil advisory or something like that, right?
Yeah, if
I think that's a common thing to expect to see, right? Because that happens. I know here in Canada, there's boil advisories or stuff like that. Because treatment plants fail or become overcome with floodwater, for example, right? And then they can't be certain about, per se, the tap water, the water that's coming out, right? So at least you'll know, okay, I should be good. If I want cold water, I can just go through this and I should be fine.
Good morning, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah, Jack is on. It's always good to see Jack. Yeah, and he enjoys to be here anyway, so he like it because we have a great community here.
Yeah, I like the feedback that a lot of people are giving.
And I know he is usually fast to join the panel.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see
Well,
if
to
he's
say,
still join.
I don't notice it. I was about to say is the about water filter. This is why I made sure that my water filters, well, the purple ones, anyways, since I can't be certain about when I'm leaving or using them per se. Now, also it's cold out here in Canada right now, but if I'm really leaving because I really have to, right? It might
Yeah,
still be in my bag anyways, right? So I got to make sure. Okay, now it's in a dry state, right? But I always make sure there's a reason. You will see. I have this air water filter kit that I made, and I have a video on the channel, right? I made
yeah,
sure that I actually that was a life straw version of it, but I replaced the stock kind of cordage that was on there with something with actual paracord, right? But the idea was I'm not just gonna wear it around my neck just to hold it around my neck. It's so I can keep it warm around my neck. If it came down to that, I hope I would not need to use it in the winter, guys. It's very dicey, very dicey. When I
yeah,
started doing that, but and besides about like the reason why I want to hold it around, have something like a lanyard or something to, or a necklace or whatever is so if I have to use it, right, I can hang it and it can drip dry or
yeah,
dry out, right? Instead of just putting it back into like a moist bag. Like I know some people have put it into a baggie or something like that, a sealed bag, and I'm like, no, because that's going to cause stuff to grow on the outside because it's a moist environment. Even though you have something covering your lid and stuff like that, well, I don't want that growing inside. There'll be a smell too. Because I remember putting a white straw into this other container. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm going to put it into that container. It'll keep it dry, and I can drink out of it and all that stuff. Then I noticed that my white straw was giving a smell to it because the moisture in the bottle was causing the smell to get on to the white straw. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do it
yeah,
like that. You want to keep the air in around it so it stays dry. Dry. When it's not in use, dry. Right? Because when it's dry, nothing really you're in things don't grow as much when it's dry, right? Because you need moisture to per se grow microbes and stuff like that. And if it's dry, well, ice doesn't form if it's dry too. Right? It's
yeah,
not the freeze if it's dry. So I'm like, yes, keep it dry. I think this is why they say about backwash and stuff like that. For someone like garden prepping and or maybe even Oz, Jack here, they live in a warmer climate. Cold's probably not as big of an issue, but for someone like you or me that live in one of the northern parts, where it snows, well, we got to be concerned about that.
yeah. What model? T. Hmm.
I just read what he said. Rare loaded
Um,
container, then have a party with 10 billion kids running around us.
yeah.
So, Shadow, I was gonna say was, have you noticed lately? Maybe I don't know if you've noticed. I've known lately. No, noticed lately. There's a lot more. How do I say? Not just the preparedness channels or survival channels or the homesteading channels, but just in general that kind of this niche of self sufficiency, self awareness, being ready, prepared kind of channels popping up more. I've noticed that even more lately And just like I keep coming across some more and more and more lately. I'm just like, and they're putting out their own content and stuff like that. I don't know if you noticed, or maybe start to support some other channels out there, or seeing some stuff out there personally.
Well, I believe it pops up a lot more of these more channels in this niche. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I noticed a little bit of it, so but it's anyway, it's good because everyone has their point of view when it comes to preparedness in prepping, and
Mm-hmm.
you have your point of view. I have my point of view, how I look at it, and Jack has his point of view, and Gray Man has his point of view.
Mm-hmm. Right. This and Second Star and
Yeah, and Second Star as well.
Garden prepping and stuff like that. It's just like where you can feel like so. It's like, what's your favorite fire star? No, or something. Then people be like, a lot of people would say similar things. Then there's someone say something else. No, I like this. Oh, I like this more. I'm more into the family. You know, they're all good, right? The idea is to like know what works for you at the time that you need it the most, right? And works for your area, right?
Yeah,
Make sure it works for your area. If if you live where it's cold or snowier, maybe you want another option, a different option. If
yeah.
it's wet and rainy, maybe some let's say storm matches or light
Hey
bulb
there,
match.
Hero Brian. Welcome back.
Hey, welcome back, man. I was gonna tell you earlier, yeah. I invited him in. I gave him the link in, so
Yeah.
he was asking me earlier. So yeah, he's getting into it too. I know he does his own live streams and stuff like that, and I'm actually I haven't caught one live yet. I've only caught one of the videos. Yeah, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you know,
The
I
great
mean,
thing about more people finally opening up and going somewhat public is that the BS propaganda about preppers being tinfoil hatters is being debunked.
yep.
Yeah, I think people in general begins to realize that uh, they need to be prepared because they see things that this is not right and this is on its way
Or
basically
they've been
going
burned
south.
before, right? I'm just saying when you or like let's say you barely got by the last hurricane or this like it's just like this flooding here in out here in Canada, out west here in British Columbia,
Yeah,
on right. And I mean, like a lot of people, some people out there now are just kind of like, yeah, I don't want to be caught with my pants down or caught off guard the next time, right? Because it's just like you know, and how lucky they were to let's say even have what they have now, right? And they're like, yeah, I want to be more ready the next time, right? So sometimes you get bent and then you will get into it, right? Which is common. I guess that's one. And I've seen that a lot too, right? A lot of people are like that. That's fine, right? You know,
yeah.
there's
Hero
a lot of people out
Brian,
there that are like that.
Hero Brian and King now says honestly, a lot of people think preppers are too paranoid or some crap. And also, Boy Scout motto is be prepared after all. Yeah, I'm a scout. uh, I'm a I'm a scout leader myself, so
Well, I would
be,
assume you have the word scout in your title name and your channel name.
be prepared, always prepared. Um, so,
Mhm.
and besides, I'm all. I was volunteer in the Air Force, and we did. Um, we in the Air Force. I was volunteering. I was belonged to a unit we called LOMOS, which is air and land observations. So that is basically gathering intelligence uh, about aircrafts,
Mhm.
planes, different types of planes. If it's a C-130 Hercules, or is it a jet fighter, or is it a prop or a helicopter, or things like that. So that was basically the number one priority was the airspace, and check for airplanes and helicopters and things like that. And the second priority was the land observations. So that is basically, we were in a basically in a 10 men strong team, basically in the middle of nowhere. Uh, and we were not an combative unit. We were more like of a defensive unit. Uh, we a stealth unit, uh,
Okay.
because we set up our tent, and we have set up our uh, firing posts and things like that. So
Mhm.
firing positions, and uh, we had one guy. He had his job was to keep an eye on the airspace, and he if he saw plane or helicopter or things like that, he would report it in over the radio. Uh, he should also report the weather, everything, and report in. And I believe it was every 15 or 20 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes, I believe it was. Every
Okay.
15 minutes. So that is basically, I talked to Guardian Prepping about that, and he said that is basically a scout unit. So
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Oh yeah, yeah.
so that would fit me well. So
Well, like I said, you have scout in your channel name, so I would hope
yeah,
so. I would hope that represents you in some way. You know.
yeah. Uh,
Let's see here.
I have an Ontario 499 as my survival kit fixed blade knife. I'm trying to save up enough to restock the survival kit I made.
Well, I just want to add, like, the survival part. Like, you don't want it to be so narrow focused, and where it's like, for example, like, I have this $200 knife. Do you have any water? No. What? right? Something like that, right? Where you want to be well stocked in more of everything versus, hey, I got this really cool $200 knife. Yeah, I only have like 2 days of food. That kind of thinking,
Yeah.
right? Because I'm not saying a $200 knife wouldn't be so bad or whatever, but I like to eat too, right?
Yeah.
Or not having enough water. Well, I like to have coffee too, right? So, you know, I like that. I don't mind having a nice Letterman multi-tool or whatever, but I'm also thinking to myself, well, it would be nice to have coffee too. Letterman's not making me coffee or make me grow coffee beans. So yeah.
Yeah. And I have my faithful Leatherman wave. So
Mm-hmm.
I like Leatherman because they have high quality, and I like them Leatherman better than the Gerber actually, uh, because I think the Leatherman is more reliable than the Gerber is.
Each one to their own. I'm not saying this or that. Actually, I have both. I have both. I have a Letterman and a Gerber multi-tool, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Uh,
I think I'm always thinking to myself, get something of good quality that'll last for a while for the price you're paying for, right?
yeah.
I don't want to spend $100 Canadian for something that's on break the next day. Yeah, no. But if that $100 and it lasts for 10 years, oh, that's like $1 a year. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not only I don't mind paying a little bit more if I can have it more durability or it's more sustainable or lasts longer, right? Okay.
Yeah. If
But
you
I don't
can
also don't
afford it.
I also don't want to pay like a $10 multi tool that breaks like by the end of the year, for example, too.
I'm
Benjamin,
trying
yeah.
to save up for a Benchmade 274 Adamas for my kit also, as my scout council doesn't allow fixed blades.
Mm.
What? Why don't they allow you to have fixed blades? I don't get. I don't. I don't
You know,
get it. But
this is like again, Shadow. Like I've said before, that's why I always appreciate these gifts of gifts that I get received and sent or whatever, especially the
yeah,
gear ones, right? Because especially if someone offers you a multi tool that's technically worth $30 if it was bought new, right? Like I have this in my pocket right now. See, you guys can hear my keys.
yeah,
Yeah, all right. I have a Victorinox Swiss Army knife on me, right? I got this for free. Someone offered it for me. Gave it to me for free, right? I was just like, because I was helping them clean out the basement. And they're like, "Oh yeah, see, you can have anything in the basement." And I just see this Victorinox box. I'm like looking at this. I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's so sharp." I'm like, "Can I have this?" They're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh wow." So sometimes, how I say what like during prepping said, sometimes you gotta be lucky, right? Sometimes you gotta be lucky to be lucky too, right? You're at the right place at the right time to receive something, right? Or find something, right? So I just like, I always remember this the person who gave it to me, right? Because that was nice of them. They didn't have to do that. They could have easily sold it for $20 online if they really wanted to, right? Because it was pretty new. I've used it now a little bit, so it's a little bit more worn down in terms of the outside, right? But it's still sharp and all this stuff, right? It's not like I've nicked it or anything like that, right? Like it still opens up really nice and stuff when it's still sharp and all that stuff, right? But so I appreciate when people are nice like that, right? So
yeah.
It's just like when you got that more of, well, when you want that more of from Gray, right? That's like that kind of feeling, I guess, right?
Yeah.
It feels good, right? So that's why I'm always, if I'm using something that someone gave me or donated to me or gifted to me, it always reminds me of them. Because, it's because of them, right? I guess a giveaway is one thing, but if they give it to you and donate it or purposely, without, it's not a giveaway, but they give it to you, that's something special, right? Because they're taking the time to ship it to you, give it to you, right? You didn't spend any
Yeah.
money, but they spent all the money, but they want you to be happy with whatever it is, right? Let's say a more, whatever it is, nice food or a multi to whatever it is, and just like, wow, I'll put it to good use. I'll put it to good use, Scout, man. I think about you every time I make feather sticks, stuff like that.
Jack says, for now I'm leaning to an under the sink system for drinking water.
Hmm. Speaking of drinking water, that
Yeah.
reminds me, Scout. I did mention this. So now I live on a higher level, so it doesn't actually flood here where I am. There may be very localized flooding at best, right? Like very local in lower areas, right? But when the chances of me getting flooded out in this area is very low, right? Very, very low.
Yeah.
But areas maybe not so much, right? So if your area flooded and water becomes an issue, let's say you store up water. Okay, let's say you store up water. Okay, but that water's starting to run low, right? Run low. What are your options? And let's say, and I was saying in this live stream that I did about it, I was thinking to myself, it's still flooded. If water's an option, and it's still raining, gotta rainwater. Why put your filter through? Why put dirty water through your filter if you can gather rainwater instead?
Yeah.
I was just thinking like that automatically because I was just thinking to myself, instead of like rinsing, like let's say you wanted to still do dishes or whatever, instead of rinsing dishes with clean bottled water, hopefully not or whatever. Oh, hey, it's raining. Might as well use the resource. It hasn't touched the ground yet. Still fairly clean, right? And it's been raining for a while, so it should be fairly clear or clean for what it is, right? You could still boil it, cook with it if you really wanted to, filter it if you wanted to, but I just figure that's probably filtering rainwater. It's probably better than trying to filter out the groundwater that's already on the floodwater, right? The floodwater is contaminated with a lot of stuff that you don't know. Let's say herbicides or pesticides from round. Yeah, I was gonna say round off, round off, round off, but stuff like that or contamination from the treatment plant or filling or something like that, and all this other things you have no idea, and animals that passed away in it and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, maybe I don't want to subject my filter for that if I don't have to, right? Try to
Yeah.
get this cleanest source of water, right? I was just like thinking to myself because out in BC and British Columbia right now, I was just thinking to myself, some people were saying, I've heard on the news and stuff like that from other people that about water. I was just like thinking to myself, well, if it's still raining, get it off the rainwater, right? Just like
Yeah.
if you were lost at sea, lost in the ocean in the dinghy, right? If it rains, you're gathering that. That's your
Yeah.
lifeline, right? That's your lifeline right there, right? And I was remember watching something about some sort of hurricane disaster simulation and stuff like that, and we better gather this water while we still can, because if it stops raining, all this water that's on the ground out here that's floating, it's all contaminated. Even if you had a
Yeah.
filter or whatever, right? You could be clogging your filter really fast, right?
Yeah, you do.
Right. I think that would be the smart idea instead of trying to filter dirty water that's already on the ground. I'm gonna use the water that's just coming from the sky right now while I still can.
Yeah.
Okay, Harvey. But Harvey, what happens if it's been raining for like a long period of time though? Doesn't that start? I'm not saying it's 100% clean, but isn't it like more clear a little? I'm just saying in terms of comparing it to like the water compared to like that's on the ground. Like I'm talking about a flood area right now, right? So wouldn't rainwater be clearer or cleaner than the water in the flood water? That's what I'm saying. And maybe you're just using it just to rinse a dish off, rinse clothes off, right? Or to like supplement your actual clean water supply, right? Your bottled water that you have, whatever, right? Or extend your filter a lot more versus putting flood water into it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
That's just me. That's just my opinion on that. Because I've used rainwater to wash clothes before. I've used rainwater while camping to wash my socks before. It was funny because I'm like, don't even mind doing that. I'm just like, well, because there's this rainwater and it's pouring. It's pouring fast enough, and I could, right. I added a little bit of soap in it, right. But I was just thinking to myself, well, it's better than trying to use our clean drinking water for it, and it's probably better than using the lake water. But that's just me.
Catching rainwater is a good idea.
Providing, obviously, in this situation, right? In this situation, for example, right? Obviously, there may be situations where collecting rainwater is a no for some reason, whatever it is, because of everything.
I had in mind to have some rainwater catchment system, but when you live in an apartment, it's
It's
really
harder.
hard. It's harder, yes.
I know. Kaylin will actually during the summer she would, if it did rain, she would gather some rainwater so for her plants that she actually does have on her balcony. But that's if it had happened, right? But honestly, just so she didn't have to use actual clean. Well, I would say clean, but actual drinking water instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Harvey.
Harvey. You're gonna Shadow. You're gonna put that on the screen here. You're gonna put that on the screen so that everyone can see that. I want to look at this like on the replay and be like, "Did Harvey just say that? Yeah, he did. I knew someone was gonna open up their big mouth about it. To get some drips from water. Oh, did I say that? No, but anyways, I was just kind of thinking like when I was going through this, thinking to myself, well, like, okay, I know it's not that flood, it's not that happen here or whatever, but let's just say let's just say for example, if the pandemic wasn't even happening, right? People would
Yeah,
be in different places, right?
yeah,
Let's look into the future a little bit more, right? What happens when things are a little bit more traveling's a little bit less restrictive or whatever, right? I was just thinking to myself, what happens if I was out there and got stranded, right? and
Yeah.
no money to get back. No, I got no relatives. No one's gonna give me money to fly back from the coast all the way back or whatever, right? Well, and I have to, or I have to wait, or I have to wait. Hey, Sierra, you're gonna wait 2 weeks till I get paid to give you the money so you can fly back here. I'd be like, okay, well, I'm running low on water. I need to think of something here. All right, and I'm not saying like I wouldn't like wanna. I just don't want to be how do I say uh a burden on the system, even if someone was handing out water, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. I might take one bottle of water just for drinking purposes, but I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna have to figure out something here, right? Because I don't really. When I say another reason why I prepare is so I don't want to be a burden on the system or on someone else, right? Because someone out there might need it even more than I do, right?
Yeah.
Someone that's you know someone that can't is not as mobile as I am, right? Maybe they're in a wheelchair and they're not as mobile or whatever. I'd be like, at least I can walk, right? I can still
Yeah.
do stuff, right? Perhaps they cannot, and I'd rather have them have it versus me, right? Because I can still go outside to get rainwater. They can't do that, right? So I rather them have actual water, right? You know, I'll give them instead of having two bottles of water, I'll give one to them and keep one, and then I'll go outside and drink rainwater or something like that.
Well, Hero Brian King Knives, I have a genuine question for you too about survival, like
All
kit.
right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I want to hear about this.
Yeah,
Would you
me
guys
too.
trust the kit sold on Amazon? I personally made my own AA, and I don't trust the quality of those pre-made Amazon ones. I think I've said this before. Is pre-made kits may give you a false sense of being prepared, and most of the time, not all the time, they're inadequate for your own area or not tailored for your area because a lot of the time they're very more generic and they may be lacking certain things you may have to add in anyways. Let's say clothes, socks, later, right? And we survival kits come with socks. Probably not pre-made kits. Probably not. So you don't have to add that in anyways, right? Lighters, it's one of those things about shipping lighters around everywhere, right? Let alone matches and stuff like that. And pre-made kits also are one of those, oh, hey, I got this. Let's put it in the closet, forget about it, right? Without actually knowing what's inside the content or how to use them. When you put something there, now, I'm going to be biased because obviously I'm a DIYer, obviously. But you get a sense of, you put it together and hopefully you used it, tried out some of the stuff, tested some of the equipment yourself, at least tried it at least once, right? Like, like how many people? It's like, have you even tried out this ferro rod? Have you used one before? Like, especially if they haven't you've never seen them use a ferro rod. I mean, it's one thing if you used a ferro rod, it's like, okay, it's sparking, okay, I'm good, great. But if you've never seen someone use a ferro rod ever, they don't even know what it is. I
Yeah.
don't know how to use this, right? Well, maybe now would be a good time to try it when we're sitting here nice and dry instead of later when you're depending on it and forgetting about it. And it's like, oh, I wish I listened to Sierra and tried this beforehand. I forgot. I didn't realize this was the learning curve, right? Because sometimes you want to overcome that learning curve of learning about it beforehand. That way you don't have to, in the heat of the moment, try to learn something, right? It's
Yeah.
like trying to learn how to like tie this knot when a situation's happening, or tying a bowline. Trying to tie a bowline, learning how to do it when you're trying to help someone that fell through the ice or is in floodwater or whatever, or out at sea or whatever, something like that. So that's my thought on that.
Yeah. When I say quality, I mean the quality of the items, either durable or easy to break. That's my thing about it. And then he says, all of the things I bought for my own kit, I asked around on what people thought the quality of it is, and also learn how to use it and do research on it if I feel I don't know anything about the item.
And about the research and stuff like that, some of the Amazon, I'm not saying all the reviews that you might see, but if you're just seeing, oh, hey, it's always the same. Great kid, it's useful. I give it 4 or 5 stars, right? So short, so vague, and that doesn't really help you, right? That doesn't answer anything. But if you're seeing like, hey, yeah, I tried this out. I went up camping with it. It's details, right, and stuff like that. Or you're seeing people trying to using it in terms of in videos and stuff like that, showing it. Not afraid to showing close-ups and stuff like that. It's like, okay, well, out of the box, okay, it's not as sharp as I thought it would have been. The cutting tool or whatever. Oh, hey, look, this ferrule looks smaller than I thought, for example, right?
I meant research of my own. I will actually look things up and all that. I don't trust the reviews on there.
Well, remember, those reviews, I mean,
The
again,
reviews can give you a hint about how the item is.
yeah, Alexander, yeah, I agree with you, right? Now, all those survival kits are no good to anyone because not one kit covers the needs of your family or your personal needs all the way through, right? Sometimes you still have to add stuff to it, and sometimes they're too generic. Each family has their unique needs. Yeah, exactly, right? Whatever it is, right? You might have someone that needs to do certain things or whatever, right? And I also think it makes you, like I said, have a false sense of being ready. Because
Yeah,
oh, I got this kid, I got the gear, I'm good to go. Have you actually tried any of it out at all? Any of it, right? No,
probably.
I mean, it's one thing. Okay, hey, I've tried out a Mylar blanket before a couple times. Okay, that's one thing, right? So if you get a new one, okay, you didn't try that new one. Well, you've tried something very extremely similar. Okay, that's one thing, right? But if you haven't tried it at all, even once, even have you tried to make a shelter with any kind of garbage? No. Okay, well, try that first. Have you tried any Mylar Space Blanket at all, right? No. Okay, maybe try this out. See it for yourself. See it with your own eyes. Touch it with your own, touch it, smell it, hear it, and all that stuff, right? Sense it for yourself, so you understand it as a person. You know, I could tell you, oh, this is how it, you know, this Mylar blanket, oh, that might be a little louder than you think, or whatever, right? I could tell you all this stuff, but you need to experience it yourself so you can make your own call about it, how much you like it, or how durable it is, or how useful it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it depends on what kind of preferences you have
Hmm.
and what you prefer.
I think so too.
Because one item
It's, I
maybe
mean,
might fit to me, but it won't fit for you. So
hey, this works for Auslander down there. I don't know about here in Canada. It's a little cold for that. I'm not saying anything specific because I can't think of one, but it could be something similar to that. I think. And to extend this from the Amazon kids too, there's other pre-made kits out there. I think everyone's well aware of. No brand
yeah,
names or whatever. There's this one that has a little thing that has a horn on it, and there's this other one that has a number on, and then there's other ones that looks orange and you can get for $50 in Walmart. That kind of place. Or these other ones that look like red and stuff like that. And here's ones with pouches of water, right? I mean, like, I was always thinking to myself, that's not gonna cut it for water. That's not gonna cut it for water. Or these let's say food rations or lifeboat rations or
Yeah.
bars and stuff like that. I tried one out. I was actually kind of glad it was expiring because it gave me a chance to try it out. Right now, I know how it tastes, how dry it is. I know now, right? I can consume it. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can consume this, enjoy it, but I don't want to live off of this for 3 days straight with only this. I'm trying to avoid that, right? So, because I tried that. Well, I didn't try it for 3 days straight, but I mean, like, I've seen other people doing it, and I'm like tasting it, and I'm like, yeah, it's tolerable, it's palatable, but I don't want to survive on this for 3 days straight only. And I'm assuming I have actual water too, right?
Yeah.
In those packages of water, I mean, I know they're sealed and all that stuff, right? Shelf stable per se, but that's not adequate enough of water. Because usually those kind of things were meant for like being in a lifeboat, right? Where you're stationary.
Yeah.
Right. Something like evacuating out, right?
Yeah.
Bugging out, you're not consume a lot of energy or expend a lot of calories because you're on the move, right? Even if you're driving, you might still have to lift a bag, put it in your right, and the stress level of driving too, right? Being alert, right? You need that food energy too, right? You'll probably be burning energy like that too. What did Harvey say? Best to try out prompts and practice regularly with the prompts are what disaster when you need them the most. Well, yeah, right. I mean, you want to be confident that what you have will work for you when the chips are down. Because if the chips are down, did I try this yet? All right, you don't want to be second guessing yourself, or even learn. Like, there's no. I don't want to be learn how to use a fair run at the last second. That's like trying to learn like how to use a map and compass when you've been so reliant on a GPS that it's like, how do I use this? I don't know how to do this. Well, maybe now is a good time to learn. Well, it's easy, right? Well, it's relatively easy. Versus, doing it in the heat of the moment, in the stress of the moment, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes learning stuff, you make mistakes, and maybe in the heat of the moment, it's not the time to make the mistake. In the heat of the moment, you want to be on like kind of like autopilot. It's like, okay, I got it. Okay, I need a fire going. Okay, let's increase the surface area of everything I find. Let's look for things dry, standing, hanging, not on the ground, maybe underneath something like boughs or something like that, covered that got protected from the water, right? Like I remember this one time I was out camping and just like looking for tinder, right? And like I could have used like some tissue or whatever, right? But I was just like, okay, well, let's have some fun, right? I'm gonna practice, right? I'm like thinking to myself, it just rained, right? But hey, we got the vehicles out here and they're on the grass, but underneath the vehicles it's still dry because the vehicles blocked the rain, right? I'm like, oh yeah, underneath the vehicles it's still dry. That stuff's dry. I'll use that. I was just thinking like that, right? thinking ahead like that, I was just like, okay, yeah, that's a good way to go about it. You know, because I knew I'm like, well, it is still dry. It just poured, but those vehicles covered that part of the ground from getting wet. So that
So,
kind of
CR, what do you think about Rennan's idea? On that topic, I
that
would
topic. I
like
love to see a
a
collaboration
collab
between
between
ultralight
ultralight
hikers.
hikers. And
Well, but the thing is, the ultralight hike, the well, I think ultralight like people that need, well, I shouldn't say need, but have a evacuation type of plan and bag to use, or whatever the reason is, can learn from ultralight hikers. But the thing is, the situation's slightly different too, right? Ultralight hiking, sometimes it's nice and sunny and clear, and you're not seeing a lot of people. If you're bugging out for real in a flood or fire, it's gonna be pretty stressful. I think even more stressful. The situation's probably a little bit different. I don't know about you. That's how I would see it personally.
yeah,
I think it would be much different. You can learn. I think both can learn from each other. I think. Because
yeah, that is what I believe too.
ultralight hikers might they limit the amount of backup gear that they do have, right? Sometimes it's ultralight hikers go for like exactly they know their trip, right? Which hopefully for bugging out you've done that too. But the thing about bugging out is that there may be unforeseen things you might have to spend one extra night out that you didn't foresee. Ultralight hikers tend to know down to the T what they're doing. Right? They know I'm saying it's pardon me. 100 clicks out this way, it should take me exactly 2.5 days. I'm saying you know, 2 nights out, right? And maybe it's even warmer, right? If
Yeah,
you're bugging out, it could be hot, cold, raining, right? Also, like hikers, unless they've done this year round, all the time, in the heat, in this cold, right? They might be right. I mean, how do I say this? You can chime in anytime now. Here, I'm trying to, but like I was saying, these things you just learn from experience, I guess. You learn by doing it. Because I know some people are trying out their per se bugging out routine, right? I've seen people trying it out, right, and
yeah.
realize they're not. They thought they could do it, but nope, not until they actually tried it. And remember, ultralight hikers tend to be later on their stuff.
Much lighter.
Yeah, when you're bugging out, you you probably tend to have a little bit more with you.
Yeah, because you need the gear you have packed in your bob.
Right, you may have right because ultralight hikers aren't carrying a full fixed blade. Where bugging out, okay, maybe this time around I need that, for example.
Games, uh, card games, board games. Uh,
I got chess. I actually
yeah,
have a winning chessboard too. I got cards too. I got I know how to do the bridge with cards and stuff like that. I learned that when I was young.
yeah,
A long time ago. I can actually do that in the air. Actually, I can for this, I can almost shuffle a deck of cards with one handed. This hit or miss depending on the cards, but stuff like that.
yeah.
No bunch of games and stuff like that. I get a cards. Cards is a deck of cards is easy, and there's lots of games you can learn. Right, lots of different games. if you really wanted to and stuff like that. A couple games of solitaire and stuff like that to pass by them. Although I play games like cards for entertainment, not to pass by the time though. Let's see.
Renan says, "Oh, I agree. The reason I want to see a collab is because they tend to shed unnecessary weight, which is a mistake. I sometimes have noticed that some preppers make. It could help us find the golden middle path. They tend to
The
skip
sweet spot. Sweet spot.
Yeah. They tend to skip on things that are important for us, but on the other hand, I've seen some preppers with 3 large knives, an overly large axe.
Well, I mean, that comes back to like what you're conditioned for, right? You gotta be able to do this, right? Hopefully you be able to do this. Hopefully you tried it too, right? You know, made a plan for it too. I mean, regardless of how much you weigh or how much the weight of your pack is, you still have to move it forward, right? However the
Yeah,
distance is, right? And you're trying to cover ground. And you gotta take in environmental concerns as the weather at the time. Guys, like I said, right now, here in Canada, we had flooding here a couple weeks back. Well, it's probably, let's say, in the higher 40s for you guys in the US, but maybe in that 5-9 degrees Celsius range for a lot of
yeah,
these places, right? I was just thinking, well, that's cool weather for this time of year. For the considering, right? But it's raining, it's wet, right?
yeah,
You're gonna bug out, evacuate out, right? You gotta consider that. That's not. It's it's a camp. It's a forest fire or whatever, raging forest fire, and I'm gonna bug out. I'm not worried about being cold. I'm worried about water at that time, right? But in terms of bugging out, if it was a flood or whatever, shelter is probably the more. Fire is the
yeah,
last. Fire is probably not to be a no go. Everything's wet. Everything's wet, right? But having dry clothes is probably more important than
yeah,
fire, for example, right? Because at least dry clothes I can change into, right? With solid shelter, I can stay dry, so I don't have to get wet. I'm, Let me correct myself. So I don't get wet. I had to say it in that way before I say the wrong thing here. So it depends. It really does depend, right?
yeah,
If I was out there right now, for me here, it's still gonna be snow and cold. I mean, there there is an outside chance for tornadoes here, but it's rare. It's really rare, right? I only have one plan for that, but snow, ice, something like that. Power outage is probably gonna be high on the list though for me here.
yeah,
It's still gonna be high on the list because I've seen it. I've seen the snow. I've seen the power outages here.
yeah,
Even just temporary, right? But I know if they last longer, well, I don't need a plan. I need a plan and hopefully gear to back that up. And hopefully skill and knowledge and experience to back that up too, right? So, stuff like that to back that up. And not get caught with my, you know, with my pants down per se, right? Like it's just like the people in Texas, right? Where they're just like not sure what to do, right? I don't know what to do, right? Because I've seen some other videos lately after the fact, and there's like some who came from Canada and moved there. They still had their like winter stuff because they still plan to go skiing in the mountains, right? So they actually had that stuff, and they were like, "I am so glad we decided to bring this winter stuff from Canada, right?" Because it probably help them a lot, right? Instead of uh, suffering, it's just a slight inconvenience, right? Slight inconvenience versus suffering, or and stuff like that. Just slight inconvenience, right? Or as some people say, instead of roughing it, they're smoothing it a little bit more. If that makes any sense, because but then there's other people that had to learn lessons the hard way, right? It's like, oh, I should have shut off my water to my house before I left my house and bugged out, right? To come back to flooded floors, right? Or
Yeah.
wet floors and stuff like that, right? Not knowing where the main main water shut off is. It's just like anything like with gas too, right? Gas, electric, hydro, right? Know where your main cutoff is, right? Especially, I think with gas is important too because let's say if it was an earthquake, right? You probably want to know where that is if you have gas coming from your house. You
Yeah.
want to know exactly where that is because I'm gonna have a tool ready to cut that off, but not cut off, but turn that off, right? Whatever it is, right? Wrench or whatever nearby. So hey, this earthquake just happened. No one used a lighter or sparking anything here. Let me turn off the gas here. Let's exit the building. Right.
Harvey had a question.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. What is your plan B if SHTF and if you have to leave your state or area? I have maybe an east or west plan and maybe a north to go plan. I can't. I don't know. Well, I don't really know people down south for. That's something I've been looking into too. Okay,
Yeah.
it's nice to have per se, bug out location or an evacuation spot or a muster point or that I'm gonna stay at this hotel plan, right? But what happens if that's out of the question? That's compromise. You need something else too, right? So like, you know, for example, having the hotel plan, maybe having another friend that you prearrange something that's outside the affected area to stay at. That way, you have these options. All these options are all available to you, right? I'm gonna
Yeah.
use the closest option first. Okay. Well, okay, something's happening. The fire's getting bigger. We gotta even leave this spot. Okay. Well, what's that next closest spot? Plan. Then we plan ahead. Okay. Well, remember everybody? Yeah. Let's call them up right now because hey, whoever your friend is, right? Hey, this is CR.
Yeah.
I got this fire is coming even closer, man. I don't remember that plan we were talking about that thing. Yeah. Um, I can be at your place in 20 an hour, right? My stuff's already packed. I already got my bag ready to go and all this
Yeah.
other stuff. All right. I think that'd be the way to go. That way you can always migrate to the next one, right? Instead of just being locked into only one. Right? Because again, I guess that'd be two is one and one is none, or having contingency plans, backup stuff like that. Hey, it's Wrong Homestead. Hey, Mark. I didn't realize Mark was in here.
Yep.
I didn't even realize because he's been talking. I've been talking so much. He's already wrote something like 2 minutes ago. Why didn't you tell me? Oh, because I was explaining myself. I just woke up. I'm like, what? What's it? It's nice to see you, by the way. Well, in words, anyway. I don't know what you haven't put out.
And obviously, I got the same question. So
What did it? Well, you can chime in anytime you want. I just looking what
well,
Osminder Jack wrote in there.
my plan. My plan would be if I had to leave my area, and
Well,
I
let's say
would.
your apartment right now, if you had to bail out of the apartment right now, for whatever reason, fire, flood, whatever it is, right? What's the
Well,
next thing?
I would probably go to my parents-in-laws
Yeah.
law at the first move I would do, the first stop. That is, because that would be the easiest. And if it turned out to be worse, well, we had I, I would have together the family and my parents-in-laws, my sister-in-laws, and
Hmm.
get everyone together at the same place. And after that, we had to move somewhere. Um, I would probably choose north rather than south. Uh, why I don't want to go south is in a situation like that is too many people, too much. It's too much. Uh, uh,
Too crowded. Too
yeah,
crowded. There
too
might be
crowded.
too many people, and if people, more of them, are not in the right sense
So
of frame
so
of mind, be worried about, hey, is this just gonna get worse if I go south now?
yeah, I will go north and maybe west
Okay.
after that. Uh, move to north and then west and heading for the border between Norway and Sweden. So that that would be an option because the further north you go, uh, uh, there is less crowded. So
Yeah, for me,
it,
it's the
it
same
is
thing.
easier. It is much easier to uh, keep be stealthy and stay away.
Okay. Okay. I know Oslander said something in there about, like, is like 5 6 minutes ago, about back to that kid figure we were talking about.
Yeah,
Is the kid for bugging in, for bugging out, or an emergency return to basics in brackets? It all depends what the purpose the kid is. Yeah, it's it depends on what the purpose of the kid is for. Literally impossible to have one size fit all for a kid. Yeah. I know sometimes they're just too generic, right? I mean, I'm not saying all pre-made kits are horrible, but not all of them are great. That's for sure. Not all of them are great. I've seen people show a few things and stuff like that. I see videos and every so often.
yeah.
This is $500 Canadian, $600 Canadian, and this is all I'm getting. A couple packages, some packages of water, 24 packages of emergency water, and a water bottle that I still have to fill up anyways. Okay, right? And you would expect certain things at that price point, but man, it's like nope. Because I mean, like, you got to remember, you still got to pay someone to put this together, right? The convenience of someone putting this together for you, you're still
Yeah,
paying for that, right? You still got to pay for someone to put it together. There still
yeah,
has to be advertising dollars, right? There's still a
yeah,
brand in there, right? So no matter how, oh, they buy, like, oh, we're buying 20 live straws for 10, they're all $10 a piece, but since we're buying like 2,000 of them, we can lower the cost. Well, yeah, but not all of us can do that. Where you can buy in bulk, the purchasing power of buying in bulk, right? Where you save money because you're buying all of this in bulk, right? And so, and sometimes I just see some of the stuff. I'm like, I don't even like. I'm like, man, oh, look at this. Here's this little orange matchbox that has that whistle, that little Ferris mirror that's on the side that's so small. The mirror's on the inside of the match case. There's no matches inside. I've seen that. You know that orange. It's supposed to be a whistle. It's like a 4 or 5 in 1 kind
Yeah.
of tool, right? I don't know what those. The whistle might be fine, but I'm just like, the mirror is so small. You signaling. I don't know. Checking yourself. I don't know, because it's kind of hard to see behind you if it's like the size of a cord or a coin. If I don't bring a mirror for signaling or to look at myself, I want a little, like, even like something like you would see credit card size, because at least then I could check my back or something. It's like, oh, okay, there's something on my back. I'm not just feeling it. And besides, if I'm going to signal with something like that, a credit card size mirror is probably going to do a lot better than a little coin size mirror.
Yeah.
Just my opinions.
It's
Let's
always
see.
nice to hear on other people's opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can learn from it.
Yeah, exactly. We're trying to learn from other people too, right? I'm just here to learn from other people, really. Trying to apply it to what I have to deal with here, right?
Yeah.
Right. And I always say, take what anyone says with a grain of salt, right? Do your own research, right? Don't listen to me. Don't listen to CR here. I'm just rambling on, but do your own research, right?
Yeah.
Does it make sense to you for your own area what you're doing, right? Don't take what I say as rule or truth or whatever, but do your own research and stuff like that.
Yeah.
These are just things I have experienced or start to know about, and I'm just like, I gotta, how do I say, learn more. There's still more to learn too, right? And hopefully I can still have time to learn it. Hopefully there's still time for me. Hopefully I still have more time to learn some stuff. No, really. I like how this was really cool. I really enjoyed it. Talking. Oh my gosh, we went from tools to survival kits. We just kept going. And now we're talking about beginning. That's. I'm surprised we're not actually talking about sheltering in place now. Right. I mean, even in sheltering in place too, I was just thinking to myself how some people started to do hobby or start cooking. Right. I was just like, I was doing. Like last year, for example, in 2020, let's say, per se, back in March, like, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
I wasn't worried about TP. I was like sewing. I was sewing for a long period of time. That was like, I can't believe I sewed for like so long. I'm like, March was basically about sewing. I did so much sewing. It was funny. Which place to store survival on as well? Or which place is the? Let me see that. Which is the best place to store survival items? Well, I think it depends what your environment will has. I guess, right? If it's cold or rainy, well, I think rain is one of those things, right? If you're expecting, let's say you're on the coast of somewhere, right? Florida, California, or here in Canada, it'd be like here in British Columbia or out in Canada, right? Water's probably pretty high chance, right? Not just rain, but like close to water, right? Flooding, right?
Yeah.
Tsunami and whatever, right? So water would be a big issue when it
Yeah.
comes to those
It
places.
would.
So I would try to keep the contents as dry as possible, right? Maybe even vacuum sealing them, right? That might help. I think that's, and I kind of mentioned this in this live stream too about it too, right? About because people were mentioning, oh, everything's ruined because it all got wet, right? Mud over it and stuff like that. Well, this is why stuff like vacuum sealing and sealing them in plastic and stuff like that, protecting them is important, right? Pictures, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Even the fire starters themselves, right? They work better when they're dry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can get them to work when they're wet, when it's raining, but it's still easier if they're dry, right? And besides, if I don't want to get not mud, but mud caked over them and have to deal with that, or okay, oh thank goodness I sealed them, right?
Yeah.
They've been underwater for the last like 3 days, and still good. I'd be if it was like that, I'd be like, oh, that was so worth the effort. That was so worth vacuum sealing. Because right now they're still good, right? And I'm assuming, of course, right? Because when Curtis was saying about putting it under, what was that? Under a 5 gallon thing for 20 minutes. I remember taking one of my rain catching barrels. I put it at the bottom of a 55 gallon
Yeah.
instead, and let it sit there for like 6 hours or longer, right? Because I'm just trying to simulate like flooding conditions, right? Because that'd be the worst case scenario. Because when I know in terms of water, the more water there is, the more water pressure there is. So any
Yeah.
microscopic crack hole, you will notice that for sure a lot faster instead of having like a little bucket of water because there's not a lot of water pressure. So the water might not get into that very small hole, microscopic pinhole right away. But under 55 gallons of water pressure, oh yeah, that you're gonna notice that. It's like, oh, is it still dry now? Because it'd be more reassuring to know, hey, this lasted. I put this in a 55 gallon drum at the bottom, and I left it there for 72 hours, and it's still good,
Yeah.
still dry, right? I'd be like, I can trust this a little bit more, or the method of doing it a lot more.
Yeah.
In terms of like, let's say cold or whatever. I know people say burying it or whatever, but that depends if you have access to the ground. But I think water is probably gonna be your biggest enemy for the most part. Flood water. Well, even here in Canada, let's say your pipes burst, or whatever, it's not full inside your place is not get water. It happened in Texas, right? A lot of that stuff was water damage.
Yeah.
If you think about it, right? I was just thinking about that, Shadow. If a lot more people were, no, I'm not saying you're not vacuum seal your TV, right? But just unplugging it, wrapping a big contractor bag around it. Well, I guess if you have a 60-inch, that might be harder. But just so to give you at least a chance to salvage it later. Hopefully, a chance to cross your fingers, right? Because I see preparedness is giving you a chance to make it out, a chance to have something after the fact still, instead of losing it all, right? I rather have something than nothing at all, nothing at the end. Because it'd be like, because when you lose, I guess if you lose everything, there's something sad about that, right? But if it's like, hey, I didn't lose it all. Yeah, at least I didn't lose it all. At least that'd be better than saying I lost it all. And have
Yeah.
yeah. But you want to chime in on that? Say something. I just reading whatever. I'm missing the chat anyway. Sorry. I'm talking and I'm not even looking at the screen.
Auslander has a point. Prepping can never be based on immediate needs. It is a long-term plan, not a 1 month or 6 month plan. Immediate solutions for that initial 6 month period is emergency stores only.
Okay.
Well, it's a good point.
Okay, yeah, I just read it too. See, excuse me. Coming back to, I'm sorry, who asked that question about where to store it? Okay. Well, anyway, sorry. There's a lot of comments in here. Wow, I wonder when people are behind the chat, they really get behind because I'm behind. Like
Yeah,
even with me here, my bag. Let's say you have to keep your bag on the ground for whatever reason. I know Uncle Al says about not keeping it on the ground because he's been flooded out before. He lost things before, right?
yeah,
I actually keep my bags now in my bag, the backpack, whatever it is, go bag, whatever, right? Some sort of evacuation out kit or whatever, right? I keep it in a bag, like a plastic bag. So just in case, let's say the pipes burst, it's not just gonna get wet right away. I still have a form of protection around it, temporary. I'm kind of working on that kind of system because unfortunately the bag's not waterproof. I know that, and I'm trying to make sure. I'm just thinking like the floodwaters, right? It's like I'm always thinking of these real life situations when people had to deal with, right? I'm just
yeah,
thinking to myself if the floods were coming in and let's say you sandbag or whatever, but it's still coming in and it's starting to you're starting to have ancient water on your basement and your bag sitting in the basement. Hopefully it's on a chair that's above the ground, right? But let's say it's sitting on the ground. And now, Uncle Al, you're listening. He says, don't keep your bag on the ground. Okay. Well, sometimes you gotta do things, right? It's just the way it is. And for the moment, right? But I was
yeah,
like thinking to myself, okay, I'll put it in a bag, a plastic bag, tie it off, right? That
yeah,
way, at least that inch of water is not that soaked into my backpack right away. And add weight to it. It would add weight to it. I keep forgetting. That water, if it soaks into the bag, it's not add weight to it, which means I always have to carry that. I have to leave with it, right? Unnecessary
yeah,
weight to it, right? And I'm also thinking, hey, that bag is a lightweight option, nice and compact, that I can just be like, okay, pull my backpack out, grab that plastic bag, put it in my pocket or whatever, be on my way, right? Or let's just say I'm trying to be it's heavily raining or something like that when I'm leaving or whatever. Let's say back of a truck, right? Back of a truck, there's no cover for this back of the truck. It's not in the protection of the inside of the vehicle, right? Under a roof.
right.
At least I don't have to worry about my backpack getting wet, soaking up with water. Then I have to put on a wet backpack, carry a wet backpack with all the water that's in the bag, the water that's soaked into the bag, right? And something like that. So I can I can move the bag while it's still and keep it dry for now, right? For now, right?
Yeah,
Because
for
because I had to leave. Well, I shouldn't say I had to. It was like more like I brought the bag with me, right? I had it in a bag because it was actually raining outside, and we were on the highway, and that was in the back of a truck, right? So that's why I did it in the first place, right? Well, one thing I noticed is that when I was trying that out and tried it out, I brought it to this one place, right? Now I still have to do this other scenario training for it, but my water bottle apparently leaked, right? Well, it was in the plastic bag in the back with the backpack, right? And I was very grateful that I planned ahead and I made sure that their contents were in a baggie or sealed, right? Nothing else got ruined, right? It was only like a liter of water, but the thing is, I had to dry out the whole bag. I had to empty out all the contents of the bag just to dry out the bag because I don't want mold or something growing in the bag or whatever, right? Because it's gonna stink and then all that other stuff, right? But I was really glad that I sealed like the flashlights away and stuff like that. Sealed the blankets into something. I was just like, my friends are like, what? Your bag got wet? Because the water leaked out, right? Of the bottle. And I was just like, oh, don't, I'll be okay. Just the bag's wet. Is your stuff okay, Sierra? I'm like, oh, no, they just work. And so, oh, yeah, you planned ahead. Like, the flashlight's in the baggie or sealed, right? Nothing happened. The batteries are sealed in a bag. Didn't get wet, right? The food didn't get wet. And all that other stuff, right? The tinder, the fire starter, the lighter didn't get wet. I didn't even have to worry, right?
yeah.
Just the
It's
bag itself was wet. Just the bag itself was wet, so I just had to dry that out. So I guess I am sharing a story here.
yeah, you do.
So that happened to me. I was just like that reinforced my reasoning to keep things dry, right? Because for me here in Canada, yeah, it snows, but it also rains and it gets wet here too. There's sun, but it also gets hot. So I
Yeah.
make sure, yeah, I want to keep my stuff dry as much as possible because I learned that lesson because it's so annoying because if your contents weren't per se waterproof or whatever and they got wet, then you're gonna deal with that,
Yeah.
right? Whatever it is, right? It could be anything, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
So that's why I'm just like, yeah. Well, it's just like something like, let's say you have like gloves or whatever, right? I don't want to put
Yeah.
on wet gloves if I don't have to yet, especially if it's colder out, right? And I'm just like, let's say if I had some like, even if they're wool or whatever, well, yeah, I know wool holds heat in even if it's wet. Well, wool gloves if they're dry, they hold a lot more heat in while they're
Yeah.
so dry, right? So I'd rather have it in a dry state. Then if it starts to get wet because I'm using it, okay, that's fine because I'm actually using it. But I want to start off fairly well, right? This is why I'm
Yeah.
relating this experience with the flood experience, not flood experience, but the flooding that's happening out west here in British Columbia and BC here in Canada because it's the same kind of deal. Now, obviously, what I went through is just minor thing compared to what they're going through, but it's like this water thing, right? So I'm like, okay, I got to plan for this. I have some contingency plans, plan against the water, right? Okay, let's blanket, all right? I was like, blanket, it was fine. I
Yeah.
didn't have to worry about it, right? So I don't have to worry about, oh, I got to dry out this blanket now. No, basically, I just laid out all my stuff, brought it out of the bag, let, so my bag could be empty, but air out the next day. I repacked it at my
Yeah.
buddy's place, right? It's like easy. I didn't even have to. No, I wasn't even really worried, right? I didn't have to. Oh, my blanket's wet, and oh, my gloves are wet. My lighter's got wet. Now I gotta dry that out, right? The hassle of all this other stuff, right? Oh, my clothes were in there. They all got wet, and yeah, because that'd just be a big hassle. Just big hassle. Because I'm trying to save time, not waste more time. Right? And the deployment too, right? I want to be able to, if I got to use this, I want to make sure, okay, I did as much as possible, as humanly possible, to make sure that it's ready to go. All right.
Yeah.
So I hope you guys enjoyed that, because I've never even said that story on my channel yet. I'm here on your channel talking about it. Hey Emma, what's that say? Shoot, solutions need to be a long term, including not limited to basic needs and solve all. And depends on you plug in, plug out. Most is not preparing plan solutions equals self sufficiency.
Well, I would like to be self-sufficient, but it is hard when you live in an apartment. So you need something better than an apartment if you want to be self-sufficient. Well, you can be at some point self-sufficient in an apartment, but you
Mm-hmm.
can never be 100% in a. You can't never be 100% self-sufficient in an apartment. Maybe 20%, maybe 15 to 20%, but nothing more than that. So
Well,
you
I
need,
also look at farmers out there, right? Out in BC right here, and some of them lost quite a bit, right? Not only livestock and stuff like that. I mean,
yeah,
there was reports that were like some places lost like 20,000 chickens, 20,000, 20K worth. That probably hasn't been backed up by actual counts, but I was just like, wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of chickens, considering everything, right? Going cows and stuff like that. And I mean, some of them tried to make them out, or get them out and stuff like that, get them to high ground. Some people had cows in their living rooms, in their kitchens, because it was the only dry spot
Yeah.
and stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
So,
I have seen something about that
right.
a couple of years ago.
And and yeah, oh hey, I got the survival garden. Well, not if it floods all the way out on it, and it's underwater now, and the
Yeah.
water's still there. Probably not getting to that. Probably not, right? And we're actually having an emergency supply inside. It's not help you right now, right?
Well, you get a point there, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. Well. I mean, like, I'm always a big proponent of like having both options need to be on the available to you. Because let's just say even you're a homesteader, right? What happens if someone hits your homestead?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, right? I mean, like farmers out there like I said here in Canada, and they're flooded out. What's their
Yeah.
plan B? What's their plan B right now, right? You know,
Yeah.
because some people I've heard when I was watching news and their reports and stuff like that, and accounts of it. Some people this was their retirement home per se, right? I'm saying their bug out location, but their retirement home and stuff like that, and so what's the plan B? All right. So that's why I'm always, no matter where you are, I think you need both something to help you, aid you shelter in place, but also have that kind of evacuation plan or stuff just in case too.
Yeah.
I think both are important because, or else you get that complacency of like, oh, here I'm here, everything's good, right? Or I'm only done bug out only. Oh no, sorry, you're getting flooded around. You can't bug out anymore, so you have to shelter in place. What? All my plants were out to bug out. I don't have anything here. Oh, that was probably not a smart idea.
That's one of the pros with summer homes. Yeah. But it's expensive to buy a summer home as well. So,
It is. It would be too, right? So, and
yeah.
and not everyone has the cash, right? Or the funds, the finances too, right? We're all in different situations, right? Do what you can and with what you have, right? We're all different. We all have
Yeah.
different amounts of luck, right? But we all can learn from each other too, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to learn from what other people do or don't do, and it's like, okay, what would I do in that situation, right? I don't know. Even when I was younger, I was always kind of that way every so often. Because I feel like that I'm not saying that could happen, but that may happen. Or it could be in the future from now, 5 years from now. Hey, I'm on vacation somewhere else. Something happens. I'm not at home. Let's say somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
Visiting someone else, visiting relatives, visiting a friend, right? Always being ready too, because I think that's important too. Because you never know, just because something doesn't happen specifically in your area. Well, are you always there all the time? And this is like being ready at work too, right? Things can happen at work, right? That's why like having options is always good, right? It's just like that's why I'm a big proponent of actually having everyday carries type of stuff
Yeah.
on you as much as possible. Because let's just say hypothetically, it's like that one situation. Hey, I'm just going into the bank real quick. Not to bring light, get home back in. You could stay in the vehicle. Next thing you know, some active shooter. Then you're like, thank goodness I have the stuff with IEDC on my body. These are gonna come in handy right now. Whatever it is, right? For example,
Yeah.
something like that, or let's just say even it could be visiting your friends out there, right? Let's say, hey, I'm visiting my friend, your mom, your dad, whatever, in-laws, whatever, friend, uncle, whatever, right? And the power goes out at their place, and you'd be like, oh, in 5 seconds, and within like a couple of seconds, you're just reaching into your pocket, bringing out a flashlight already, right? So no one's stumbling in the dark already, right? Everyone, you're getting a flashlight before anyone even gets their app out for their flashlight on their phone, right? Before anyone even says, "Where's my?" You guys know where my phone is, right? Because the thing about something like that, a power outage is your phone could. Yes, you might have your phone in your pocket, but some people actually just put it on the table, right? Or it's in their room, right? And you just went into that room, or you're in the washroom, right? Something like that. That's why I'm a big proponent of actually having things on you too, and layering that kind of preparedness because, oh hey, my I got flashlights. That's why I have flashlights everywhere, right? I keep flashlights in the washroom, for example, right? Because to me, I don't want to be caught in the shower and the power goes out and there's no power and it's in the dark. That's probably not gonna be good.
I see the point.
If that makes sense. Are you peeling? I can tell you're peeling. Are you peeling? You're peeling something, aren't you? Are you peeling fruit or something? An apple or something? I can hear that. What is that? Sorry, I didn't see it. What is that?
Sure.
No, you're sharpening. Okay. It almost
Sharpening.
sounded Yeah, it almost sounded like you were like peeling something.
No, just sharpening.
Okay. No, because the thing is, I've seen that before too. Because about let's say a power outage, all right,
Yeah.
give or take, you have no idea when that's coming either. Sometimes it is unexpected, and it doesn't always happen in the day, right? Sometimes it happens at night, right?
Yeah.
You can have flashlights everywhere, but if you can't see where you're going to go get them, right?
Yeah.
That could be hazardous to because you'll be slower, right? Because you can't see, you gotta be more careful, right? That's why I'm I'm a big proponent of having something on you as a source of light, so you can actually get to other stuff, right? Because unless you can navigate in the dark, in your own place in the dark without seeing at all, right? Like just imagine how long it takes for someone that's blind to adapt
Yeah.
to something too, right? And you're trying to do that in 5 minutes or whatever. You're probably not that. You're probably not to be able to do that. You're gonna stumble, stub your toe. It's like, oh, ow, ow, ow! I stubbed my toe. And next thing you know, you're slipping on a car, on like a toy car, stepping on toy cars, stuff like that, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Or like in a shower or something like that. I always think to myself, I'm like, the smart idea is, okay, this shower or bathroom does not have any windows. Let's put one flashlight in here just in case. Because if I'm in the shower, no one else is home, power goes out, I'm in the dark, it's at night, I can't see, I'm in the shower. I don't want to slip and fall because I'm trying to, you know, step out and misjudge the step, right?
Yeah.
Because that's probably not gonna help, right? That just makes things worse.
When it's dark, the increase the risk to fall and hurt yourself increases.
Yeah, because you can't
So
judge the distance too. You have
yeah,
no.
you can't see anything. So
I mean, honestly, right when the power goes out, it gets dark. You sort of memorize where things are temporary, but how long can you keep that up and judge that distance, right?
Yeah.
Before you
Yeah.
start hitting stuff or whatever, right? And remembering if you're in the shower, you're wet, right? So likelihood of slipping is higher because and stuff like that. And besides, who wants to try to get clothes on in the dark? Anyone actually tried to put on clothes in the dark? Try that. I don't know how fast you can do it, but I've never done that, and I don't want to. If I don't have to. That's why I'm just a big proponent of that. To me, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. It's a sensible kind of way of preparedness, right? That useful for many different reasons. It can be as simple as like, your own neighborhood power goes out, and
Yeah.
someone hits the transformer and stuff like that. It's not even a big SHTF. It's just local, right? Power
Yeah.
outage and stuff like that. And it's just like, or a breaker goes off from someone else, and then next thing you know, you're in the dark, right? And
Yeah.
stuff like that, right? Until someone can go to your circuit breaker, right? Okay, we gotta fix the fuse or turn the breaker off, turn it back on, and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Because, like you said, because people have things in their place, right? And I mean, like, and I don't want to stumble against a door or something, stub my toe. Oh, I just stubbed my toe. Ugh. I should have listened to CR. I should have kept a flashlight in my pocket or on your keys or something like that. If you don't keep a flashlight on you, at least keep your phone on you, right? As close as possible, right? That's why stuff like when you're sleeping or whatever, some people have a flashlight nearby, their phone nearby, right? And I think that's a sensible thing too, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I think that's a sensible thing too. So, because again, some power outages can happen at any time, right? That's one of those things that it can happen almost any time for various reasons, right? So that's why I'm like always a big proponent of like, if I get up, for example, in the middle of the night, if the power went out in the middle of the night and I'm already asleep already and I woke up, right? How come my light switching ain't working? And I'd be like, oh, because it'd be pitch black, right? Per se, pitch dark out, right? Because nothing would be on, right, at all, right? You wouldn't see any street lamps or anything, right? Because it would be pitch dark, right? Oh, thank goodness I left this flashlight by my nightstand and stuff like that. Thank goodness
Yeah.
I decided to charge up my phone before I went to bed, so I can use those items to help me out right now, right? Oh, thank goodness, I have a percolator. I can boil water off your rocket stove, your solid fuel tablets. You got a propane stove or those gas canisters
Yeah.
or whatever, right? So you have a way to make coffee. So it's just a slight inconvenience. You're just like, okay, I could still have coffee, right? You're not just like, great, now I can. Yeah, I'd rather be like that versus great, stumbling in the dark. Ugh, I can't even have coffee, right?
Yeah.
Right? I don't want to be like that. That's why I'm like. So that was wow. You want to keep going? You want to keep going? I don't know. I've been talking for we've been it's 6 hours. You know that. I think I've been here for like 5 of those hours.
Yeah. Probably 5.
You want to keep going?
Well.
That's up to you, man. That's up to you if you want to keep going here. That's up to you. You don't even look tired this time around.
Yeah. Yeah. I begin to feel pretty
Oh,
tired.
see, I shouldn't have said anything. See, guys in the chat, I shouldn't have said anything. I read it. I jinxed it. I jinxed it. Dang it.
No, you didn't jinx anything. So.
Yeah. So. But anyways, like these are just things that I've learned just by either experience or like because through it happening to someone else and thinking about it. So sometimes it's not always either knowledge or skills, but experience that really you
Experiencing.
learn from, right? So as I always keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Sometimes experience is more important because you can learn so much more from it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
You know, you can, oh hey, I can learn how to sew these nice things, these nice ways of sewing, these patterns and backstitching, all that stuff. Okay, now apply it to something and actually make something, fix something, mend something back up. In the real world, that's like it's like that is men job that's like so like an inch wide and 2 inches long. It's just like there's just like it's fraying too, and you're trying to fix that, still trying it. Yeah. Let's see. Hopefully, your experience will tell you. I was like, okay, okay. I think I remember something like this before. Okay, if I do it like this, then this might work. Hopefully. So yeah. So Shadow, I told you I do have stories. I do have stories from time to time. And like I said, some of these stories I've not even shared on my own channel.
Yeah.
Just because I've never had a chance to bring them up yet. People out there, you might hear me talk about these again. Stuff like that. I have other stories too. So
Yeah.
I've learned quite a
Story.
bit. I've learned quite a bit lately. I've learned quite a bit more, and it's just like understanding this kind of, I guess, lifestyle preparedness and stuff like that, and understanding it a little bit more, and trying to learn from my experience and learn from my mistakes that I've made too. Right? Make progress, not perfection.
Yeah.
I know you want to go for another 5 minutes. I guess 5 minutes. It's up to you. Well, give 5 minutes. Well, give 5 minutes so everyone can say bye. I guess I know some people are that way. I can actually say bye to everyone too.
Yeah.
And you can say your kind of outro kind of statements to like everyone else. Oh. I do appreciate. Well, this was a very exciting stream again. Yeah.
Yeah. Problem with the audio in the beginning.
Yeah, we get some tech support. We're learning about stuff. Learning about stuff and just like stuff and stuff like that. Oh, okay.
Just a FYI to all of us who will be online after this live stream. Ghost has his scanning live stream up and running. Excellent relaxation and chilling out with prepper scanning food.
After some,
Well,
I
I get
need
it.
to get some food myself. I can't believe I actually ate while we were talking. Well, I didn't eat. Well, that's why early on I was muted myself a lot because I was actually using a fork. And I was like, I don't want to hear me eating there. It sounds rude, anyways. And besides, I don't want everyone to drool because of it. Mmm. CR, why are you mmm? Because it's good food. Yeah.
Sending much love to you all. So grateful to know there are like minded people out there. Stay sharp. See you next time. Will do, Donna. Will do. I have to prep for a hard hike tomorrow all day. Fun. Good luck, Harvey, with that hike.
Have fun, man. Have fun. Don't do anything I would do. I mean,
Not
I wouldn't do.
would not do it. Would
Oh, I said the
wouldn't
wrong
do.
thing. I said the wrong thing.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I said the wrong thing. Oh, I'm actually surprised for once, Shadow, that I only got interrupted like basically only a few times by a phone call. I swear,
Yeah.
if the phone rang right there, I would be like, "What? No way! It's like they heard me."
Last time it was your phone rang all the time.
I
You
know.
hang up
I don't
and
want to. I don't want to put it on mute because then I won't see it, right? And I don't want to turn it off or whatever because it could be important. Right? So it's one of those things, right? I don't want to miss it because it could be important, right? And that's why I don't want to. Real world, right? It's a live stream. If I was doing video,
yeah,
I can edit all that stuff out, but
yeah. Thanks, Jack. Don't forget, God bless the King of Sweden and God save the Queen of Australia.
take care,
Defender of
Jack.
faith, among other things. Yeah, you got a point there, Jack.
All right. Well, that 5 minutes went by real fast. It's almost at that time. So I'll let you say your outro here.
Yeah. And Auslander, Rhiannon says, Auslander info, ha ha ha, good one. Yeah, it is a good one. Do you think we should wrap things up, CR?
Oh, I can keep talking. It's all up to you. This is your channel, not mine.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
I'm just the co-host. I'm just the co-hoster.
Yeah,
Actually, I would probably give them a chance to if they want to go visit ghosts or whatever. That way they don't divide their time from here and there. I
well,
know I bet you there's so many streams going on right now. I haven't refreshed my feed, my subscription feed for the last like 5 hours.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Why am I not surprised? There's people live or will be going live. So yeah, that way they can have a little bit of time too.
yeah,
We've been lucky. We've been lucky. We had lots of people drop by.
yeah.
Yeah, lots of people drop by.
Well, I begin to get pretty tired, so
Yeah,
I
now's a
think
good
it's
time.
time. I think it's time to begin wrap things up, or otherwise I fall asleep where I'm sitting at the moment, and that would be not a good thing. So I think yeah, I think it's a good idea to wrap things up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see you, Rana, next week. I see you guys next week.
Yep.
Thanks
Well,
for stopping.
we'll see everyone during the week and all this other stuff. But
Yeah,
you'll see us around. You'll see us around. Drop by a comment. Check some videos out. Leave some
yeah,
comments and all that stuff. Everyone's rolling around here somewhere.
yeah.
That was directed to you, Mark. And everyone else. All right.
Yeah.
Take care, everyone.
Take care, guys. Stay safe. And thanks for stopping by. And I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys. And thanks, mods, for keeping my stream clean. You are all awesome. And good night. See you next time. Bye.